This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
This is the place where it's all going to happen, boys. That's right, everybody. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is time for your last set of monthly finals. That's right, we are at our 5th and final set of monthly finals now here in July. We're kicking it off with APAC. And gents, the memo went out. You all responded. The beacons of Gondor were lit, and you're all looking mighty fine today, can I just say. Sheesh.
Not too bad yourself, sir. I kind of mess with it. You know, we all learned how to tie a bow tie today. It's been a good day.
I'm going to have to ask y'all to both go change, though, because y'all have completely stolen my outfit.
Yeah.
Well,
what is it?
Better.
We were twinning, and now we're, yeah, even more. I mean, you look like you definitely own a candy shop, Freddie.
You know what?
I don't know.
It is giving, well, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, it's so small though, just like your Sunnies. It's tiny.
Go back to this.
Okay. Anyway, we are dressed like this, of course, as a nod to Classic Brawl. Of course, that's the thing for this month. And this is a throwback to 5 years ago, back in 2019, at the Grand Finals. Have a look at that. Lex and Kairos. This is for you guys. And you know what? You better like it because it is freaking hot in this outfit. I am absolutely balling. But again, this is a nod, of course, to this season's Classic Brawl, and we are giving you some classic matchups here in a region that never fails to impress, guys. I mean, we're very excited for what we have coming in this monthly final, but I also want to talk about what's happening in September. So obviously, we're going to go after LCQ next month to just find out who's going to be going to Worlds, and then after, we're not done. That's right. Even before Worlds, we will have our September spectacle. That's right. September 28th and 29th. It's going to be an invitational that will feature up our partnered orgs and the top placing teams in those regions. So Na'Vi being the partnered org in this region, you can expect to see Crazy Raccoon, maybe Rival, other teams like that joining them, featuring never before seen 5v5 gameplay. Now, you ask, they've got their 3-player teams? Yes, but it's going to be 5v5. You figure out how that's going to work. We're going to have modifiers and bounties as well to make it even more epic. So it's going to be a ton of fun. It's definitely going to have that show match vibe. There is some great prize money on the line for the players, and also a great chance for you at home to get involved, of course, over at event.brawlstars.com. That's what we'll be watching. And so that's going to be fun. The game modes are going to be a little bit different. If you've had a chance to play 5v5 and Brawl, it's a ton of fun, albeit a little bit chaotic. It's going to push us, I think, with the casting to the next level. So looking forward to that one. But let's get down to business, Kenny, because here in the APAC region now, this is the last chance to accrue circuit points in our 8-team single elimination bracket of best of 5 matches, quarterfinals all the way through to grand finals. There's a lot on the line this time around, with a couple teams still vying for a spot on LCQ.
Several teams can go for it. We've got 3 with a chance to have a postseason, and unfortunately, one of them's just not going to make the cut. There's only so many spots in this region to give away, and even partnered orgs like Na'Vi, fan favorites for a long time, have the longest odds to kind of make it here, and a lot of that due to last month's performances. You guys were on the mic for this one. I got a nice vacation for you guys. I mean, I unfortunately wasn't with you guys for a month, but it was a wild month. I mean, we missed a good one, and it kind of sets us up for a banger to end off the season. Ready?
It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this was remarkable. So we saw FA Nidug take down Coco Loco to start off the day. We saw them then go up against Na'Vi. This one went all the way till the 5th and final set. This was a very close set. A lot of people rooting for Na'Vi this time. Unfortunately, they did not manage to bring it home. And it leaves us in a bit of a peculiar situation today where they actually can lock in LCQ, but it's going to take a very difficult scenario.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of those clinching scenarios in a second. We had some really wild predictions. I think I thought Nidug would beat Na'Vi, and then I think Ready, Set, You said the rival would beat Crazy Raccoon or something like that. There was a bunch of these sort of out there preds that we ended up getting right. So here's the leaderboard as it stands. Now, it's important for people at home to understand that Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports are locked. Numerically, they are locked for World Finals. That's obviously, you know, on the basis of their circuit points and obviously the points they got through the monthly qualifiers. But for Angelic, Coco Loco and Na'Vi, 3 teams, like Kenny said, are vying for those 2 spots. Na'Vi, though, kind of have to win out, Kenny. I think that's what you sort of mentioned. They basically have to go all the way today and hope that Angelic and Coco Loco stumble.
Yeah, there's several scenarios, of course, but they clinch LCQ by winning the grand finals. And if you're a team like Na'Vi, it's been a rocky season, but one thing is for sure, you're going to come into today and just try and win every single match. This is what it all comes down to, right? Because of some of the stumbling they've had throughout the year, they're a little bit behind. I mean, even less than 40 points separating them in the 4th place team could be enough to knock them down. It kind of depends on how this bracket plays out a little bit, but one thing is guaranteed. If they win this entire monthly finals, they'll be grabbing one of those LCQ spots.
So as a result, folks at home, we'll be following along with a lot of those consequential matches here on the A stream today. That'll be Na'Vi versus Angelic in that 2nd quarterfinal, and then Crazy Raccoon versus Coco Loco. Because if Coco Loco win there, well, it definitely puts Na'Vi in a tough spot in terms of trying to make it to LCQ. Over on the B stream, that's going to be Wiggly Spoon. I think Nighttime is over there, providing he was able to get off that plane. It's going to be 3R Gaming versus FA Nidug and Rival Esports versus BMTM. Head over there and check that out, of course. If you're wondering, where's the B stream? Where am I? What is life? Why am I here? Event.brawlstars.com has got the answer to all that and more. That's where you can watch us. It's also where you can make your predictions on the matches and sort of throw your vote behind your team. It's a great way to win. It's also fantastic star drops in-game. And also you can jump between those streams. So if you want to know what's happening with 3R and Nidug, for example, who are always good for a bit of an upset, you can head over there, check out Spoo's stream and watch those games. Looking at this bracket, we did this last month as well. We did some predicting with our hearts. We did some predicting with our brains. It got pretty messy. I don't know. I probably won, but I'm not sure how that went down. But we're all pretty much on the same page here in these first 4 matches. So that means we think that Nidug is going to beat 3R. We think Na'Vi will beat Angelic, which is definitely questionable. Crazy Raccoon against Coco Loco is a matchup that Coco Loco beat them in a grand final in the past. And then, ready, set, we feel like we're pretty confident that Rival can take down BMTM.
Yeah, I think that there's, a little bit behind each one of these. Nidug in particular, I think with the acquisition of Ghost T on their roster, managed to do really, really well last month. That was Ghost T's first monthly final ever. and they went all the way to the grand finals. In the case of Navi, we're looking at a pretty weakened, it seems, Angelic, where they had half of their roster swap out last month, and it didn't lend itself to success. Granted, they had a tough round one. Crazy Raccoon are simply Crazy Raccoon, though they are facing Coco Loco, who's done well in previous months, so this is another one where we are predicting with our hearts just a little bit, and I don't think you'd be wrong to predict Rival here, given that they won the last monthly final.
And I'm trying to think, have we had a team yet this year win 2 monthly finals?
Nope.
I feel like it was Na'Vi, Crazy Raccoon. No, it's been someone different every month. That is kind of wild, right? Na'Vi have to be the only team to win multiple monthly finals to actually qualify for LCQ. That is wild. This region, Kenny, is bringing the heat. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest note for me coming into this month. I feel like a lot of people look at this region, and I find myself every month saying, it's Crazy Raccoon. Of course they're going to win. They haven't won in 3 months. It's been a long time, a drought by their standards, which is crazy because Tensai's probably got close to 20, if not 20 monthly finals over his course of career. These are Hall of Fame kinds of players, but this region this year has been so chaotic, so much turmoil. So I think that the assumptions that we maybe had from past years don't necessarily apply. I kind of want to see Crazy Raccoon put a little fear of God in the opponents a little bit, kind of remind the world of why they deserve to have the names that they have, because it has been a while.
Yeah, I think, again, now that they're secured for a World Finals berth, it's about time to start, getting out there on the airways, maybe a little cheeky propaganda, being like, hey, watch out, we're coming for you. Definitely to make a statement here in this last monthly final will be a great way to do it. Kenny, we'll catch up with you after this game, but for now, it's going to be time to jump into Na'Vi versus Angelic. The big storyline, of course, is that Na'Vi has to go all the way. And that is a big ask, considering that they've struggled to really, make a deep penetration, I think, through these monthly finals up until this point. Angelic has never won a monthly final, but they were in a grand final, and then they made it to the semis in May. Their opponent, definitely a roster that's been in and amongst it. But Na'Vi, again, really streaky, ready to say, I think is fair to say.
So last month here, they faced Gohan Omoshiroi, and then again in the qualifiers, they had to face Gohan Omoshiroi, and then also in the qualifiers, they had to take down Coco Loco to qualify through the upper bracket. So you talk about them making these deep runs in the monthly finals. They sort of had to make a deep run through the qualifiers as well, just to get to the stage where we see them right now.
And again, they almost reverse swept FA Nidug. It was, it was definitely one of those games that, we really didn't know what was going on. It was very, very close. That's, though, where they fell out of the picture last month. And Na'Vi only getting 50 circuit points from June. None from May, by the way. And, of course, 100 for winning April. They are in a position, at least where their destiny lies within their own hands. But they're going up against a team who, like you mentioned, were strong. This Angelic roster were pretty fearsome when they first came onto the scene. But things have changed a little bit with this roster.
Yeah, we've seen Mizzy and Soda depart, now with Geki and Sago taking the places of those two players and rejoining the roster. And unfortunately, that means that we will not be seeing any more Watermelon on camera with the departure of Soda. What a legend.
Oh, I think that's banned, though. Yeah, someone told me we're not allowed to show them eating, so...
No food.
Shame, though, because I was quite enjoying that.
I mean, he's having a refreshing snack on stream. Unfortunately, they didn't take the win in that match either. But with that roster shakeup, hasn't lent itself to success just yet. So when we compare them against their opponents here in Navi, Navi still have the chance to control their own destiny. They just have to win the whole darn thing. Angelic can't afford to go down here, obviously not a desirable outcome. But they're currently in the lead between these 3 teams that are competing for 2 LCQ spots. So provided that Navi don't make it too far, even if they fall here, they can still lock LCQ.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, Coco Loco are ahead, or Angelic, excuse me, are ahead of Na'Vi by about 41 points. So, yeah, they lose here, and if Na'Vi lose in the next round, then they'll actually be okay. So, it's kind of nice to have a little bit of a buffer. We're talking about an Angelic team that, never won a monthly final, but were always good for basically at least a semi-final showing. They were very much a factor. It's really missing a monthly final that hurts more than anything else, but Angelic have always been here. So Na'Vi have to make a example of this team here. They have to walk up and absolutely smack them down, because again, the rest of their bracket, we'll see them on a collision course with some terrifying teams going into that next round. So they're going to have to be ready for that. And of course, they need to be able to win out. So they are going to have to take down the likes of, Nidug potentially if they win this game. And then in that grand final, they're dealing with, you know, Coco Loco, Crazy Raccoon, and Rival all in that same side of the bracket. So no real easy games here for Na'Vi whatsoever. A win here would put them up against a team that knocked them out last month. So they have to be better than we have ever seen them. And that's to even have a chance of competing at LCQ. And there's a bit of a storyline here because quite a few of these Na'Vi players were on that reject roster, right, that played at LCQ that I think ultimately were knocked out by an STMN who were just hungrier to make it to Worlds. And that team went all the way to the grand final match itself there. So there's a lot of rivalries to be renewed, I think, as we head towards LCQ, because there's a few of those top NA teams that are going to have to be fighting at that tournament ready set for a chance to be at Worlds too.
How unfortunate would it be? Of course, North America is going to be taking on a place later on this week, and if they have a rematch against Stamina, would be quite unlucky. But a chance at redemption for sure. They'll still have to make it to the stage with a win over Angelic, which, in my sort of critical opinion, has appeared weaker in the last couple of months than we'd seen them. Now this is just awesome. This is like watching the shark fin stick out of the water in Jaws.
It is, yeah. Levy having a bit of fun with us here, but while we're waiting on, I think, one more player just here in the lobby, a slight technical issue. But to reiterate to you folks, there are 3 teams right now who are looking for LCQ spots. They are Angelic, Coco Loco, and Na'Vi. For Angelic, they need to make the semifinals, or Na'Vi just needs to not make the grand finals, or Coco Loco needs to lose in the quarterfinals, right? These 3 teams are really intertwined. For Na'Vi, obviously, they have to win the grand finals or make it into that game, and Coco Loco need to lose their match here in these quarters, which is possible, right? They're going up against Crazy Raccoon. So we are going to have a much clearer picture of what the qualifying situation looks like for the Asia Pacific region after those first 4 games, after our quarterfinals are out of the way. Again, none of that will matter if Na'Vi don't win this game. If they don't win this game, forget about it. It is going to be Angelic and Coco Loco that will advance. We'll have our top 4 locked in. And again, despite Rival and Crazy Raccoon having taken those top 2 spots, Reddy, we have never seen a team win back-to-back monthly finals. This region is like frothy, right? It's far from set in stone. It's not very stable either. So we also want to see how both those teams perform today in the run-up here to the finals.
It's all over the place, seriously. There seems to be no consistency in APAC, but it's not for a lack of trying, of course. It's just simply that the competition is that close between our top 5 teams competing for 4 spots. It's been huge watching these people compete over the course of the year as things now are closing in towards the end. We're getting into Hideout for a bit of bounty. Our first set here between Na'Vi and Angelic.
And now we can actually talk about the game Brawl Stars, because we spent so much of this show already just talking about qualifying scenarios and, you know, how teams are going to make it there. But obviously, Berry is now available for play. Very powerful brawler that kind of does it all. Expect to see that banned a whole lot. But I'm hearing whispers of a lot of Chester play now recently, with him kind of getting buffed, right? His star power getting folded into his kit and in getting a new star power on top of that. Seems like he's a force to be reckoned with.
I could totally see Chester making his debut here, maybe played around the left lane for our home team. You need to get in close range in order to actually make use of Chester. Where he's going to have the most value is against a brawler that wants to get in close range, obviously. That is where he is effective. So a tank or something of the like. Mandy first selection, this brawler is immensely popular right now. And honestly, no complaints here. You do a ton of damage with the super, and it goes across the entire map. It just takes good teamwork and good spotting, some predictions also, to see where your enemies are going to be. There's some good brawlers that you can pair it with as well. Some that counter it. I don't see a nanny ban, so that's completely on the table if Na'Vi actually want to just reflect the sugar ray when it comes through.
Right, oddly enough, Suzuku opts for Piper instead, where, you know, Nani is probably much more of a harder counter to that Mandy. Mandy powerful. I mean, the fact that she has a slow, like, on her gadget is extremely good for self-defense and also securing those eliminations, especially with that Sugar Rush. So Levi, going with an RT. So, again, makes sort of sense as these rounds start to tick down. You have a defensive option. Someone who's also pretty effective at long range, and yeah, we were starting to see a little bit more of this last month. Ready, said Pearl, a brawler that really excels in the rounds, like to run long.
Yes, and also just has good survivability. I think maybe that's where you're going with that. Because she has the shield. She charges up heat in her oven. She gets the shield. It's immense damage reduction. She already has good health as it stands. And then on top of that, as that heat builds up, she gets higher DPS. She can also burn people with the use of her gadget to confirm a kill, or just start off a pretty solid push. We'll see Carl as well to grab that blue star instantly. So now Na'Vi are going to have to think about how they're actually going to play this one aggro. I see Angelic with what can be a very powerful defensive comp. Now, I don't know where Carl is going to factor into the defense aspect. He will be good against a thrower last pick, which I could see the other two members of Angelic's roster being quite susceptible to.
Yeah, Na'Vi maybe having the option to pick that up last here, and the Carl will give them pause for thought. Carl's just so very good at crossing that gap and getting on top of one of those last pick throwers to kind of punish it in general, but Larry and Laurie is still going to be the lock-in here for Na'Vi. Definitely one of the go-to throwers here after receiving millions of nerfs. It feels like still a very powerful option here, and on Bounty, definitely not an uncommon pick either.
I worry a little bit for the Pearl here, considering that she is outranged by every single member of Navi's composition. So she's going to have to juke and weave pretty much the entire time. Maybe punishing some over-aggression. I could totally see it happening, perhaps for a Choppy over here on the Larry if he decides that he needs to play a lane without the benefit of having a wall. We'll see Sago immediately grab this blue star, and now it's time for some defense. They can't fall back too quickly. Ideally, they would keep the sort of effective line of scrimmage here at mid and not have to go all the way back to their spawn. No contact there from Kanga with the gadget on the left. But he'll be using this wide open area on the left side to try and get some damage and be able to shoot through walls against a low health Suzuku, who does grab the kill around the right and shifts the tides in favor of Na'Vi.
So we're going to be looking definitely at that Pearl here as one of the more exploitable elements of Angelic's composition, and Suzuku kind of already demonstrating that early on. Saw a gadget use there from Kanga to try and set something up. There was no connection earlier on, and Sago will be under some degree of pressure here. Na'Vi have enough map control where they don't have to be too worried about this Carl just walking up on their Larry and Laurie, and this time is going to be the Mandy falling down, so a lot of pressure here mounting on Angelic, who no longer get to be defenders. Sago almost fainting some aggression there with the flying hook, but doesn't follow up on it.
See Na'Vi go further into the lead, takedown of that Laurie clone on the left side. Looks like Na'Vi are falling back. They're opting to play more defensively now. They still don't have that blue star. Sago has stayed alive with it since the beginning of the match and even grabbed a kill in the process of pushing up here. Here comes the Sugar Ray, down nothing. Suzuku took to the skies anyway just to play it safe. He's going to need that back if he wants to defend versus Sago, though.
Yeah, getting the blue star on Angelic means that any elimination puts them into the lead, essentially. They go under some pressure, pop the gadget. Levi not bothered at all. Sago into the tailspin here, but yeah, Choppy keeps a respectful distance away from that one. Angelic really struggling here to kind of achieve their aims when it comes to team composition. And now 15 seconds left. They've got pretty much no options left.
Just 10 seconds on the board. Angelic need to push up big time. We still see a gadget available for Sago. Takedown from Levi on the left side. Piper charge over to the left side because they already taken it. That's game one for Na'Vi.
Yeah, worth pointing out as well, since last time we saw these teams play in a monthly finals, Piper's also received a hypercharge, which is, maybe lending to her power might have made her more of a desirable pick here for Na'Vi over the Nani, which we discussed would be a decent counter to the Mandy. Again, she is pretty fearsome and great. We're really just breaking that map open when she needs to. Obviously, Na'Vi never really needing to make use of that hypercharge there, but it's worth knowing it's on the docket if required.
See this blue star head over to Angelic once again. It's in Sago's hands. Everything going according to plan. Levi and Choppy looking for their first picks, being careful not to push too far onto this right side. Suzuku's taking on the 1v2. He's gonna have to pay the price with his life, it looks like, as Sago takes advantage of his lack of ability to fight in close range. It's the early game, didn't have a super, couldn't jump away. What, is Sago gonna do this again? Baited the super out of Piper, now going to abuse a Choppy in close range. Takedown for Suzuku with what appeared to be a gadget. Megu and Kanga still just hanging on by a thread on the right,
that's
but
big.
Suzuku's here to claim the kill.
That is massive, because Sago is doing so much of the eliminations that they had a bunch of stars on them, which ended up only being a one-star lead for Angelic once the Carl got out. We just saw that remediated very quickly by the Piper finding a homemade recipe kill on Megu in the middle part of the map, and now Na'Vi have that lead again. So all that work for Sago eventually goes for nothing.
Back to Angelic, though. Kanga has this Sugar Ray available on the right, but he doesn't have any one-shots that he can really go for. On the left side, we'll see Levi sort of transitioning to the Jackie form. Sago goes in aggressive versus Suzuku. Forced a super to the left side, but he's completely out of reach. Now Sago has to use his super defensively. Meanwhile, Kanga's been taken down by a Choppy. He was left totally undefended over this wall. Na'Vi have the lead once more. They're leading by just one blue star. And it's drive time for Angelic. They have to push up the map no matter whether they have the control or not. Huge taps in for Suzuku with the hypercharge, but now it expires. They still are playing defense.
Suzuku made a lot of space for a Choppy, though. They were very low, looking to give themselves up, and that would have been the lead for Angelic. They've got to go for it, Angelic, now with only a couple seconds left with a pop and use by Suzuku. And then Laurie just gets in the way. Na'Vi, great start here. And again, they start both those rounds behind for the blue star because that's what Carl offers you, but they're able to clamber back into the driver's seat each time.
This was a challenging one for Angelic. We sort of saw the vision. Okay, so you're going to use Carl, you're going to flying hook into mid, get the blue star, then we can play defensive for the entire time. Okay, cool. Pearl is great for that. Mandy, love when people just try and push into her lane and she snipes him from off the screen. But the thing is, we didn't really see Pearl do that much. She got some kills here and there for sure, but Mandy, I think, was the ideal power player. She was picked first, and yet we didn't really see her make any impact with the use for a super, her most powerful ability.
Again, you really want to set up some of these eliminations with low health brawlers, but you know, the only brawlers that went to low health were being pressured by Sago, and they were able to, you know, complete those kills themselves. So at the end, the Sugar Ray really wasn't needed in that situation where Carl was diving. You saw it used there earlier on, but Sago was looking elsewhere, trying to dive on Suzuku, who just has Poppin available and is able just to get out of jail. That elimination there on Kanga, like that's something you can't afford to let happen in a situation like that when you are supposed to be in an offensive posturing. And you said, yeah, I mean, there were some kills. There was one kill for the Pearl in the end, Megu with the quiet one. And yeah, Kanga, decent amount of damage, but really not justifying the Mandy pick here.
You already mentioned Sago, though. Sago over here, you can see that he's picked up 3 kills over the course of the set. I think he made a huge impact on the Carl, getting in close range versus a Piper that didn't have any defensive abilities at her disposal. Now, she quickly got the super once Sago decided to camp their spawn, literally. He hung out while Piper respawned. Unfortunately, though, that's not what Carl is going to be the best here for. Really, what Carl excels at is countering a thrower pick, especially if it's early on. Well, this is a preemptive one. Na'Vi still went for it. Him abandoning a Choppy allowed a Choppy to get a quite free kill onto Kanga, and it ended up giving the lead to Na'Vi instead of maintaining it for Angelic.
Yeah, eventually. Look, we understand like why the Carl pick is there, and you know, yeah, Larry and Laurie are the thrower that you might be looking to counter, but Na'Vi were face up to all of this, and they knew that they were picking the Larry and Laurie into a Carl, still felt confident to quite a large degree because I guess Piper and RT are very safe in that situation, right? RT splits his legs and just blows the Carl up instantly, and like we saw, Suzuku can always back away with that super. If it's a hypercharge, it's even more of a problem for the Carl. So provided they can keep a Choppy alive, which they seem to do a decent job of, Choppy even able to find one very important kill on Kanga there in that last round. I mean, you feel justified in picking that thrower into what you know is going to be that level of Carl pressure. Look, I think for Angelic, like half their problem comes from the fact that that Pearl lane is constantly being shoved in. They just don't really have any map control where the Pearl is concerned, and there was no matchup, I think, that really suited her.
I think where Pearl is the best is in these sort of scenarios where survival is the priority. Keep in mind that Pearl wasn't actually really directly countered. You can count RT, honestly, because RT gets the damaging mark that amplifies, you know, damage in the future. But usually you see it approached with a Bell or the like. I digress. In Knockout, that's where we see Pearl most often these days, it seems, just because of her survivability aspect, which could be valuable here on Hot Zone, where the objective is to stay alive on the zone above all.
Absolutely. We see plenty of compositions designed to keep a singular or multiple brawlers alive. That's why tanks and healers have been pretty popular on this map in the past. Anything that gives you a degree of zone control and staying power is something that these teams really tend to prioritize here. You know, Open Business even more so, you know, has a lot of ways to get involved in the fight, even if you're not standing on the point here. So some of those longer range brawlers we've definitely seen get involved. We've seen a lot of Byron picked from this region, for example, someone who offers great deal of sustain to the rest of your brawlers, and a super that can really turn a fight on its head. Different to Dueling Beetles, right, where the kind of map where we'd see those tanks really want to play. It's slightly more enclosed. You can cut the map off. We see a lot of, Pam. We've seen a lot of M's on maps like that here. They're an option on Hot Zone, but you can get poked down from the periphery here. And you can see, again, Berry being banned out straight away. Primo and Barley being banned by Angelic.
I would say that those make sense. We talked about Dueling Beetles just a moment ago, and we can draw some parallels here where Primo's just good into enemy tanks. Tanks are going to be great in Hot Zone in general because you need to stay alive on the point. Okay, cool. Also, with Dueling Beetles, just like on Open Business, throwers are going to take so much value. I'm interested in why Suzuku has picked this Larry so early on when it can be quite easily countered by wall break, maybe by like a Stu or something, or also by a Carl that gets in close range versus you. Maybe they're emboldened.
Rank is open?
This is also true. And
Rank
I think maybe that's what Angelic have decided to go with this Gale for, is to have some more value versus that Frank. Keep in mind that Colette is still a viable option, but we've also seen Frank actually suffer quite a bit despite being so good.
Sandy is also available. Very powerful brawler and can make a great use of the cover up close here to close the gap. But this, for me, is definitely a bit of an APAC special pick here. And almost every single time we see the Nita brought in, she has impact. She has 61% win rate. They're only picked about 19% of the time, banned only 8% of the time. So she's always sneaking through and is one of the highest win rate brawlers on this map in general. B going to be picked here to round out Navi's comp.
I think B will be effective into the Gale. Into the Draco, I wonder a little bit, because B is good into tanks in general because she can slow them down. But the thing is that the Gale and the Draco, that's just going to repeatedly jump pad.
Oh, buddy.
Point. Yeah, here comes Mortis. So Mortis will be the way that they approach this Larry over here. But it's not going to be any good into the Nita really at all, because he's just going to feed her super. She'll get a bear, and then there's nothing that he can do against it from there. And to B, though, she doesn't have any knockback or anything, so I can see the value there. As long as these walls stay up, which they are, there's no wall break here, then it shouldn't be an issue for him to dash around. Problem is, though, that the objective of this mode is not just to get kills. It's also to stay alive and stay on the zone. And I don't see Mortis having that much zone time. So maybe the idea is, hey, I'm going to go dive, and then you guys constantly jump head into the point. We've already seen Megu get this one set up. So Sago now is going to try and get this dragon cycle going.
Well, slow start there for Sago. And again, we've already seen, two rattled hives used here by Suzuku. So just early damage and getting that foot on the point first is quite important to Na'Vi apparently. But again, we didn't even see a Nita super until just now, and they were still able to stave off one after another these interlopers from Angelic. There's already a gadget used there by Sago. Kanga's going to dive in and still get blown up because Laurie is a bit of a problem. He really is more than happy to take those close-quartered fights. So once Larry has that super up, it gets ugly, and now Angelic are just running it down mid, basically.
They're trying to overwhelm the opponent, but it's not really working because they're going in one by one. Maybe this will have a bit more value. Sago coming in around the left and Megu around the right. Now Kanga jumps in, but he's just getting tossed all over the place. Suzuku hits him with a 4KB, and it's all over then. We'll see another gadget in from Sago, but no real value there. No kills, no nothing. Megu gets taken down by the bear around the right, and another kill from a choppy on a Kanga on the left. Na'Vi just doesn't seem like this is going to work from Angelic.
And Laurie is busted here. That is disgusting. Look at what that clone is able to do here for a Chappie. Just get up in everyone's face, whether it's Megu, whether it's the Mortis, even Sago, for free. A Chappie's basically adding like extra melee range brawlers to the mix on top of this Nita, and it makes it impossible for Angelic's very tanky, very upfront composition to do anything.
Permit me to be very critical here. I'm not sure at what point, or at any point, if they're going to decide, hey, maybe this part where we're filtering in one by one just isn't working. I see Angelic repeatedly throwing themselves into 1v3s that are completely unwinnable for them. Megu around this right side is trying to do his best, and assist his teammates in getting in valuable positions. But we saw Draco go down just feeding supers to the enemy, getting absolutely nothing in the process. Levi already has a super on the right side. And we see also the use of the gadget to push Megu all the way back into their own spawn. In fact, could be a good kill for a Choppy. The Bears even getting swipes off. I mean, this is insanity, honestly, that this is
Levy
for Angelic.
Levy has Bear with me as well, so they're more than happy to fight on the point and get healed by the Bear just taking swipes at Kanga or someone similar. Very, very tanky Levy becomes as a result of this. And there we go, Choppy deals with Kanga now. Again, Laurie is back on the field, and that gadget is huge when you're starting to get pressured by a Mortis. Zago can't use gadgets in every situation like that in order to have that invulnerability period, so they have to capitulate here, and Na'Vi are already at 65% and counting. Bit of an awkward spot for a Choppy to be in, to be fair, but Na'Vi can reset with a big lead.
Well, looks like they've actually gotten themselves set up now. But notice that Sago doesn't have a single gadget left. So if he gets to 0 HP, he's going to stay there. We see the Hypercharge Bear in. Could get some swipes onto Sago. Look how quick it is. And he doesn't have the ammo to deal with it, it looks like. Levi now coming in for the pinch with his own Bear. And gets to take down Kanga on the right side. Try to get some value there with the super. He'll get some supercharge back when he respawns. And it may be all the value that he can get out of these plays. As Na'Vi are now climbing up to 90%, fighting yet more 1v3s. We'll see a takedown for Kanga and an attempt at a retake for Megu, but still a nice 4KB there from Suzuku. Angelic, no, it's over, and that's set 2 going to Na'Vi.
The composition for Na'Vi is just brutal. And again, they picked that Larry and Laurie and they prioritize it big time this time around. You can see why. Mortis is designed to be very good at diving on those throwers, but that Larry and Laurie super means that having like that extra bodyguard who wants to fight up close, who does a heck of a lot of damage up there, means that like you do have the answers. You also have Iron Hive to slow people down, right? You of course have the Nita who can really take a lot of it. Also, if you're playing that Nita skin in Brawl Ball, you're an evil person. Don't do that. That is going to throw so many people off. But yeah, look, even with Bear with me, you have so much sustain, right? Especially if your Bear is fighting with you. If you're able to get it somehow to sort of play on the point here in general, but this gadget from Sago, it's awesome. It's amazing for sustain, for staying alive. It's why Draco is so powerful. It's a big part of it, but you just get poked down when that expires, and Na'Vi get the same result in these fights anyway. Big dub.
I don't think we really saw any adjustment in strategy here from Angelic from Game 1 to Game 2. It didn't work at all in Game 1, and yet they tried the same thing again in Game 2, and I'll elaborate. They put down the jump pad, and they went in one by one. There were times when we saw them all approach the point at the same time, but they simply came under focus fire. Look at Sago over here. I mean, you were the pop-off brawler for the team. Draco is such a power pick, and yet he's getting the worst stats on the team. He's making the least impact, and we can tell that empirically from the statistics. This, I think, overall, just it was kind of poor from Angelic. I apologize for being so critical, but you simply cannot debate the fact that this was doomed to fail from the start.
And over the time that Draco's been in the game, we actually haven't seen him really have a takeover hard carry performance outside of a couple situations in NA where he was paired with a kit. And in that case, it was actually the kit doing the carrying because it was in a composition with a Sprout, where the kit was just enabled to super onto the Draco and then throw yarn balls over a wall made by a Sprout and actually having that big impact. So it is very hard to get value out of Draco at this level, especially against a team that knows how to counter it. We know how powerful it is on ladder, in your everyday games. Yes, really strong brawler, but it is so exploitable. And you see that right there with just that scoreline was just not good enough. Now, similar looking map, but obviously different. We're headed over to Double Swoosh, a bit of a classic here for Gem Grab.
Re-entering the map pool as well. Definitely, in my opinion, a welcome reintroduction. This is the bush map in Gem Grab. We actually had another pretty bushy map reintroduced that we'll get to become acquainted with later on. Some Undermine awaits us in the future in this monthly final. However, on Double Swoosh, you have a few dynamics here. One to note is that if you just look at the geography here, that right lane, if it looks challenging to play as blue team, then you are correct, okay? Your judgment is absolutely spot on there. To the extent that players will often call it the bad side. Hey, what are we gonna play bad side? Hey, can you take bad side? And one of the ways to make it a bit easier to play is picking up an Amber here. Note the Gale first selection. Gale is going to be good into Sandy, which actually has been double banned here, interestingly enough. It'll also be good into Surge, which can take advantage of these bushes early on to
Good
get a
versus
super.
Lily too, right?
That too, and Lily has not been banned here, shockingly.
She is open, but Chester actually going to get picked here. So someone we talked about earlier on in the show, but like you mentioned, Reddy said, someone who does want to play at somewhat close ranges.
Yeah, you're able to lock in like between 5,000 and 6,000 damage with the use of your fourth shot. Keep in mind that has been built into his kit now. His first star power is just there. So what is his first star power now? Oh, it only triples the damage of his first attack, the weakest part of his 4 attack cycle. So this is a very strong brawler now that'll be effective on the left side of the map. Keep in mind that this map that we're looking at right here is not double swoosh. It kind of looks like a couple of swooshes. I'll allow you to imagine that in your mind.
Right, that was the previous map in this series, the open business. It was the hot zone map. Either way, Chester has the highest win rate of almost any other brawler. In fact, the highest win rate, I think, right now on this map at 65%. That's at only a 16% win rate in general. So there are a few teams who cottoned on to just how powerful this brawler is, and they're going to look to maliciously abuse it as much as humanly possible. And why not round out the composition with the Byron? You have a good amount of healing here between Magic Puffs and Byron innately being able to offer you that. It's a comp that can definitely throw down. I would say that Vision Gear is very handy for Gene to keep eyes on what's happening in the bushes on the quote-unquote bad side.
Well, here it comes. It's a side you were talking about. Levi is going to be playing this one, utilizing a gadget already to try and scout out where Sago is. He knows where he is. Just has to use that Vision Gear to keep some eyes on him. And Choppy also got to be running Vision Gear here.
It's amazing.
He is looking for some enemies, just trying to mark them up so that Levi and Suzuki know where they are. So far, quite even here on the gym count, but it appears that the control more belongs to Navi than Angelic.
Yeah, what you don't see because of these Vision Gears and these cone attacks is that Angelic may as well have no bushes on their side of the map. They are basically revealed constantly. And that's why they're playing kind of passively out towards this right-hand side of the map now, trying to lean into what's supposed to be their strong side. Levy overextends a little bit there, but Achapi still holding plenty of gems. Sago being kept under the thumb for now, and Kanga would love to get back in here, but Byron definitely going to answer that Crow threat quite adequately.
This mid play from Achapi has been on point. He's very effective at scouting out enemies on the right, and then on the left side, Levi's taking a lot of damage, burned down by Crow. Achapi's got to be careful. He can keep eyes on that right side, but if Suzuki gets jumped on the left, then he could come under a lot of fire. Megu now throwing down this turret. Not in a great position, honestly. It's easy for Suzuki and Achapi to both get. It's always valuable to throw down the Jesse turret behind some kind of obstacle, but not there. I think it was just a bit off the mark.
Yeah, maybe more towards the center of those two unbreakable boxes so Achapi couldn't see it from where he was standing. Levy is getting absolutely folded in half on that right-hand side of the map here, but Sago switched lanes to have a bit more of a comfortable time as they didn't really fancy their chances. Up against the Chester, and that was Kanga's grand exit, I guess, as their super was used there, maybe to try and intervene on the left-hand side lane, but they eventually got brought down. And Achapi's been very, very safe and very comfortable for basically this entire round. Really hard to put pressure on the Gene at the best of times here. Mega with the hypercharge, but no turret to back it up, so they'll fall with nothing to do. Achapi not wanting to connect the triple magic hand, they're not needing to. The 10 gems were safely held.
Achapi's just been untouchable this entire set so far. We see him dodging shots left, right, and center. We see that right lane being secured for him by the Chester. And even when Chester falls, he holds on to that position. I think also that he has to owe a lot of this to Suzuki, who's been keeping back Gale on this left side. He's been consistently tapping him up for damage, even going for pinches. I think Angelic are taking a much different approach as well. They're playing much more controlled. They're playing a lot more passively. And honestly, I would go to the extent of saying that they're playing timidly, which is quite uncharacteristic of the playstyle that has given them victories over the last several months.
I also don't think it's going to help them in this particular matchup here, because this Gene is just going to continue to move up, take gems, and then play back from a safe distance here. Whereas Levy can just be a nuisance. Stun super there came up for Chester. And enables them to get that elimination. Meku has no gems to their name. They just haven't had the chance as their side lane's been getting crushed here. Kanga has definitely struggled a little bit. I mean, with the amount of raw health on Chester, it's just such an oppressive brawler to fight against. Another stun super comes up. Meggy's going to be forced to part with that last gem and use a turret here. Probably doesn't feel great. Angelica in deep trouble, in case that wasn't clear.
Oh, big pull for a Choppy in the takedown. The use of the Vengeful Spirits as well, and Sago's on low health. Take down the turret for Levi on the right side, and Suzuku falls on the left. But Choppy's holding on to 10 gems. Angelic try to push up this left side. Shield and super in from Kenga, but Choppy is alive. The hypercharge pot by Kenga, but no value. Choppy is out of range. 10 gems to his name, and Navi take the match. They're going to the semifinals, and they've taken down Angelic. Just one step closer to an LCQ qualification.
Yeah, one important step to achieving that. What would be a more monumental result for this month, but they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about their next game, that semi-final. Angelic here have given us some great games over the course of this Brawl Stars Championship here in the APAC region. They started so strong as well. They've had some pretty close finishes, some great showings in, in semi-finals and in grand finals. But sadly, this is where we say goodbye to them for this year, at least until, of course, September. But look, a pretty clean sheet here for Na'Vi, which is what they're looking for, because I think their next matchup is going to get even harder. The difficulty is going to get ratcheted up at each step of this journey.
So at this point, I begin to question, okay, so where did Na'Vi dedicate their preparation? It's a bit of a hard ask. It's difficult to tell, because every single one of these sets, they completely trounced Angelic. Though I will confess, I was left desiring more from some of these compositions from Angelic. This final one, I think, was a step in the correct direction for Angelic, and the difference in playstyle also. It was a distinct move away from what had lent itself to failure in set 2. I think was the most egregious example of how that comp can be such a deciding factor and how you can actually outdraft yourself. We saw Angelic go for the Draco strategy with the Gale jump pad. Simply did not work even a little bit. And what they went for here is actually more classic on this map with the use of Crow and Jesse. But I think that Gale seriously failed to make an impact on that lane versus Suzuku most importantly.
Yeah, not the first time the Gale was picked up in this series. Angelic really hoping to find some value from that brawl. It didn't happen. Achapi here with a great showing. Over the course of this one, I think we saw him in a pretty comfortable, safe role. The Gene there on double swoosh, just making sure he kept lighting up those bushes with the vision gear, ensuring that Na'Vi had the information advantage, and it was pretty easy. Step up, take the gems as the sidelanders went to work, using the Chester as a bit of a stat stick, right? Just a very strong brawler in general. Got a huge amount of health for the amount of damage that he can put out. Also, like having potential stun on his super come up is a huge game changer. Basically, every kind of Chester super you can get is valuable. Like, it has value. It's either wall break or a stun or it heals or it zones really well. So, it doesn't really matter which of those you get, you're finding impact. You're having, impact on the game. And up against the Crow, who has like half his health, it just seemed very comfortable for Levy to push in, just keep overwhelming and fighting for the quote-unquote bad side of the map.
I think they had a bunch of tough lanes. They did their best to push into them. It didn't necessarily fall just short. It did in game number 1, actually. They were 8-11 on the scoreline come the end of the game. But game 2, it was incredibly chalked in favor of Na'Vi, and we just saw great gameplay all around from Choppy. I think that this is a great return to form for Na'Vi. They're looking fantastic right now. They look good in the quals. They're looking good in the monthly finals. I think that we have some great matches to look forward to for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the next matchup is going to be Crazy Raccoon versus Coco Loco, one that Na'Vi are watching very closely. We'll explain that in more detail after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, folks, here to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our first quarterfinal is done, and Na'Vi have made a pretty clean showing of it, running straight through into the semi-final. Still, with their destiny in their hands, we'll bring Kenny back on in, brother. Not only do we have a pretty exciting match coming up here with Crazy Raccoon and Coco Loco, but I'm sure things have been cooking on the B stream as well in the meantime.
Gotta think that it's been interesting over there too. It's APAC after all. 2-2 right now between 3R Gaming and Nidug. It's gonna be awesome to see. I think it's gonna be a good opponent, obviously, either way for who Na'Vi ends up facing in the semifinals. Na'Vi, a team that we're going to be tracking all month long. They have to win this grand finals essentially if they want a guaranteed spot to LCQ. And taking down Angelic, I would say in swift fashion as well. Making a little bit of a statement there in that quarterfinals is a great way to start that journey.
Absolutely. Ready, set, no matter what, Na'Vi do need to win this next match, but painting the result of Crazy Raccoon versus Coco Loco, they don't actually have to win the grand final this month to make LCQ.
So they're certainly hoping that Crazy Raccoon just take this one. If Coco Loco win, though, then that totally shifts the landscape completely. And we made our predictions already. We all predicted that Crazy Raccoon would take it, but we've seen just what Coco Loco is capable of in previous months.
Absolutely. Let's jump into this game, and without further ado, bring our teams right up on our virtual stage. It will be Crazy Raccoon up first. Again, a team who in this region needs absolutely no introduction. World champion star-starter roster Tensai, Shtampo, and Moya currently at the top of the standings. If you count the 35 points for making quarterfinals, Crazy Raccoon are at 366 circuit points. That's 14 clear of rival Esports in that next position. They won the March monthly finals. They were in the grand finals in April. And then May and June, they were knocked out in the semifinals. That's kind of wild. And that's the story for Crazy Raccoon, is that they've started strong and they petered off a little bit, but they still got that #1 spot. And Kenny, I think nobody is really underestimating this team at this point. They are still a unit to be feared.
You can never underestimate him, but I think it's safe to say it's been a little bit of a drought by Crazy Raccoon standards, right? We hold these guys on such a high pedestal, arguably have the highest expectations maybe in the world, and they're going against a team that actually reverse swept them just a couple months ago. This team prevented them from winning another grand finals. They've only got one this year, which again, by their standards low, by any other team standard, that's pretty darn good, Uber. But today it needs to be Crazy Raccoon's day, I think. I think they need to see themselves do it. I think they need to remind the world of what they can do.
And on the other side of things, it is Coco Loco, a team who absolutely blew our minds in May. They came out swinging. They beat 3R in a very close quarterfinal. It was a 3-2 that sent them on a collision course with Crazy Raccoon in the semis of that month. That was a 3-2 as well. Coco Loco reverse swept Crazy Raccoon to make their way into the final, where they steamrolled rival Esports. And now this team finds themselves with a legitimate shot at LCQ. Again, it's complicated, and they definitely need to have a great showing here. It's difficult that they have to run up against Crazy Raccoon, because the truth is, Ready Set, losing in this quarterfinal is not going to be enough for these guys to have international glory.
It all rides on this one match. Honestly, a little unlucky that their first opponent of the night is Crazy Raccoon, but that's how they have to do it. Well, what is Crazy Raccoon here for? They already have a world spot locked, so they're here for seeding and the cash money. But I don't think it's quite to crush the dreams of Coco Loco here. That may very well be what happens, though.
We have seen this team beat Crazy Raccoon before, though, Kenny. It's not out of the question. I think, Crazy Raccoon, a team definitely, at least in terms of their placings here in these monthly finals, on the downtrend. I don't think anybody's really been caught sleeping on them. If you think back to last month, like Crazy Raccoon ended up losing to rival Esports in a really back and forth game. These teams were trading sets here and there. It was very close. We can let Ready Set step aside for a moment now, as all of you at event.brawlstars.com, most of you at least, have Crazy Raccoon taking this. And Kenny, we love an underdog story. Coco Loco winning here would really mess up and this Na'Vi making it to LCQ narrative, but hey, I'm here for whatever chaos these two are willing to bring.
I love a little chaos, and more importantly, what a good match, of course. Obviously, Coco Loco have it in them. I'm the same way, though. I mean, despite Crazy Raccoon maybe not bolstering the amount of monthly finals I would have expected them to in this region this year, you can never count them out. I mean, just the track record, the resume with these guys, it's unmatched. It's hard to really take away from them, so I fully expect them to be in contention for a second one. Obviously, they've got a good team in front of them here who are a desperate team as well. They need this win. A win here gives them aspirations of a postseason.
The Crazy Raccoon, though, they have already locked up a legitimate world qualification. They are here for fun, and they are here for the prize money, and maybe to play spoiler to a couple of these teams that are looking to join them. So we actually saw Berry banned out here alongside Frank by Coco Loco. All those very powerful brawlers gone away, and both teams getting rid of the Gale. We have a Barley here for Jay. Straight out of the gates, combined with a Meg.
Whew. And Meg's a good brawler right now, too. A lot of the times when you're looking at penalty kick, there's a little bit of a rotation between anti-tanks. There's some tanks going around. But Meg and I would say Rico, maybe a couple of these damage dealers that are just in the mix. I think Meg is arguably one of the strongest brawlers in the game right now. I think top 3 for me. I love having a thrower on this map, too. I think Barry obviously going to be a top prize. If somebody can somehow get him, I think he's going to be entering the ban phase pretty much every set this weekend. But Barley and Larry Laurie are going to be great consolation prizes. And again, something I noticed in these scrims, this region has maybe tested out Chester more than any other region I've seen.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous match, and even though Levy was kind of running it down and inting a little bit there, he was able to really turn that bad lane into one that was, one that had a lot of pressure for Na'Vi, that really freed up a Champy in the middle part of the map just to scoop up those gems. Dynamite being picked up here for Coco Loco. This is an absolutely bonkers composition.
Oh, man. The double thrower on the side of Coco Loco. Maybe a little wall break in there, too. Could help into things like the Chester, the Sandy a little bit. I'm curious how this goes because we've got throwers on the side of Coco Loco. And Meg, since the kind of change-up that she got, more of a mid-range menace, not necessarily this long-range poke damage that we used to see. I think she's going to be really good, but the longer this drags out, I'm kind of curious to see how these lane matchups go and how each of these teams adapt.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were very divided when we saw the changes to Meg, because even though her sort of fire line, just her projectile size got wider, so she shoots a bit wider. It's not quite as long. She doesn't really have that range. So, like you mentioned, she does have to get a little bit closer to be effective, but this is the kind of map that is scaled quite well to Meg's effective range. You can see Shitapo struggling there, getting pinched by Jay in the end as Tensai steps up. There's a lot of pressure down on the D-Mech Meg. That's another kill for Response, though, as Tensai gets blown to smithereens.
All these walls are going to allow CR to play a pretty solid defense here, but with Dynamite and a Barley that can get up close there, that's a really tough thing to deal with. Now they're going to have to find a way around these corners. For somebody like Sandy, for somebody like Chester, really difficult to go around this. A nice wall break here. Jay throwing the ball forward just through the back of the net. Slides it on through, and Coco Loco will take advantage early.
This comp is really good for Coco Loco in that if they get control of the middle of the map, something that Meg is designed to help them with, they become extremely impressive playing from the safe side of that fence right in front of Crazy Raccoon's goal. And you saw that there, Response just chaining elimination after elimination together, one after another. Nothing Tensai can really do with these walls in the way. They give Response this natural line of defense against these short to mid-range brawlers for the Raccoons.
And Moya's just going to have to keep lobbing up shots here. Hiroshi with the super that can cover the entire map. Response with big damage. And obviously, Jay, if he gets him close, going to be so difficult to deal with for anybody on this other roster. I just feel like they're setting themselves up for success really well. I think getting this early goal is a big deal. And now Moya, with nowhere really to go, they're going to have a hard time just getting this ball.
Yeah, Moya to some degree also wants to play from behind walls, but he is utterly outranged by Barley. But Hiroshi pretty confident, able to just step back here. Throw down the healing tonic, so Response can also get out to safety. And now the Coco Loco are on their own side of the map. They can still benefit from this fence in front of their goals now. Response has got a very safe position to pressure Shitapo and Moya back from.
Unless Response throws down a Dynamite Super here, they're going to get a little lucky RNG roll with a Tensai Super to maybe even break these down. Response now dropping the Hypercharge. The big boom doesn't do too much damage on the other end. Jay corners a Brawler. Tensai moving up. And at this point, CR are going to have to get desperate. They've got about 20 on the clock.
Yeah, and their composition, they're realizing now, just isn't really cutting it for them here. Losing that first goal hurts, but finding a goal themselves now is potentially out of the question. Tensai wants to step up, but, really struggling here as Chester to do anything until people line up for him just like this. Response being able to corner the ball as they have means that it can't be scooped out and shot in enough time, and Crazy Raccoon have to concede that round.
Impressive step from Coco Loco, the mechanic some point. I think Dynamite was certainly a player to watch, but they've got a little bit of everything despite having this double thrower. The other end doesn't have an assassin-type brawler. We saw Mortis a little bit earlier. This would be the kind of matchup that on paper would do really well into them, but they don't really have that option on the CR side. I feel like with such a defensive map and no real wall break, again, unless they get a lucky roll with maybe a Tensai Super, the other end can kind of just drop their super selectively, blow up the map where they want with Dynamite and take advantage. Opening up those walls is so crucial for getting some offense going.
Dave here still looking pretty healthy. Shitapo knows he needs to do a little bit more to put some pressure down on this Meg, but the Ranger with Shitapo is effective is one that Jay absolutely loves to be in. You see that just there. Attempt at an aggression, but it really just seemed like Shitapo was trying to feign strength. Moya and Tensai grouped up here. Jay going down now. Hiroshi stunned up there by course, that Sweet Dreams gadget. Still able to walk away from it in the end, but that is Crazy Raccoon at least defending a potential goal.
Yeah, I think they would have liked a little more than that, but defense kind of slipped by a little bit. They're forced to use a Sweet Dreams gadget. I think they're happy to do that because otherwise it definitely would have been a goal there. A little drop super here for Satampo, covering the map up in sand as Tensai Moya flanked his left-hand end. And honestly, a lot better, I would say, in this game number 2 of Crazy Raccoon just being on offense. Sure, they haven't really crossed to the other end, but it's much better than CL dropping a ton of supers with Dynamite, or really having an advantageous position.
Yeah, and if they are playing for overtime, that kind of makes sense to some degree. No more of those walls here to protect these pesky throwers of Coco Loco. But they want to come forward before there's an opportunity for that. So it's inside, just scoops the ball up. That was scary. Super shot came in there from Jay after Response's super almost took Tensai out of the game.
I winced a little bit. I thought that was going to be a nasty combination there, but CR survive, hold on, and now they've got an opportunity to push forward. Satapo going to have to grab this ball, 2k HP, and sees the writing on the wall with 2 brawlers respawning on Coco Loco's end. He had no chance of putting that one in.
So once again, back to a bit more of a neutral game, albeit with Coco Loco forced back in their half of the map. And we're talking about the hypercharge here for Bali, is that's going to be a factor. Moya able to step ahead of the super there from Dynamite, but Laurie does some good work in taking some map control, forcing Hiroshi back into his own goal. But Jay hits very hard with that super, and Satampo gets slapped.
Great dropping of the super there, just to buy a little bit of time. Meg as a pea shooter in that pistol form and not going to do enough into the extra spawner on the ground. This is the situation, though, where it gets scary for CR. 15 on the clock. Hypercharge going down for Barley. Jay rushing at the ball here. Response with a hypercharge super in his back pocket. Here comes the boom. Tensai goes down. It's just a lone Satampo with 5 on the clock. They're going to buy their time a little bit. Let CR respond, but hold on to this positioning.
This might have been what Crazy Raccoon are waiting for. They probably still feel out-drafted, but this is at least where their comp can find an edge over the thrower-heavy setup Coco Loco. Not to mention, of course, that close range of Meg. Tensai, not exactly the longest range brawler himself, though. Still can put pressure down on Jay without being subject to that barrage of damage here. It's only 2 players for Crazy Raccoon, but they still feel confident in coming forward here. Tensai will have to respect the mech now that has been regained by Jay.
They got to find a way to bring it down. It's a lot of HP and a good amount of distance, especially in this overtime scenario, into something like a Sandy, who's popping that hypercharge just for the extra stats. Hiroshi backed into a corner. Satampo moving forward. The silence going through. A team
Unreal
as well. And CR's mechanics prevail.
They are such a patient team. I think realizing that, hang on, we're actually not in a great spot here. This double thrower composition is a real problem for us. If we get too greedy in the mid-game or the early game, we are going to get brought down and we're going to be giving up 3 goals. They wait, they bide their time. They're so patient to the end of the round, and that overtime is where they find their goal.
I love the word greedy there. I think just being patient is so big in this situation. They know the double thrower. If they can just find 1 to 2 picks early, it's going to give them enough positioning to hold on. We never really saw them get backed into a corner like we saw a lot. They're not feeding response to those supers. They're not able to open up that map, and therefore CR kind of able to just contest in this mid for a lot longer. Tensai might even get aggressive here. Love the shots under response. Jay going to fall into regular form, and this is much more manageable for CR now.
Yeah, there's a window here, of course, where they can play a bit more aggressively in the direction of Jay. You're not worried about being vaporized in a matter of seconds. Response a nuisance there behind the wall, able to take Tensai down, but Satampo might want this for himself. That is dirty. That is a posthumous goal scored by the Sandy. Should be saying those words on a broadcast. He got the goal after he got taken down.
A little bit from the grave there. That gadget's so valuable in Brawl Ball specifically. That's why we continue to see Sandy be so good, despite the balance change that he's got. I don't think he's necessarily the OP S-tier brawler that he was, but in this game mode in particular, and even on this map, can be very solid. It's just unfortunate for him he's facing down some throwers.
Absolutely. Moya here pops that gadget, stays a little bit healthier. Also gets closer to response, able to pressure that Dynamite down. Not a comfortable spot for a response, just trying to throw out some of these shots with Crazy Raccoon. Man, this team has overcome such a brutal draft phase to end up taking this first set. And they're all business today. That face says it all.
Yeah, no smiles being cracked, no emotion. I love this from them. Honestly, I think some great adjustments. It felt like a very convincing game number 1 in this set. A big game changer in terms of, I think, how they approached that game 2. They didn't feed early. They didn't get aggressive. They bought their time and were patient. By game number 3, they clearly had it figured out. They had the matchups down. They were winning lanes, and a few team wipes later, 2 goals in the back of their pockets, and they're going away with a 2-1 victory in that set. That's
the scary part about this team, Kenny. You give them any breathing room and they will download you. down to your specific DNA sequencing. I love this from Crazy Raccoon. I really thought they were in deep trouble. If they played the same way that they did in that first round, yeah, they absolutely would have lost. This save here, huge for Tensai. Knowing that he could shrug off, you know, that super from response, just because of how healthy Chester is in general. Like a 3, 4, 5k HP brawler is not going to be able to walk away from that one alive, but Tensai could. And then they turned it around. That last round was great. Didn't even have to wait until overtime here. They understood their win condition and played to it perfectly.
Yeah, I do like the draft coming in from Coco Loco too. I think it had just enough creativity with a good mix of really solid brawlers, maybe a little surprise factor with Dynamite. But I think the double thrower mostly worked. I mean, especially when looking at this other side, that's something that Sandy doesn't necessarily do well into, and especially if response is popping off like we see there, especially in that game number 1. I mean, 9 kills in total. He's certainly putting in work that set. I think it could have worked out in another world, but like you said, Crazy Raccoon, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and that's exactly what happened in that game number 3.
I love it. I think it turned out really beautifully for them. We started to also see why Chester, or rather we're still seeing why Chester is considered to be so powerful by this region especially. Didn't have to be anything overly flashy from Tensai. Just the fact that, you know, Chester hits so hard in general and has like a 7,000, you know, or so health pool is pretty massive. Still, he has to overcome the fact that there's a Meg who will always be overwhelming. Like, you can't really duel her at that kind of range. Not even if you have a brawler that's perfectly suited to shutting another brawler down, and then you've got to dodge so much of the thrower damage. So really nicely done for Crazy Raccoon. Again, reminding us why they are the best in this region, fighting from behind after a bit of a weaker draft to take that first set. Let's move on though. Canal Grande, it's time for Bounty.
I think if you're Coco Loco, you're going in this one, you're still confident. I think they played a really solid set number 1, but obviously the intensity has to be there for them. This is a make or break kind of month. They don't want to be the one team left out of the mix for a postseason. A Canal Grande, anything can happen. Eve is a frequent ban here. Barry is going to be a must ban, I think, throughout the day. Angelo not available either, but there's definitely some throwers in the mix here that I think could be picked. I continue to think that Larry and Lori or Tick could be real options here.
Yeah, I mean, Larry Laurie has been highly prioritized all night so far in this particular region. We've kind of seen why, right? Laurie, very, very strong, even against brawlers who would look to close the gap and put pressure on throwers like Mortis. We saw that work out terribly in that previous game there for Angelic. So Tick picked up here, very powerful now with a hypercharge that makes that, you know, that head first even more potent and even harder to break through here. Might see Coco Loco try and go with like a very, very safe core here. We often see like Max paired up with Jean, for example, just to try and, you know, give you a little bit of everything. Again, and the Gale is so hotly prioritized in this region. Frank, yeah, finally getting picked up here. So, all right, Frank makes his way in. I think there's a lot to say, Kenny, about just how powerful Frank can be after the rework.
I think if you're going to draft a brawler, at least on this map, to try and deal with him, though, Gale might be that option to try and stun him out a little bit, keep him back. However, a Kit plus Frank combo is pretty darn nasty, not to mention you get the passive heals from the magic puffs off Jean. Coco Loco looking fierce. Cordelia's an interesting way to approach this one, too, just obviously trying to remove a brawler on the other end. If you can take away Kit, if you can take away Frank, you can't get the combo. So I think having a hypercharged super coming in for Cordelius every once in a while could certainly benefit them.
Well, if you throw a super there at the Kit and Frank combo, right, it drags the Frank into the Shadow Realm, I think?
Yep.
Yeah, so that definitely leaves, you know, the team without the Frank looking pretty darn vulnerable there. So, like that, little bit of counterplay here. Frank, of course, the reason why it's so scary for those that maybe haven't run up against him yet is that as he is at lower health, his rate of fire, or the rate at which he can throw these attacks, drastically increases. He basically becomes berserk at low amounts of health here. So you do need to bring the Frank down, especially in a game mode like this, but you need to suffer this like bam, 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 bam cadence of attacks from him, which is, yeah, terrifying.
And unfortunately for the side of Crazy Raccoon, I mean, Tick doing some chip damage every once in a while is not going to cut it. If anything, if Jay falls to lower HP, you know, with more of that mid-range 6,000-7,000 HP, he can swing even faster. It just gets scarier and scarier, so Jay certainly not going to be afraid, especially toward these end games, to get his hands dirty a little bit. They got the chip damage here from Hiroshi. Response trying to flank, diving away, a gadget being popped, and there comes that combo. You have to be really careful about how they approach this one. Thankfully for them, though, they drag one to the Shadow Realm, and there it is. It's disrupted immediately.
Yeah, but Jay knows he's going to pop up in front of them. Nice stun, but Shitapa was there, ready to take the Frank down. By the way, Frank's hypercharge means that he stuns in a 360-degree arc around him, as opposed to just that small pizza slice now. So basically impossible to miss the stun if you're close enough to your foes, which, as you can see now, is what Jay is trying to do. Move up, throw the gadget down. Shitapu, of course, remember, every Gale shot slows. That is so important against a Frank who wants to creep up here, and even Jay's got to respect the damage.
He's just got so much HP, though. 15,400. You're going to have to focus him. Otherwise, Response and Orochi are just going to corner this. Coming! Here comes Frank. There comes the damage. The indestructible wall. The pull going through. Kills both sides, but Crazy Raccoon are holding on for now. With 5 to go, Hiroshi nowhere in sight. Not going to get enough damage here, and Jay cannot get there in the nick of time. This is going to be a CR victory in game number 1.
Nicely done. All right, the magic hand from Coco Loco connects, and it's always at that range, probably going to be good for an instant elimination. But there needs to be more. And I think Jake spent so much of that round trying to take some space, trying to move up, but can never actually get where he needed to be. And of course, that hypercharged super doesn't break those indestructible boxes. So there are places to hide and shelter from that inevitable Frank stun. And Shitapa used that beautifully.
Just a little bit of ring around the rosy sometime is good enough, but off the rip here, it's going to be Coco Loco striking first. Again, Hiroshi for this chip damage is going to be very valuable, kind of serving what Tick does for the other end, except Moya can be a pretty pesky brawler to deal with over there. Here comes the combo. Immediately, though, they're going to drag him to the Shadow Realm. Love this heads-up play coming in from CR. This is now 2 games in a row where they're clearly aware of what Cordelius can do for them.
Yeah, Tensai's going to pop up in the middle of everything, though, and still they're able to bring Response and Jay down. That is a massive turn for Crazy Raccoon. Knowing exactly, as soon as Frank come out of the Shadow Realm, Kenny, there was going to be some serious fighting.
I mean, every time Tensai has a super, it's a huge threat to this Kit Frank combo. Something they have to watch out for. They've got plenty of supers to work with. Tensai going to just jump over to this other ring, get there a little faster. Going to try and back his teammates up. With a minute to go, though, it's a pretty monstrous lead for Crazy Raccoon.
Jay moves up here, does have that hypercharged super available, so Crazy Raccoon have to respect this. If that comes down, they're going to be in deep trouble. Jay, though, a little bit low, needs to respect this now. Response dives in, but what a catch! They get Jay, just as he looked to throw a super down, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, that's ugly. Shitapa comes in with the Gale Force of his own. Hiroshi stunned up against the wall, and it's a massive lead for Crazy Raccoon. Coco Loco's combo has failed to work out.
This is getting out of hand rather quickly. We haven't seen Frank do much of anything here. They've got the anti-tanks ready to go. They've got Moya in there lobbing up shots. Even with the pull, he jumps right out of it. Nearly gets out of that situation. And now they're just launch padding for defense.
It was even better. Just before that, Tensai used his jump to get away from the Kit dive from Response. So he dodged that ability, and then basically another one. That is sick. The mechanics are absolutely freakish for Crazy Raccoon. Another well-deserved set win, and Tensai, as usual, putting on a show.
That draft was awesome for Crazy Raccoon. I think on ladder, that can obviously be so much more threatening when Frank and Kit just kind of randomly get matched into you. You got to hope you're ready to go. But at a pro level, you see what the other team picks. You can prep for that. And I think CR doing a great job of that, especially with that 6th pick. I think it's safe to say that Cordelius super was a big reason why they were able to succeed in that set.
It was huge. Every time there was the Kid linking up with the Frank, like you mentioned, Tensai throws the super out, drags the Frank into the Shadow Realm, and obviously doesn't opt to fight him. Like, you're not going to do that, but you take him out of the game. But every time he pops back up, they're ready for it, right? Each time Jay comes out of that Shadow Realm, he knows he's probably going to be in close vicinity of some Crazy Raccoon players, and that he'll need to fight very quickly. His team are going to communicate that to him as well. So as soon as he pops up, both teams are ready to sort of throw down. This is a great moment. Look at that. What a catch from Shitampo there. Being able to pick up Jay just as he went to wind that super up. Really sick, of course. Gale super now strikes twice under that hypercharge. You get 2 waves of that Gale Force, as if he wasn't already as incredibly powerful. Shitampo showing us now just how bonkers he is. And again, it's a full hypercharge composition from Crazy Raccoon, right? That's a very powerful mechanic. It's a powerful ability. You got to harness it.
Yeah, the purple buttons are going to be awesome, and Gale at a professional level, I think, got a little bit of love here and there, even before Gale's hypercharge was released. But I think especially given the brawlers at the top right now, we see a lot of Frank, we see a lot of Lily. You know, Gale is just going to show up more and more as kind of that default anti-tank option, especially on maps like Canal Grande, you know, these maps with more walls. Gale's going to be an excellent option. He's got a couple great star powers as well. Cordelius is one that maybe has fallen out of favor just a tad. I think he still shows up quite a bit, but I loved just using him for that that super. He doesn't have the range. He's a hard brawler to play, but we just saw some excellent jumps, some good dodges, perfectly timed supers. I mean, there were no mistakes really made there on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now you're into set number 3, Uber, and you're Coco Loco, and you need this win desperately. They're going to have to make another reverse sweep happen against Crazy Raccoon if they want to keep those postseason dreams alive.
And Crazy Raccoon don't look like the same team that got reverse swept by Coco Loco back then. Because normally you can say about this team, okay, well, they have some interesting drafts. They can usually fight their way out with like raw mechanics, and we saw that on Brawl Ball. But when they have an insane draft, it's not even close. It really doesn't even feel like a game a lot of the time. Parallel Plays is going to be our 3rd set in this series. Need a band away instantly from Crazy Raccoon. It's something that Tensai has just been going to over and over and over again. Such a powerful brawler. And again, Gale, really highly prioritized for Coco Loco. Picked up.
Gale's got the most wins in our monthly qualifiers. That was before Barry was in the meta at least a little bit, but now eligible. He's going to be entering that ban stage anyways. Don't think it'll impact things too much, but I think for good reason, especially when you see some of the brawlers at the top of the list here. You're going to see Lilies, you're going to see Franks, Larry Laurie going to be excellent, Meg going to be excellent. I think this is a great 2-3 turn here for Crazy Raccoon, just getting 2 powerful brawlers.
All right, knowing the Gale is in play, choosing 2 brawlers who don't really want to walk into Gale's effective range, or at least the range with that Gale Force makes sense to use here. So we've seen this comp already pick. I think that might have been even in our first set, but the Gale Jesse pickup, great for zone control, but when it comes down to, you know, actually fighting or being very powerful in that mid-range, sometimes they can be eclipsed by these higher damage compositions. Another Barley pick here for Coco Loco. They are really loving that sort of long-range thrower that can definitely deal with Larry and Laurie, definitely has him, you know, pegged at range. We'll see the Mortis picked up in response by Crazy Raccoon. We know exactly what they're looking to do with this.
Here we go again. I mean, we didn't see it work out earlier today, but this is a very different team in a very different situation, of course. I think on paper, again, Mortis as an assassin typically is going to do really well into brawlers like Jessie, assuming she doesn't have a slowdown with that turret or anything, and then Barley as well. I'm curious to kind of see what gadget Barley ends up going for here, what Jessie ends up going for. They might want that slowdown as a more defensive mechanic into something like this Mortis, but nonetheless, definitely a fun one. I think Barley's been one of the more successful brawlers on this map as well. I think he's in a great spot in the meta with that hypercharge, but now it's all down to this. Coco Loco just have to take this one set at a time, and it starts here in set number 3.
You make a good point there. Quietly, sneakily, Kenny, the sticky syrup mixer for Hiroshi might be preferred over the healing tonic just to make it harder for Tensai to get to grips with his backline. But at some point, Coco Loco's comp has to get aggressive, right? They need to be able to move up and take the away zone. Right now, though, they're doing just fine. They're taking their home zone comfortably enough. Tensai wants to dive in. Finds Jay. This could start to become a bit of an issue now. Response here with the healing tonic, so Tensai won't be slowed up on the approach to jump on to these Gale or to this Barley. And Moya is more than happy just to do it the old-fashioned way here. Fighting, but caught up by the super. Having to stay alive there with the gadget.
Difficult situation for them, especially when mech formed for Meg. They've got the spawner for Moya. Now Tensai's right back in two. I think this lead is a little bit of deceptive because this CR side is all on this right-hand end. If you can get that away hot zone, you're going to be much better off than getting your own away.
I love the use of the gadget there, though, from Scrappy being able to slow up the Mortis as he went to dive in. So there are some answers here for Coco Loco with dealing with this Tensai dive. They won't last forever, though. They surely won't last the whole round. So Coco Loco need to try and find a way to be oppressive now as they're fighting for the away zone.
And Jay, I think just looking to try and charge up a super, preemptively pop that hypercharge a little bit. I think kind of counting on maybe connecting a couple extra shots there. There's the super. He was 2 away, only hit 1, and Tensai cleans up the rest. They've only gotten a few percentage points on the away end, and now Tensai ready to put back work onto the other side. This is great defense from Response. That's the kind of capabilities Gale has, but we have to see the offense as well here.
Yeah, it's going to be, might be a race now. Coco Loco needs to play defensively. They can do that well with the Gale, but Crazy Raccoon just throw themselves on the point here. Try and stay alive as long as they can. That's all they're doing. Tensai as well can dive onto those throwers. And because of that early round effort here for Crazy Raccoon, they secure themselves this first round win. They were playing in enemy territory off the rip, got a ton of progress on the away zone, and put them in the lead.
I think the Mortis is working out right now. I just think this aggression, it's overwhelming the side of Coco Loco a little bit. These guys look dialed in. The mechanics are on point. This is kind of the CR in my brain that I assume we're going to see every month. And they've been great all year long, but I don't think we've seen them dominate the region maybe like we're used to. And today they're starting out pretty strong. 1 game to go. They could sweep Coco Loco away.
Yeah, we might actually have a pretty one-sided start to our final monthly finals here in the APAC region. Chitampo got everything you wanted there, everything and more. More than happy to trade his mech for those 2 brawler eliminations. Now we can chill here with Moya and get this valuable, this precious away zone progress. Moya now hoping to really close on response here, make it hard for Gale to have effectiveness. Gale needs open sidelines to have some impact here. Chitampo's back in the mech and back to being a nuisance.
Stampo with just 8,000 HP has to be brought down, and the more time he can buy, the better. Again, this scoreline very close, but it's mostly because CR haven't focused on their home side. I'd say they're about 2/3 of the way with the top end, and that's a big deal for them. Tensai already back in the rotation as well. Again, I don't worry about them as much. Although Hiroshi and his teammates are pretty close, I think then off screen, they've been putting in work on that bottom left-hand end.
I love that super thrown out by Tensai, excuse me. That was actually just to help Chitampo, getting some extra damage there on Response and Jay, respectively. Kokoloku did actually win a fight on the away zone. I think maybe Jay rather, just straight up beat Tensai, which did give them a bit of a buffer to work with. Chitampo slowed up there by Scrappy. That gadget used here to make it hard for Meg to approach, but okay, had to be a Gale super to shut the Mortis down, and Tensai got obliterated.
Well, this got a little bit more interesting. A perfect gameplay here from Coco Loco would help them survive. Tensai taking down this right-hand end. He's going to jump on that launch pad. It's actually going to keep him alive a little bit longer.
So annoying.
Just playing a little ring around the rosies here. Satampo with a pea shooter does get the mech off in time. Climbing to 100%. Goodbye, Coco Loco. Crazy Raccoon have swept him away.
Well, how about that? Crazy Raccoon come out of the gates. We did wonder if they'd be looking to show the world what they should be expecting when they touch down at Worlds. And I think this has been a great way to do it. Coco Loco have had success in the past, and they've been a factor here in these monthly finals, but now their destiny is outside of their hands. That's right. They've now given the keys over to Na'Vi to see just how far Na'Vi can make it. All they have to do is to make it into the grand finals. All Na'Vi need to do is to win that semi-final in order to lock themselves up an LCQ spot, and they would just leapfrog, I think, a Coco Loco or one of those top 5 teams and make it in themselves. What an interesting turn of events here.
Definitely a difficult one, and obviously in a matchup where you really need to win your quarterfinal, you are set against Crazy Raccoon. They beat these guys before. I don't want to understate how good Coco Loco have been throughout this, regular season for the BSC. This is a good team. Crazy Raccoon just seemed to be on the money today. It's just really tough for them, and hate to see them go down the way they did. I think their year did not reflect what we saw from the day. I actually think they had some glimpses of hope. We saw some really good games out of them. Crazy Raccoon, just in the sets category, could not be topped.
This also means, by the way, that Angelic have qualified for LCQ. They will certainly be there. And that means that Na'Vi is a win in. So Coco Loco can still make it. The year isn't technically over, but it's not really under their control, which is a very stressful position to be in. Let's quickly circle back here to Hot Zone and how things sort of played out here, because we again saw the Gale Jesse combo with the Barley. This time, Crazy Raccoon, they couldn't resist the temptation to bring that Mortis in, and hey, he definitely hit them hard.
Mortis was a toughie for sure, and I think just having the extra spawner from Larry and Lori overwhelmed the opposition a little bit. I think having the Jesse bounce shot in their brains was going to work out. Having Scrappy can be really threatening with those little L-shaped, indestructible walls on the hot zone. I love the state that Barley's in. I think Gale makes a lot of sense as an early pick. I'm not really upset with what Coco Loco drafted. Again, I just think Crazy Raccoon on these 6th picks have been on the money here for the last few drafts.
Absolutely. And that's what we've said about Crazy Raccoon so often. They really can't be beaten when they get that draft nailed down, because the mechanics are never lacking. Chitampo here, MVP. He was on the Meg in that last set, and it's pretty hard to argue with. Always a fan of that brawler, has been for so long. Whenever we have these hot zone maps, like Chitampo would try and take Meg. Even when she didn't start inside her mech, he was still picking her. He was picking her back in Paris. That's how much he loves that brawler. We see how powerful she is. Event.brawlstars.com, by the way, that's where we are putting our predictions in and earning our rewards alongside you guys. It's also where we're able to watch the B stream and see what's going on, because of course there are quarterfinals that are occurring over on Wiggly Spoo's stream that were worth checking out here, because now we have the stage set. Our next game, of course, is going to be Na'Vi versus Nidug, a team, by the way, who have knocked Na'Vi out of monthly qualifiers before and denied them the chance to even compete in the monthly finals. The final hurdle for Na'Vi, they must win this game to make it to LCQ. More about that on the other side of this break. Don't go too far. We're heading into our semi-finals here, the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL. The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. Ooh. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is your final APAC monthly finals and a very important match here for Na'Vi coming up. A win here will qualify them for LCQ. A loss will instead set Coco Loco in their place. Kenny, it doesn't get any better than this, bro.
No, it does not. This semifinals is going to be very sweet. Now we've got the stage set as well. Rival Esports catching a 3-0 victory over BMTM means that we've got two great matches ahead of us.
Okay, so 3-0 sweeps for those last three quarterfinal games. The only one that gave us a bit of fire was the Nidug versus 3R Gaming matchup. So now we turn our attention to the semifinals. Crazy Raccoon and Rival get themselves a rematch. These two teams always seem to be locked in a duel, and it really never seems to end between those two. So that's great. They are locked in place at the top of the leaderboard now. They both are automatically qualified to Worlds. So that will be a fantastic little teaser for us, a bit of an appetizer for what we can expect to see when these two teams are unleashed on the rest of the world. But yeah, ready, set. We got to give this game some attention because there's actually a little bit of history this year between FA Nidug and Na'Vi. The former who knocked Na'Vi out in the monthly qualifiers, I think, was it like May, I want to say, making it so they couldn't even compete in that month's monthly finals.
It's such a roadblock, honestly, for Na'Vi, FA Nidug, because we even saw last month what happened. Well, sort of the same thing that we saw happen in the quarterfinals for FA Nidug. They sort of eked out a win in the quarterfinals in set 5, and then come the semifinals versus Na'Vi last month. So this is yet again a repeat. They took a double match point victory. So now Na'Vi have to go through these guys again if they want to go to LCQ.
I'm trolling. I don't know why.
What's up with that?
I'm trolling. Listen, I mean, it's very reasonable to feel like Nidug have what it takes here. I think Na'Vi are looking a little different this month, just quietly, but every time I get excited by a run, it always seems to get stopped right at the last hurdle. So, you know what? This is emotional hedging, Kenny. Does that make sense? Like, I want Na'Vi to win, but if they don't, at least the upside will be that I predicted Nidug to win. I've got it covered.
A little hedge is the right way to put it. This is one of the first times I think we've seen all three of us with different combinations, which is kind of fun too. I think, honestly, on paper, Reddy brought up some great points. You brought up some great points. If anything, Nidug are typically winning this matchup, so maybe Reddy and I are actually in the wrong here.
Listen, that's all I'm putting out there. I'm going to leave you guys to handle this one. It's going to be FA Nidug versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi's chances for postseason glory for LCQ on the line.
Let's take off here. It's going to be FA, Nidug, and Na'Vi going against each other. Win and in for Na'Vi, but on the other end, they've got some opponents who have given them trouble for a while here, Reddy.
Look, FA Nidug, this is a team that, well, recall last month, they made it all the way to the grand finals. How did they make it there? They took down Na'Vi in the semifinals, and now they are facing them in the semifinals again. It was important for Na'Vi to get as far as possible last month. Now it is doubly so because this is literally their qualifications condition. But one thing has remained consistent for FA Nidug is that they're getting these wins literally in the final set. It happened for against Na'Vi and against the opponent they faced in the quarters last month, all the way in set number 5. Here we can see them against 3R Gaming off stream. Yes, it went to set number 5. I guess consistency, there's something to be said about that. However, it's not dominance. We've seen every other match go 3-0 today.
Yeah, FA Nidug, just some set 5 just warriors. It's awesome to see. It's great for the action. I wish nothing less than a little stress for Navi just for our entertainment. That's a little selfish, of course, but nonetheless, this has been a team that's challenged Navi. I mean, even today, they're the only team that have gone to that 3-2. Navi looked on top of their game. I kind of expect them to come out firing here. Obviously, this is the biggest month for them. They've made some months. They've missed some months. And not to mention, too, Nidug, players like Kuru, I mean, they've got a resume of their own. Ryohi has been around for a while here. Even though they're a free agent team, the mechanics from these guys are pretty darn good.
And, of course, yes, Kuru being on the World Final stage, just an incredibly decorated player. Ryohi being very established within the APAC scene. Their third, Ghost T, there's so much hype surrounding this player that just turned 16 this year and was allowed to compete. Last month was his first monthly final, and they went all the way to the finals. So FA Nidug are looking super poised to make it a deep run once again. However, across the way, it's the same opponents that, honestly, if you flip the script, look at it this way. Navi took FA Nidug all the way to double match point last month.
That's a half glass full kind of mentality there.
Yeah.
You know, I like that mentality a little bit better because the more we've talked about it, Reddy, can I confess something? I feel like we've really talked up Uber's pick a little bit here, and we can't be doing that too often. We can't be giving too many facts and logic. He emotionally hedged this team in Navi. It's just something I can't imagine Navi not being at this stage. I can't imagine Achapi, Suzuku, Levi not making a postseason run. I know it crumbled a little bit at that LCQ stage last year, but this is a team preseason that I think I would have expected to be in a contention for a World Finals guaranteed spot and not even deal with LCQ entirely. And now we're in a position where these guys might not even make the cut. This is literally everything for them in this next match.
Beyond just the disbelief that we would, find ourselves saddled with if these guys didn't make it. I honestly think that they looked spectacular versus Angelic earlier. Angelic are or were at the beginning of the day all the way at the top in terms of point standings. That could very well change. Navi have to keep on chugging along. We'll see how they manage here on Double Swoosh for our very first set.
Well, Navi Nation is roaring in our chatting over at event.brawlstars.com. 88%, a whopping percentage here for a semifinal matchup. I don't know if it's nearly a 90% likelihood that Navi win. I think it's important to recognize that you just got to pick a winner sometimes. And of course, Navi with some of the strongest fans out there. Entering Double Swoosh, Sandy is going to be a pick here really early on. Chester, somebody I likely see here for them in the band stage, if not the pick stage a lot of the times. This is a brawler, like I said earlier, in scrims all week long. This guy has been everywhere, so it doesn't shock me to see him enter that side.
This is kind of diabolical. I mean, you are perfectly set up for the Sandy first pick here. Yeah, it's Double Swoosh, and we're going to get rid of Amber and Gale, like two of the best counters against Sandy. I would attribute those two brawlers to being primarily responsible for the fall off of Sandy recently. It used to be just first pick everywhere, and then like, wait, hold up a moment. So Gale, his super can sometimes hit you for double damage, and now also he has a hypercharge. Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense why you haven't seen him as much. Though I do believe in the M's to deal with this quite effectively, has great zoning potential. We'll see Jean also, fantastic mid here to scout out those bushes, but keep in mind that this Sandy first selection for Navi, they had the Jean wide open. He's amazing on this map. It was a deliberate decision to allow FA Nidug to have this Jean, so I don't think it's too far gone to say that, hey, Navi plan on letting them have this pick, so the Kit and the Jessie are going to do something into that Jean.
It is really interesting to see this play out. I think you bring up a great point. Obviously, I think identifying early the band stage was intentional, right? Nita and Amber, they know they have the first overall pick. They don't have to make the textbook bans. We'll call him Barry is oftentimes, but on this map, I think it's a little more reasonable to go elsewhere. But it's going to set themselves up really well. I think Ims and Jean going to be a great response into the Sandy. You mentioned the Jessie Kit combination. Going to do well the other way. I think there's a little bit of matchup benefits for both sides. And I love Buster just in general. These pros know how to use this guy. He's a Swiss Army knife in Brawl Stars. Aggression. He can reflect those projectiles from something like a Jessie here. I think there's a little bit of give and take for both ends here. I don't necessarily feel like I have a clear winner in this draft.
It's a bit of a hard one, okay, because Navi, they've gone for the Kit here. Now, Kit has been popping up absolutely everywhere recently, but it's a little difficult to tell what the synergy is going to be here. Suzuku comes in quite early around the right side. Looks like FA Nidug really aren't sure which brawler they want to put on which lane. Perhaps they were just waiting for things. Levi somehow snuck through that hairspray from Ryohi, but still falls. That said, Na'Vi lead by a couple gems. Here comes Ryohi for another surprise attack around the left side, but Achapi survives. He got out of that very quickly. Levi with the jump in, but no one's there to follow up. Ends up getting taken down.
Wow, Ghost T there to the rescue. A perfectly timed super is going to keep the teammate alive. Kit not even getting a trade is not good for them. Oftentimes you want to be winning your lane. I don't think trades are going to be good enough in those situations. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but Achapi down in the count. Doesn't have teammates to back him up. Just going to try and power up this turret, which thankfully for them stays alive. It's going to allow them to buy a little bit of time, get back in the mix here, and still stay tied at 4-4.
Not really the ideal turret position there here on double swoosh, but it worked. Levi in with some damage, gets blown away by the lamp blowout from Kuru and taken down. Here's the sandstorm in from Suzuku, but Ghost T pushes forward and grabs that kill. FA Nidug are actually looking quite good here. We'll see Achapi pick up the kill. Levi now sneaking away. Ooh, that was a bold pull from Kuru. Did not make contact, came quite close. And an interesting choice of super there. I think that was a mistake from Levi.
I think a mistake. Maybe he thought the turret was a player. I'm not really sure. Certainly a misclick, no matter how you put it. It's going to make Kuru's mistake seem a little bit less now, and this is going to allow for Ghost T to push up. He's a momentum-swinging kind of brawler. Every time you pop that super, projectiles from Sandy, from Jesse, are going to be reflected back. It's going to allow them a little breathing room here, and now they've actually got the lead.
Okay, Levi with the jump onto Sandy, but immediately dismounts. We'll see this countdown go to FA Nidug as they all now play defensively. They have a hypercharge at their disposal. Ryohi now with constant charisma in. Stun from Suzuku. And the kill onto Achapi. It's just a hypercharged Suzuku to try and push in. There's a huge hypercharge pull from Kuru. And FA Nidug take game one.
I mean, it's an FA team, but like we said, this is not going to be easy. These are some very esteemed players, and you mentioned the resume that Ghost T is starting to build here. This guy looks pretty good. I mean, obviously, I wasn't on the mic for him last month, but safe to say I was impressed. He's continuing to kind of lay it on, too. I think the Buster gameplay was really good from him.
I was certainly impressed. I think maybe this early game sort of looked like them shuffling lanes, was to locate where the brawlers were. We're going to see a different approach, though. Levi in with that invisibility on the left. Suzuku approaches from the right. The jump over the right side from Levi, but not really onto anyone or anything at all. See Ghost T now approach from the top side. Now he has this gadget that's so valuable for locking in the kill on Achapi. Here's the super in. Takes the kill on Levi. Anything that Buster can three-shot, he will be good into. And Kit falls under that category.
Buster just going to obliterate the opponents right now. A nicely timed super, a follow-up as well, and Suzuku can't do a darn thing about it. And despite all this, the positioning not necessarily going Nidug's way. Achapi's still able to stay in this mid here, get a slow down Ryohi, and kind of take him and remove him from the equation. Ghost T doing great on this left-hand lane, but it's not adding up in the gyms category for this Nidug side.
Maybe if he gets another montage in, he can collab with Kuru to make something happen. Looks like Levi's going to sneak up on him. Maybe a jump? No, it's actually onto his teammate. But there's the kill from Ghost T on the opposing side. He'll be running back here with 6 gems. There's a pull from Kuru. There's no coming back for Na'Vi now. FA Nidug are secure. They're safe all the way on the back lines. Achapi can try and push in with this hypercharge, but it's to no avail. That's set 1 for Nidug.
Nicely played there by Nidug. I think Na'Vi played a pretty okay set. I think they didn't necessarily ever get a spot where they were settled in, had a huge advantage. I felt like they were just kind of treading water, right? It never really felt like the kit was able to shine. I think that pick might be one that we question, we go back a little bit on. I mean, if Kuru's having this much fun, Na'Vi might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's looking quite confident. Man thinks he's Milk Rio, getting to act up on the cams. It's all fun, but that might actually be exactly what you're saying, a little hazardous, okay? If they're this confident that they're dancing on cams and they're also pulling these kind of score lines, I worry quite a bit for Na'Vi here. It was a very dominant set number 1. The draft looked a little suspicious there from Na'Vi, and I will honestly admit, hey, I was wrong. I look at Na'Vi's composition, and I say they've left literally one of the strongest brawlers available for FA Nidug. This is intentional. And intentional it may have been, but a mistake it also was. I will still look to Ghost T, though, we already discussed how there's so much buzz surrounding him. Look at him sneak up from the left side and snag all of those gems on Jesse. There is a good reason that there's so much buzz around. Oh my gosh!
Welcome to the league, rookie. That's something. I mean, this is against world champion Achapi. This is against Suzuku, Levi. These guys have been in the postseason last year and Achapi many times before that. I mean, in terms of the kill category, that's as much of a carry as it gets. I don't necessarily expect Gene to be a top frag kind of thing. Don't expect that from Ims, but I mean, Ghost T really just putting up numbers here. That was impressive to say the least.
I would honestly make a comparison here to, it appeared that Ghost T was like working on an assembly line, like at a factory. The brawlers from Na'Vi were simply coming up to him and he was just swiping them out of the way. One after the other, every member just lined up for their turn to get dominated by Ghost T on the left side. And then in the end, just no awareness of where he was on that left side, where it could have happened where Na'Vi just decided, okay, so we have no one in that bush. We have no vision in there. Maybe we should back away. But that wasn't the play. Achapi ended up getting taken down. And Achapi was the power player for Na'Vi as well. It's one little mistake like that that can lose you an entire game, where previously, actually, Na'Vi were in the lead in terms of gems.
I think hindsight's 2022, but the more you look at that too, even if Kit's getting stuns, say, onto somebody like Buster, it's a Jesse and a Sandy. The DPS not necessarily going to be there to get those quick takedowns anyways. I think Kit almost set up for failure to a degree, even if he pops from invisibility. Guess what? Gene's going to be able to scout him out. Im's going to be able to scout him out. I think now looking back on that, it felt like Nidug had a pretty good plan, and they executed it, obviously, to perfection there. It's back to the drawing board for Na'Vi. Canal Grande, and this is a moment ready that could dictate a postseason run or not. This is now down 1-0 in a match that is a must-win. If they go down 2-0 in a semifinal against an opponent that has been really strong, especially in the second half of the year, you really has got to start worrying about them. And the mental game here is going to be everything. This is going to be tough no matter how you spin it.
Well, there's one thing that is clear, is that the method is going to be marching forward and not looking back. We'll see how Na'Vi navigate this. A first selection here of Tick, such a good brawler here on Canal. But Na'Vi can go for something a little tricky here. Carl is banned, so that's not an option. They'll have to find a way to respond to this throw. They'll do so with a thrower of their own. So Nidug have the option to play some sort of counter to this thrower, if they so wish. Also with an early thrower selection, Na'Vi have opened the gates for themselves to pick a second thrower if that's the route that they want to take.
We've seen double thrower already today. I mean, it is a little wild to think about that in a draft setting, especially doing it as your first two picks, right? The risk you run with throwers and a lot of other types of brawlers too, but in this draft stage at a professional level, these other teams can counter you. There's direct counters into some of these guys. I think somebody like Larry Laurie, not the easiest, right? He's got the spawner with him that's really solid, so if a team presses him, he's got a reverbing shot that has 2 attempts to hit. He's got a backup lane with the 4th brawler on the map. That part makes him a little bit better in that sense, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to make work. So we'll be curious to see if kind of how they approach this one. Larry Laurie, of course, going to be a strong start. Tick going to be a strong start, but there are assassins lurking out there. There are tanks lurking out there ready.
Yeah, I also think that there will be some sharpshooters that can keep these guys occupied at long range, find some angles. I look to brawlers like Angelo or Eve to float over the water, get some pinches going on versus those two. And yes, the tanks, as you mentioned, note that Lily, which is completely unbanned, absent from the ban stage, and has actually been for many of these sets that we've seen so far.
Great call out there, and no Gene available, which is a typical one we'd see here. I noticed no Meg in the band stage, no Buster in the band stage. Barley, somebody that's popular here if they want to go for that kind of double thrower madness. Carl could be a solid selection here too, and obviously a little bit of an error there with our draft screen. However, they are drafting away. It is going to be Tick, Chester, and RT for the Nidug side. This region does love the Chester. I don't mind it on this map. I wonder if they do that as kind of an anti-tank precaution, kind of get word on what the other end is doing here. And honestly, I like RT in general. Looks like Gale, and there is that double thrower combo ready. It's going to be a Barley.
Yes, it is, as we anticipated, the possibility, the double thrower and the Barley that you mentioned that this region loves so much, and is straight up good overall. It was already quite good because you have that survivability. It's going to be paramount in a mode where surviving is one of the priorities. Just above, of course, taking down your enemies and acquiring those stars. However, he does have a hypercharge now. It's going to be this new X factor that we had not seen in previous months. We see their healing herbal tonic down onto a Choppy on the right side. Kuru doing his best to avoid shots and actually did survive for a lot longer than I expected. Overstayed his welcome on that lane a little bit. Still fell. We'll see a distinct advantage over here for Navi.
Fantastic oppression just raining down from the Navi side. This is a big step up compared to what we saw in that opening set. They never really got their feet under them, never got an aggressive positioning, especially for a composition that doesn't look on paper to be aggressive. They can play to these walls. Got a Choppy on this other end. We got Gale keeping the distance. Got Barley, but they're still doing enough chip damage to kind of stuff the Nidug side in their spawn. It's going to be a really tough one to crawl out of.
Well, they're all combined on this left side. We'll see the Tick super fall, and a Choppy gets to push forward once more. Suzuku on the left is equipped with his super if anyone even thinks of getting too aggressive. We're approaching 30 seconds on the clock. Ryohi picks up that kill onto a Choppy on the right side who had overextended. He was left without his walls because he was still looking for value. He was checking out the position of Ryohi. Just one shot is all it took to get that kill on Ryohi and get revenge. Not only that, but send their lead to something that seems a little insurmountable at the moment for Nidug.
Blue Star rest with a Choppy. Ryohi rushing in. They need more than just one kill, though. A double. On the other end, they're going to grab one here, too. 3 stars, the difference maker. Kuru jumping in. The RNG roll, a pretty solid one, but not enough for a kill. Navi clean up the rest, and they're on the board.
Accidentally done for Navi. It looked a little dicey there at the end, with Chester getting so close and with that Tick hypercharge approaching. But they still managed to keep their cool. I think that Gale actually had a lot of the value there. On the left side, keeping things back consistently towards the end, had his super. I want to see some Gale hypercharge action though, but doesn't necessarily need to as long as he's doing his job, as long as he's keeping the control and maintaining the safety of his teammates. Then there's no real reason to play so aggro.
He's going to maintain the defense, and now he's responsible for that blue star as well. It's very coveted in this game mode, of course. It's the ultimate tiebreaker. But Navi, once again, just holding on for defense. They're not necessarily playing aggressively. I think once this Nidug roster starts to get positioning, things change up here a little bit. They've got the chip damage coming in from Ghost T, Ryohi with the long distance. Chester is really the guy that has to find somewhat of a close angle, because if he does, he's going to shred through these brawlers.
And I straight up don't see it happening. With the Indestructibles on the right side, like, yes, he can get wall break, but he's not going to be able to break them at all. And Choppy's going to keep on farming a super off of him. Here comes the Tick super in, but it's completely tanked by Lari. Super from Levi just to keep people back even more effectively. Provide an opening for himself and Suzuku to heal up. Now, Levi has either 2 or 1 gadgets remaining. He's used 2 already. See Ghost T push forward and actually get the kill. An excellent pinch with Ryohi on the left, but Choppy's picked up a kill of his own on the right. Navi are finally falling back into their own spawn. However, they push back just as easily.
Choppy's just been putting in work against Kuru in particular. I mean, like you mentioned, I don't really know how Kuru's expected to win this. They have to try and change things up, but might be too little too late. Ryohi going down here too. 16 stars now for Navi. It caps them at 20. I mean, they're almost there.
Just a couple more kills is all it would take to end this one early, but they're probably going to play this one safe. They certainly need to because Levi doesn't have any gadgets left. They have plenty of ground to simply back up. This is not looking possible for FA Nidug to come back from now. Levi in with a devastating super combined with a hypercharge, taken down by Ghost T, but everyone else is just too far out of reach for FA Nidug to claim any kills at all. That set 2 headed the way of Navi.
Huge set for Navi there. I mean, this could have gotten out of hand quickly. Instead, they dominate. I think that was just not the draft, maybe. I feel like there was really no chance for the side of FA Nidug. I mean, we didn't necessarily get to see the order of operations, right? I don't know who was picked when. We just kind of know which side got what. The double thrower you called out immediately, though, and it worked out so well for them. Chester's a brawler this region is really valuing right now, but when you're kind of taking a luck of the roll and what you get with this super, you can't really break up the map too much. Those throwers are just going to stand back and relax. Gale's somebody on the defensive end. They were ready for tank. They were ready to play defense. I just don't really know how Nidug were expected to kind of penetrate the defense there and get those kills.
I look at the draft, really, as the biggest thing here that gave the win to Na'Vi. Because in set 1, okay, we saw that one go to Nidug. That was a pretty crafty draft from Na'Vi. Maybe they didn't get the picks that they wanted, but it seemed very deliberate. It was also a little odd, so it had to be something that was pre-planned. This one also, you pick the double throwers. That's something that you absolutely have to cook up. It's not really something that you come up with in the moment, in my opinion. And so they go for this Larry first, and then the Barley last. FA Nidug didn't really have any contingency plan for this. They go with the tick, and they go, yeah, sure, that should be good enough. No, not quite.
Oof, I mean, the stats speaking for themselves here. Obviously, the kills aren't everything. Unfortunately for Jim Grab, it would have been nice for Ghost T if those 16 kills are what ultimately mattered. But for this game mode, obviously, that kill category, everything. 13 for the side of Na'Vi to the 4 in total of Nidug. Nearly over tripling, nearly quadrupling. I mean, that's a tough look for them. Na'Vi just swimming in this set. Gonna be a good one here. Now it's all even. 1-1 overall. We're gonna be going to knockout for a set 3 here ready. I feel like a lot of these brawlers could still apply.
I think the exact same thing. The one that I would rule out is probably Chester, given that he has to get so close to opponents to actually be effective here. I think that was one of the biggest things limiting FA Nidug as well, is that they picked the Chester preemptively, okay? That Barley was the last pick for Na'Vi. So Chester, to have any value, needs some kind of tank for himself to play into. Instead, he was sentenced to play the Larry lane for the entire game and got barely any value at all. Look at that, 66 damage overall. It's a little gruesome for him. I feel a little bad for Crew, considering that he is such a power player, such a storied player on this roster, having made it in the World Finals as he has in the past, and being limited to the hardest brawler. But maybe that is where you want to put your power player, is on the brawler that is anticipated to do the worst in a matchup.
For sure, I think Chester kind of tasked with an impossibility there. I think part of the reason why we see a Choppy have such a big stat line here for this second set, 219 DPS, I mean, 6 kills leading his team, and it felt like, especially in that game number 2, we had at least 2 to 3 of them go for a Choppy there of just kind of those easy one-on-one matchups, right? We had some war going down in the left-hand end between Suzuku, Levi, and then Ryohi and Ghost T on the other end. Kuru just kind of charging forward and being cycled out multiple times, and I think here, this is just an example of the draft not necessarily working out for them. I think here in set number 3, they got to play their cards a little bit better. The Chester craze is really apparent in this region, especially in practices, and even today we've seen him a ton. I like where Chester is at. I think we got to be a little bit more careful where we select him, though.
I think certainly so. Okay, we've seen what kind of value he can offer on a map like a double swoosh, where you are able to get in close range. You have a cone-shaped shot that can give you scouting in those bushes. So on a bush map, he's going to be great. On any kind of Brawl Ball map, okay, where you are required to go aggressive because you need to make it to the enemy side of the map, and you are going to be playing into tanks as a result, then yes, he's going to be very, very valuable into those specific matchups. But when he's picked preemptively and Na'Vi decide, no, actually we're just going to pick another thrower. By the way, you only have one thrower. You don't really counter us here. Then yeah, it's not going to give you that much value. So we'll be moving into Bell's Rock for set number 3. We're tied up and the stakes are high. We've already seen a set conceded by Na'Vi to FA Nidug. Keep in mind that in order to go to LCQ, this is do or die for Na'Vi. They have to win this match in order to make it.
And they have to overcome an opponent that's had their number for multiple months now, whether that's the monthly qualifier stage, the monthly finals stage even. And Nidug made a run last month. This is a team we know are capable of making it to a grand final. Na'Vi have been capable of winning one. They're one of the 4 teams in this region that have won one. No repeats so far this year. Na'Vi are looking to be the first. Bell's Rock, where we're going. See a fish friend on the screen there. Shout out to our man F. Dot that certainly probably has a name for him by now ready. Not sure what it is, but I'm sure he's come up with one. And yeah, like you said, stakes very high here. It's a win and in for Na'Vi. Coco Loco just sitting at home, fingers crossed, just praying that Ghost T can show up for another month and do some damage.
It's going to be, honestly, a great opportunity for him to show off his stuff. I mean, seriously, let's not forget about set number 1, where this man locked in the Buster and picked up a 16K. Literally 16 kills, everyone just waiting for their turn to be smacked by the Buster Hammer. So FA Nidug lead with this Mandy selection here as we head into knockout. Mandy has grown so much in popularity recently, And here's the RT response. RT is always going to be good in Knockout, has always been good on Bell's Rock, which is where we find ourselves now. Now, a brawler that's super good into Mandy that I think we could actually see appear here has to be Lily. We'll see the Buster instead. And this is, once again, a good brawler. Also probably wise to not leave it to the devices of Ghost T.
They've seen enough. Even with Lily on the board, I'm right there with you. I think Lily, obviously being one of the most banned brawlers in this map, one of the strongest brawlers I think in the game right now, they don't want to take that medicine again. They don't want to deal with the Buster. Buster, a very versatile one in something like this game mode too. You can drop the super, kind of march your team forward without the repercussions of something like an RT shot hitting you, or on the other end, of course, a Mandy. They now have that option to deflect projectiles, which show up a lot here, especially in a map with lots of single shot brawlers, lots of sharp shooters. I think honestly it makes sense even if that was just their priority pick anyways.
Okay, another couple selections from FA Nidug. What do you do into the Buster? Well, something that can get over his shield is quite nice. Throwers are not out of the question here, though FA Nidug have certainly done quite a good job of eliminating them. No Barley, no Larry. The two things that gave them the biggest issues in the last set. Here's the Meg. Supreme survivability. You have a mech, you can heal yourself, you can block a shot if you drop down a toolbox, and of course, you can climb back into your mech if you somehow get demech. You get a couple of lives and still the opportunity to effectively heal yourself 7,000 HP if you just hit enough shots to get your super back once again, and there's the Gray. So Gray is going to give them mobility. It's also going to give them a pull should they need it into a thrower last pick for Navi. They're able to pull through these indestructibles, and Navi have decided to go for it anyway. Sprout was kind of knocking around in the back of my head thinking, dude, if they get RT Buster Sprout, they might just win it in the draft. And the Grays changed my mind a little bit. I still think that FA Nidug have a horse in this race, but it's going to hinge greatly on whether Gray can generate the value on a Sprout specifically.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Gray is going to be the X factor here. Obviously, the Walking Cane, the TP, got to isolate that matchup into whoever plays this Sprout on the other side. Otherwise, it's not the easiest for Gray to just triple tap something like a Buster. That's not in the house of cards. It's 11,300 HP on the end. We know Gray can't deal that amount of damage. It's going to take a whole army to bring down that man. Looks like Levi going to be the man with Sprout here in the mid. The pull not connecting there for Kuru. That's going to be costly as this game drags on.
Ghost T on the right side on this Meg, looking to play the aggro brawler into two enemy brawlers. Getting capped up just a little bit, making sure to stay just out of the reaches of a choppy. But Sprout is a different story. I very much expected that Buster to get dragged through the Indestructible. Kuru was quite close. We saw him get dragged quite deep into the Indestructible. But no dice for Kuru. Still, he's proven that he's able to do this. He has a couple more gadgets left to attempt to pull this off. And we also see a lack of wall break for FA Nidug, so they're going to have to continue to play this game with Sprout, who's actually gotten a hypercharge in round number 1, which is way faster than when we usually see this happen.
All the utility on the side of Navi right now. They're going to drop this hypercharge here early. They want to make sure they get this opening round. One goes down. Kuru forced to fight multiple brawlers, and he's not a man that can multitask easily. It's going to be Navi sweeping their way before that fog closes in.
Okay, how much does Mandy respect the Navi roster? Seems like quite a bit because she hasn't used a super just yet. Needs to get some value onto Levi before she can try and go for that one shot with the Sugar Ray. Kuru's attempting to tap up. This would be the moment Ryohei could do it, but he has no eyes on the enemy, so he has to hold back for now. If anything, he can get them quite low. There's a tag on a Suzuku. He'll get half of his super back from that, so he needs a couple more shots in order to get his super once again.
And one of the reasons Mandy's a little more popular now is because it's easier to get that super. And obviously, like you mentioned, when you hit that super onto one brawler, you get half a charge. So really not too far away with every single connection that they get. It's always in arm's reach. And of course, the mind games you can play in this game mode off the starts of rounds can be very pesky. Can throw off something like a Navi on the other end and make him tread a little more carefully here. He's going to go for another one. This time not connecting, though. That one's going to be costly.
I have to wonder why it's being utilized as just additional damage instead of a kill shot. Could just be because Navi on the right side already have sort of a stronghold. If they can force a 3v2, it would be ideal, but 1, 2, one on the left and one on the right. Levi, the last member remaining. See FA Nidug take this one back, and Mandy is equipped with her super. So is she going to use it now? No, the practice of restraint. You need to get a tag on a Levi in order to grab the kill. Does have it. He's going to go for it. Right down the middle. Oh, but Levi healed up to 80 health.
The math just wasn't quite enough there. I thought that was going to be elimination early. Ryohei might go for gold, though. Achapi with a nice dodge. That gadget, if it connected, I believe would have taken down Achapi. And Suzuku, kind of a desperation super here. This is a little bit scary considering they can just Mandy super this for free rotation. I think trying to go for a double connection there as Levi just pops this immediately. Goes down instantly, though. Kuru in the action early. Suzuku charging in. Ghost T with a second life here. What a turnaround from Nidug.
Excellently done. And perhaps some mistakes made by Na'Vi. We saw that RT pop down on the ground with no real way of getting back into the usual form and playing long range again. You can use out of line, the new gadget, quote, new, within the last couple of months, that RT has, but I think you would definitely be making a mistake to be selecting that when you have hacks as an option. You could just go for the instant damage and lock in a kill that way. I don't think this is the ideal lane matchup for Na'Vi off the beginning of the game. We'll see Kuru go for the snag on a Levi. No dice. Does Suzuku want to switch onto this lane versus Ryohei, I wonder?
Excellent footwork here early from Na'Vi. That's 3 missed gadgets, I think, if you include Ryohei here. At least a couple from Kuru. Beautifully played here, because one of those connecting and tearing down their big walls, it would make things a little more dicey for something like the Sprout here. Opening this up helps Ghost T, it helps the long-range sharpshooter of Ryohei, Kuru a single-shot brawler. That's something they're definitely aiming to do, I imagine. They still haven't been able to do so. If anything, they got to worry about Sprout throwing down additional walls.
Still keeping an eye on Ryohei over here. He's using, or he has the potential to use his super, but it's also going to hinge on whether Achapi has his shield ready or not. An untimely demise of the mag on the right side, thanks to Suzuku, leads to FA Nidug basically having no chance of taking this round. Na'Vi have excellent late-game brawlers. Ryohei still gets some value over here, but still no kills on the board. That said, FA Nidug have some valuable abilities on their side. Ryohei's hanging on to the super, but at the same time, Achapi is able to reflect it. If he and Levi stay close together, it leaves the most vulnerable brawler on Na'Vi's composition completely protected against any Mandy supers.
We saw this in game number 1, except this time they've got more utility. They've got positioning and a wall break as well. There was a fantastic connection, but Gray is going to fall. Ghost T working this right hand in. Ryohei now trapped on the left. Levi lobbing up shots, popping a gadget, just trying to make something happen as Ghost T rushes to help an ally. Can't do so, though. The double Sprout wall. They're just teasing Ghost T at this point, punishing this man in the corner. It's going to be Na'Vi taking this game, which means we've got a 1-1 in set number 3. This game 3 is huge, Reddy.
As soon as the momentum picked up for FA Nidug, it was quelled immediately in the following game. So what changed? I really think the central change had to be their defense against this Mandy. It also illuminates why exactly Mandy was not just looking for the kills on Levi. It's because Achapi has this super that can totally reflect it. So Ryohei needs to somehow get this super before Achapi gets the shield. Otherwise, he's going to be sentenced to yet another game of facing Suzuku the entire time and dumping his supers into Suzuku when it won't even get a kill.
1-1 overall on the scorecard. This game number 3 is huge. Nidug trying to play a little bit of spoiler here into the likes of Na'Vi, who are looking to make a postseason run at LCQ. Ryohei dueling on the right hand in. Another battle between Suzuku and Ghost T on the left. He's tapping a little bit, but it's going to take a lot of shots to bring down a Meg. And then after that, you got to worry about that second life. That's why I think she can be so good for knockout.
Ghost T is pushing up versus Suzuku, but not actually getting any damage. Ryohei on the right side also is threatened by Achapi pushing forward. A hedge now for Levi at mid. Ghost T is looking for the damage, just doing whatever he can. Ghost T has had to use a gadget, but now the smoke is closing in. Achapi has the shield at his disposal. Ryohei is still alive on the right side. Double pull, takedowns all around. There's 1, there's 2 for Levi and Suzuku. They're 1 round away from taking the set.
Na'Vi just holding on for dear life here. A 2-1 lead would be huge for them. They run a little bit less risk of getting taken down, and Nidug, a strong team, looking to put up some opposition. Kuru with a TP available if he needs it. He can dive in at a moment's notice. It's going to be difficult, though. I think this is really smart from this side on Na'Vi. They're playing the Buster and the Sprout together. They know if it's a one-on-one matchup, Kuru's going to win that every time. You see him flash that super. Doesn't quite go for it yet. Misses a connection onto the left-hand end. As a result, though, Na'Vi are fully on defense.
That was their strength right there from Achapi. He and Levi were so close together. Holy pull onto Levi. Kuru could not teleport in there because Achapi is Levi's personal bodyguard. But this wall break is so bad for Na'Vi. Now Levi can only really stick on the left side. TP in, Crew went for it. 2 health left. Are you kidding me? Levi still falls. Ghost T picks up the kill. A swipe onto Suzuku gets the round for FA Nidug.
What a survival. Just a little bit of extra time allowed for Levi to lob up some shots, distract the enemy. It was one more body that they had to take care of, and they just didn't have that in the tank. 1-1 overall in a game number 3. This is a huge one here. Levi and Chapi once again glued together as Izuku takes this open lane, going against Ryohi. Kuru out of gadgets here too. They're gonna have to make a little bit of magic here to get another one.
Ghost T on the Achapi lane. It's a bit of damage. Levi also chipping in some of his own. But with the use of these hedges, there's basically nothing Ryohi can do but attempt to dodge the attack still. He's 4-tapped by Levi. We'll see that hedge recovered. More damage on Ryohi. He's down to 116. But they can't really pinch anyone. Levi's the only one who's able to deal with this right lane. And no one's able to get over to the left side. Ryohi now has the super, and Achapi doesn't have one. Maybe this is the time for Manny to do something.
This is not the spot Kuru wants to be in. He's got no dimensional doors. He's trapped between these walls. This is where Sprout thrives. Now popping a hypercharge just for the extra stat boost. The wall goes down. Levi low, though. Ghost T dueling. Navi surviving. Kuru teleporting. Grabs one. Looks for another. Too many health points on the other end, though. A little bit of breathing room for the LCQ team. They're looking to make one more set happen, and they will continue on through our 2024 season.
It looked worrisome there in game number 1, though. We cannot forget that. Where they got round number 1, but then folded in 2 and 3. What went wrong? And what went so right in games 2 and 3? I would honestly have to say it had to be the Buster plus a Sprout combo, simply finding their form. I think also it was quite challenging to deal with this Buster, or rather to deal with the left lane, where we saw Ghost T on this Meg having a bob, weave, juke his way up against this RT. Those shots are fast. They're hard to juke. And also, that health that you have, well, RT punches right through it, with the subsequent shots dealing more damage.
This is just I think the first set where both these teams were tested to a degree, right? We saw Navi just squeeze by, but Nidug, I felt like looked a little bit stronger. That opening set, obviously set number 2, Navi just thrived. And now we've got a little bit of a nail biter on our hands. I think both these teams playing really well here in this set number 4. I'm curious if Nidug can dig deep and find it in themselves, despite not maybe having the hopes of an LCQ, to kind of take it upon themselves and do something special. I mean, clearly Ghost T shows a lot of promise as a player. Another set for him where I feel like he played pretty solid. Hard to match just the opening set that he had. 16 kills with Buster still blows my mind a little bit. But this just feels like a unit on the left-hand din. Levi just phenomenal on that right-hand side, though. That was a more special set, I would say, from Sprout, especially playing into somebody like Kuru, who matches up really well. Meg with so many health points. I just feel like the way he was able to use those supers, we saw multiple times there. Narrow survivals, 2 HP, 100 HP. Several times where Levi maybe lucked out a little bit and survived some Mandy supers, but nonetheless, he just played a great set and clearly 8 kills there, just the difference maker for this red roster.
It gets even better when you consider a couple more things. First of all, that this Gray was picked before the Sprout as a sort of anti-thrower measure. Sort of, I will pull you if you select a thrower. And Levi said, nah, I'd win. I will go an 8K and we will win this set. Not only that, but when he did throw down that hedge, more often than not, there was not a teammate at mid to help him out with the pinch. All of that damage is his own. All of those kills were his own. He's not stealing kills out here. No, he's getting individual damage. But a lot of value has to be attributed to Achapi here, who is staying close to Levi, and as Buster, that's your brawler trait. You charge up your super for free, then hang on to that super to shield him from any errant stray super from Ryohi for the duration of almost every single round.
I think it's important to point out, like you mentioned, that Levi put in work himself. A lot of times as a thrower, you're kind of throwing in the last shot, maybe the first shot in to get some damage. He's contributing, but most of the time, Sprout's not going to be your top frag. When you see that 231 DPS, though, that kind of clarifies that, yeah, Levi was putting in some serious work, getting those tags, getting that damage, allowing him to grab those kills. I think just a huge deal for them in a moment where it mattered most, in a point in the season where there is no room for error. They are one set away now from going to LCQ. If they win penalty kick and get a good draft here, they're once again going to be returning This time, though, obviously looking for a better year than the result last year. An early exit in LCQ. This is a team that we knew had the potential to contend for a World Finals spot in this region. Just to see them in this spot of 50-50, whether they're even going to make the playoffs. Just so tough to grasp. Navi Nation strong in the chat. They're going to need to see their players do it one more time.
And it's going to have to happen on penalty kick. Our 4th map in this series, potentially the last map for Navi. Or if we go with the FA Nidug, is it tradition or is it just consistency or is it just them being close matches? Go to set 5. We've seen every single match from these guys. Go to set 5, barring, of course, the grand finals from last month. Now, that's a bit easier to accomplish when you've only made a couple of monthly finals throughout the entire duration of the year. But I digress. We'll see this first selection of Larry from Navi. We saw on Canal how they're able to pick up this Larry and then go for a last selection of a thrower. This is different though. They don't have last pick anymore. Colt is making an appearance here. Quite infrequent. Usually we'd see Colt, if anywhere, on Heist for the crazy damage he's able to generate in addition to the wall break. And I think the latter is more what he is going to be dedicated to here.
I was just doing a little math here. Our guy Nighttime Clasher, excellent with the stats, and I was looking for literally just trying to find Colt's name on this list of monthly qualifiers brawlers. I believe I counted down. He's got the 13th most wins in monthly qualifiers across the world on this map. That's something I would not have expected ready, and now he's staring down a Lily. Look, once they open up the map, it's a little bit easier for Meg and Colt, right? But if Lily gets in the face of a Colt, he's annihilated very quickly. There's a little bit of a risk here, I would say, with the Colt. It's one that doesn't come to mind instantly, but I understand it, right? You see a Larry on the other end, you don't want to risk this Navi team going another double thrower comp, which can be really good. You just want to tear down as many walls as possible, give yourself a chance. This is an interesting turn here as well. Chester, once again, once this wall opens up a little bit, I think he can be fine in those mid-range contentions where there's a lot of walls. You get those peak shots, throw down his bells. I don't mind this composition from Navi. Nidug here, got to make it count though. I mean, this is quite literally for their monthly final stakes. I know they don't have a shot at LCQ, but there's a lot of money on the line too here and a little bit of glory alongside it.
Okay, I can't tell you why, but I'm really feeling like they're going to pick Griff. I couldn't contain it any longer, just needed to say that. Okay, Sam, is their selection. Not a very APAC pick, but certainly, a strong brawler. Now, okay, let's talk about some of these selections from Navi, though, and how some of them are countered by FA Nidug. We see this Lily selected by Navi, and into the Meg, I don't think it's going to be that strong. Like, yes, sure, you're always going to churn out good damage in close range, but Meg is going to explode and push you away. Now, if you close in versus the Meg once again, then that changes quite a bit. I think also Sam should be able to survive into that Lily. I think it's vital the Lily and the Chester were picked together. That way it was not made available as a counter to the Brawler. So explaining the Griff selection, I think it also accomplishes the wall break that we see FA Nidug clearly going for, in addition to them needing some way to get crazy damage on Lily in close range.
I teased you a little bit for the Sam pick, brother, sorry. But I mean, obviously, I did not expect this either. I would have much more expected a Griff. I would say significantly better odds. I did not expect Sam, to say the least. Again, like you said, not a regional pick, but certainly it's laying down the aggression right now. He's kind of hugging these walls, doing a great job at it, but it is going to chaos here. A complete turnaround. Navi with a wide open net due to the wall break here, and they take advantage. Good defense turns into perfect offense.
Nidug got a little lost in the sauce there. They were on such a good trajectory, even broke open those fences that would allow them some sort of passage into the enemy goal. They might just have it now. Ghost T almost got demegged. Now there with the explosion, we'll see a choppy near Kuru, which should have been an easy kill, but instead wound up going against him. He just did not have enough health to finish that off. But note that he went exactly to the position of Colt. That's good team comms right there.
Oh, those are some great rolls for Navi supers coming out of Levi. The destruction alongside it. A Choppy can now get the super shot, and they put it through. Navi 1 game away from a postseason.
A little unceremonious there, honestly. That was way too fast for Navi, and it got off to a great start for FA Nidug. They were inching their way up the field. They were breaking crucial walls, even crucial for themselves, because the destruction of ththose walls gave Navi such a straight shot into the goal. They're going to go for it again, though. They've not chalked it up to be any sort of failure or mistake on their end. Ryohi's bullying Suzuku over here, grabbing the kill, now the healing, and advances up to the left side. It would be ideal for the ball to be passed over to him, but it's safely secured near Levi.
We see what that Sam can potentially do. It's a great matchup in the Larry and Lori up close, but once he loses his super, it can get a little trickier. A gadget, some switchery. Ghosty pummeling his way forward, though. Destruction of the mech, and does lob up a shot. It's not going to connect, though. This is where things got scary in game number 1. The counter push coming in from a Choppy here. Ryohi back in the fold, and they're going to need all 3 members of this blue side to hold off Na'Vi.
Choppy has his super on a Kuru, a miss, but that was the ideal target. He's got to have some eyes on him, some team comms to tell him where he is, but there's just nothing coming through the Discord channel. There's the goal from Ryohi, and FA Nidug have gotten their first goal on the board.
It's a tough task for Ryohi. The map is getting more and more wide open. That's not where Sam thrives. He needs these walls to kind of throw his super off of. Levi charging forward, grabs a kill. Now Larry Lori going for these heals. Ghost T overwhelmed right now by this red roster. Super available for a Choppy to dive in. Ghost T explodes, backs him up, and now he's going to be able to dribble this ball. They're going to be looking to put it a little more defensively, I've imagined, but Ryohi waiting there. Super shot of it. Fires, connects. Nidug tie things up.
What a shot. What a layup. An alley-oop, if you will. Up to Sam with the super equipped, ready to pass this one through a defender. Expert positioning, an absolute mayhem unfolding as the map has been morphed. It has been molded, reshaped into something more optimal for FA Nidug. Once more, we see them lead with this early wall break, allowing more room for Kuru to try and line up some shots. But this is looking gruesome. They kind of whiffed that shot on the left side. However, they still have control.
Enough HP for Ryohi to grab this too. Gets a takedown in a Choppy. 2v3 situation with Ghost T returning. And Levi just forced to kind of throw this ball in the corner. Kuru with a little more open space. Can fire those bullets downtown. A Choppy, Suzuki. Have to get back in this. There's the dive in. Again, though, just such a good counterplay. That super allows for them to have a chance to back them away. And now Suzuki sees the writing on the wall. He's just going to have to toss them to the corner. Ryohi's sprinting forward, though, trying to set up Ghost T here. With no mech, though, and not enough health points. I don't think he's quite ready yet.
Ball has been removed from ball jail on the back left, and now it's positioned more optimally for FA Nidug. But Ghost T still is lacking the super. These are 2 very easy targets for a Choppy. Whoa, he got a little greedy there. Decided, no, I don't want to use my super. Instead, he's just saving it for the next life and is left without a kill on Kuru. And now this could be the goal with the Choppy respawning. There's the pickup he needed. He cycled out some supercharge too, but it's going to take him a bit to get it back. Now on Ryohi, just kidding. He's in the gadget, into the Shadow Realm too. Free kill on Kuru, looking for another one on Ryohi. But nothing just yet, except for a ton of room. Super down the right, but it's defended by Ghost Team.
I don't know about the one from Levi. I mean, it's a tough call. It's a small net, though. There's little room for error. Kuru, though, getting bullied by this extra brawler on the map. Sam with a grab. Gonna get a takedown here, too. A Choppy diving, and Kuru eliminates him immediately. It's just Loki Chester still standing. A pass forward. Ryohi working the middle ground as Kuru once again dumps this ball on the side of Na'Vi. It's gonna take a crucial defense here, and with 30 to go, both these sides have got to be feeling the pressure.
30 seconds remain. No one in the lead just yet. Ghosty's back in this mech. And a Choppy on the left side. He's holding on to gadgets. At least one. He's charging up his super. Has it now. Doesn't want to use it on Ryohi. Instead, Levi goes down. We'll see the 3v2. FA Nidug continue to push forward. Massive damage on the right. A full team wipe. No, but the ball's been fumbled over to the left side. Can Levi defend this? Massive damage. Ryohi slips it through. We're going to set 5.
Oh my gosh. What a blunder. I mean, he's still dancing. I don't know how you could possibly dance and miss that. That was nearly crazy. All right, well, he's got a straight face at least. He's dancing, but it was like kind of a frown. I'm getting mixed emotion. On the other side, though, that's much more what I expected. The set 5 setting in for Na'Vi. This is a win or go home match ready, and FA Nidug have got us here to a big time set. It all comes down to parallel plays, which is one of the most chaotic, one of the craziest kinds of maps you could possibly imagine to put your postseason dreams on.
Gosh, my heart is pounding right now, man. I thought that was about to be the greatest throw of all time.
It was
definitely in the record books. FA Nidug picked themselves back up and managed to make it happen. Phew is really all I can say. I'm still over here trying to recover from that fumble there towards the end of the game. Thankfully, they only had Lily to deal with, but that was a massive. So FA Nidug started off with this inventive strategy. Okay, whoa, we're going to break open the walls on the map with walls. That's revolutionary. Not quite, but to do so with Colt, I think is quite cool. Na'Vi took full advantage of this in the beginning for some easy wins. And then FA Nidug fired back with a couple of their own, playing a better control. Check out Ryohi over here. I think he really just found where the play was at for himself. Consistent damage and kills onto Suzuku, but that didn't stop Suzuku from racking up some damage of his own.
I think especially in a meta that is really catering towards tanks, and a lot of times these anti-tank brawlers, ones like Gale, and especially several brawlers who've gotten hypercharged more recently, to go with Sam of all brawlers, to pick a Colt in a set that is literally determining if you will continue your tournament run. What a bold decision. I want to add too, in these monthly qualifiers, it was a 31% win rate from Colt. 31. And they pick that here against Na'Vi, who were one set away from going to LCQ. They pick Sam, not traditional for the region, not traditional for the map. I don't see him anywhere on this top, I'll call it 15 brawlers that were picked in monthly qualifiers. This team got creative. Only 12% of the entire world has picked these guys to win. Uber being one of them. I'll give him credit where credit's due. But the job still has to be finished here on set number 5, and it's going to come down to parallel plays.
Okay, parallel plays. A map where a lot of things are good. Not everything, but I think of all maps, definitely the one with the most versatility. So what is good on parallel plays in general, though? What are the brawlers that we look to that usually do super well here? We look to the brawlers that are able to damage through walls, damage over walls, certainly. RT being a brawler that can fire down this diagonal that is open on the map, and also defend the point, splitting into a top and bottom to get additional damages. Basically, Jackie, if necessary.
It's going to be a tough one here, and obviously this is not going to be penalty kick. We're not going to be repeating. There'd be no chance Chuck would ever be banned on that map. I can't imagine. Barry, however, I think a must ban here. The monthly qualifier stage, we didn't necessarily get to see the guy in action, but other throwers are certainly going to get in the mix here, I think. Barley being one of them. I think Larry Laurie with a lot of potential here. There's several different routes you can go, and again, the risk you run with these early thrower picks is that they can be countered pretty easily. But I think we're in a stage in the game where there are a lot of really good throwers. I think you can count on just getting the thrower of choice that you want, because you know at least one of the picks on the other end is going to be a thrower of their own. So that's less likelihood an assassin's drafted, or at least until later on. And if you force that out early, you can make some counterplay as well. But it's going to be Larry Laurie and Meg. I think that's about as good of a double brawler combo as you can get in terms of powerhouses in the game right now.
No, I agree. And the early thrower selection from FA Nidug makes them pretty counterable. However, we don't see anything really serious so far. I think that Larry will have some good viability into the Barley. Yes, you outrange Barley, but in general, Barley does get better control than Larry. So now FA Nidug, they've got a good thrower on their team. What do they do into this Meg is what I want to know. Not only into the Meg, but just that is good in general. Gale, yep, there we go. The Gale selection, I think, is sort of a no-brainer for these guys, because you keep her back, you're able to push people away. If someone goes an assassin, guess what? I got a Twister, buddy.
I wonder if Surge might be in the mix here for them too, as a good way to jump. Okay. Let's double down. Let's double down. I like it. I like it. It's not normal. It's specific, and they were good with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They grabbed the Gale as well, so that's at least one anti-tank option kind of removed from the equation. I do think there was potential for some other brawlers to be here, though, but Sam's going to be that aggressive factor that they kind of almost need, right? They need something that's going to do up close to Meg. If they can get on top of Larry and Laurie, it's great. Obviously, there's a little swap potential with that gadget, depending on the layout, but I don't absolutely hate it. I mean, I'm excited as a fan, but I just think it's a really bold call to put the set 5 with this brawler. It worked for set 4, though, and Melody on the other end, certainly a brawler that's slowed down ready.
I think here, the mentality is that Na'Vi doesn't have something, or didn't have something yet, that was going to endlessly run at the enemy side. They have a good defender on their side. They can have Gale just sit there. They can have Barley just sit there if necessary. So what's the rest of the game? Oh, we're just going to have Sam run it down the right side. He has speed. He has healing, the survivability. That's precisely what's going to happen. This is where you'd expect Sam to be played here as well. We'll see Na'Vi doing basically the same thing but mirrored. They have defenders on the right. One of them is a thrower. And then on the left, Suzuku with a high mobility. But he does have some decent range versus Ghost T. Doesn't have a super just yet. but he has to be getting close. There's a Lari on the enemy side. Suzuku getting crazy damage with a Choppy helping him out as well. But Ghost T remains alive. The jump pad from Ryohei still. Now he's playing Sam on defense, which is not really where he's going to find most of his value.
It's just been a 40-yard dash on that right-hand side for Sam. He's just running into enemy arms and going down instantly. That's a really tough thing to swallow, especially with such a strong start from Navi. A lot of percentage points already acquired on this left-hand side, which, again, the away side is way more crucial than your home end. That's the easy part. You can just see Ghost T and Kuru kind of settle down. Levi can back up whenever he wants. If you get to the other end, that's where the wins really start to pile up.
Home zone captured for FA Nidug. Now it's time to push the opposing side. Navi are doing quite a good job of defending already. They took down the power player, the most aggressive from their opponents. But he's back. Oh, he's going to be respawning all game long to run at the enemy side. Navi are still finishing up capturing their own zone before they really seriously turn their attention to FA Nidug. We got a taste of what that offense would look like in the early game. But still, we're just waiting for the zone to be captured before the action really starts going.
Ryohei just trying to dive in here. Great counterplay coming in from Levi. That's very great for them. Ghost T with a pushback here onto Suzuku. Straight into a wall for a little bit of a stun. It's going to allow them to only be down at 9%. Once again, off to the races on this right-hand end. Grabs Levi, claims a kill. Larry and Lori go down. Alone Suzuku here throws up the shield. That's not enough into the arms of Sam. Punches her right in the mouth. And they're taking over this top right-hand zone.
Ryohei's doing what he's supposed to do, slap the Knuckle Busters against the wall and stay alive. There's Levi demeched. Did he mean to bring that star power? Where he gets the shield instead of exploding? Must not have expected himself to defend versus Ryohei so much. That said, though, he will be respawning on the left side now. Suzuku attempting to get this defense on Ryohei. It's good. Now the three-man squad gets to push into Ghost T, but Ghost T is the brawler that pushes back. Plenty of damage onto him, but they still don't have the advantage. They need to play offense just as much as defense. There's take down Ryohei. They're in the clear for now, nearing eclipsing FA Nidug on the percentage.
Oh, Suzuku's movement has been unbelievable here, just sliding back and forth across the map. It's allowed for Navi to just anchor down on this left-hand zone. Kuru off to the side, though. He's trying to get up there, knows that he needs to take a lead, but they have to play defense here. Ghost T diving in with 12 on the clock. There's no way they can get to the other end in time. It's going to be Navi climbing their way up to 100%, and once again, being one game away from their LCQ dreams.
Expressionless. That Choppy, not quite as jovial looking as Kuru across the way. He knows that their destiny, the thing that they've been fighting this entire year long to qualify for, is just one game away. One game of parallel plays is all that stands between Navi and going to the last chance qualifier. After roster changes, after missing monthly finals, they can claim it now. They just need one game win.
The contrast between these two teams is pretty wild. One team with nothing to lose, the other side with quite literally everything that can lose for them. Suzuku once again diving in. The movement has been so good for them, but Ryohei squashes him just as he got going. But Choppy just trying to take over this left hand end. The defense pretty successful here. Ryohei, a lot to handle on the other side, just circling and circling these indestructible walls. And now Lari bot going to be charging at Ghost T. He's going to end that, claim that entire side for Nidug, and they're going to rest at 61%.
Ghost T on the left side defending versus Suzuku. Ryohei trying to do the same. They do get the pinch, but what has been sacrificed along the way is the offense that Ryohei would typically offer if he pushed up the right side instead. There's a kill for Levi with a swipe, and Ghost T's ready to push him back. Suzuku and Levi combine on Kuru on the right side for the takedown, but Ghost T still remains strong, though uncontested, however. Navi are going to try and capture their own zone, it seems, before really laying on the pressure on that offense on FA Nidug.
Suzuku once again swinging on by, goes down instantly though, not claiming a lot of percentage points, but Nidug being overrun. They haven't had a breakaway yet on offense. They need to find a way to get to this other side. It starts with Ryohei. If he can claim some good kills, it'll help him out, but he's barreling his way forward and going down instantly several times. It's going to allow Navi to take this 4% lead.
Navi still defending. Ryohei on the left side. just playing defense still. That's big damage from the clone from Larry. Takedown for a Choppy. Suzuku on the left. Still pushback, but a Choppy now gets to fight an almost defenseless Ghost T. Crew also at risk of getting pinched. There's the gadget down from Barley. Ryohi fighting for his life, going for defense. Ghost T still hanging on to the super and just waiting for the opportunity to use his hypercharge.
Na'Vi are closing out rather quickly. 80% in climbing. Ghost T with a hypercharge. Levi bounced out of his mech. Another one goes through as well. Suzuku swinging in. 85 just trying to hold on for dear life as Barley covers the map. And finally an opportunity for Nidug to breathe just for a second.
Crew's got these bottles to throw over the wall, but Ryohi falls so quickly. Crew has to throw down the super. When is this man going to get his hypercharge? He's only barely alive. It's an easy kill for Suzuku. Takedowns with the spinning notes, but now they're on defense. We're counting down the clock, though. It's looking grim for FA Nidug. Suzuku is stuck over to their side. It's just Ghost T on offense. They're going to do whatever they can, claw their way to victory, but the percentage is racking up for Na'Vi all the way to 100. A year long of effort now culminating in a qualification to LCQ.
The stage is finally set. 4 teams from APAC destined for either LCQ or World Finals. Commiserations, of course, to Coco Loco, who are sitting on the wayside just waiting to see what happened. But that's how it's going to go down. It came all the way to a set number 5 in a Nidug roster that clearly are skilled enough, I think, to show what they can do here, to compete. If this roster ends up staying together, nonetheless, the players themselves really good. I mean, Ghost T with a great debut here over the past couple months. Scared Na'Vi a little bit, but not quite enough to ruin an entire year's worth of work on their side. Congratulations to Na'Vi, of course. They will be claiming the final spot in this region.
Gosh, yes, it's like you said, a year-long of effort for Na'Vi. I mean, geez, look back at the year that these guys have had. So much hype surrounding this team being signed to Na'Vi. And then what happens? They didn't even qualify month 1. IC gets booted from the roster. They go for the roster swap. They won a monthly final, and yet it all came down to relying on other teams in those standings to really enforce their will, enforce their ability to make it to the LCQ this way. There's a celebration. Wonderful stuff from a Choppy there. Let's take a look back and see how this went. Ryohi was a monster on the SAM, by the way.
A monster in the SAM. I think a little maybe mix up in the brawler selections here. This looks like a previous set's work, possibly very similar though. But nonetheless, yeah, I just noticed the Chester. Not sure if those stats reflect what we saw, but nonetheless, I think safe to say that Ryohi, I felt it was kind of in and out, right? You know, I'm not sure what the KD would have ended up being. I'm sure he put up quite a few numbers, but I'm sure he had a few deaths along the way too. But a Choppy, the previous world champion, gonna get Na'Vi Nation's MVP vote. I'm sure that fan base is loud and proud right now in our chat. They're gonna get to see at least another tournament with these guys.
Excellent stuff for Na'Vi. So I finally get to drop the line. They have denied grand finals for FA Nidug, and they have dug their graves. Denied and dug for FA Nidug. No more grand finals for you. That is where your year ends. But I will say, the performance that Ghost T has had today will still live on in my memory. I wish we could have seen more from him this year, though this is where their journey ends. So I'm excited to see what he does next year, but we're going to have to wait kind of a while to see that happen.
That's definitely going to be a name we have to keep track of here. Event.brawlstars.com, you all mostly voted for Na'Vi, but the very few of you that ended up going with Nidug alongside on the desk Uber were awfully close ready. Looking like a pretty interesting one here as we approach semifinal number 2.
Okay, so you and I are both perfect on predictions now. Uber is out. That way. So, well, you know, I'm not trying to caster's curse myself, but it's possible that one of us has a perfect prediction because there are only 2 more matches left to go.
We'll have to see how we end up doing alongside Brawl Nation. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got a big-time semifinal number 2 on the way. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Championship power by the Snapdragon. Hey boys, there you go. Everyone out there could hear me, but you guys couldn't. Welcome back, everybody. And for your benefit, boys, this is the Brawl Stars Championship power to Snapdragon Pro Series, guys. Just in case you weren't aware, I've only said it about 427,742 times over the course of this season. What a game! FA Nidug always good for a bit of a blockbuster, especially up against a team like Na'Vi. They gave it the best shot, but Na'Vi has secured their path to the LCQ. That is an insane story. Pretty incredible stuff. 3-2 victory got them there. But we're going to table that story just for the time being, Kenny. We're going to look at this lower side of the bracket as Crazy Raccoon goes to their pass, Coco Loco, pretty comfortably. But Rival Esports also had a pretty cruisy quarterfinal to set up this hotly anticipated rematch.
Crazy Raccoon have potential to kind of just sweep through this bracket with a little bit of a revenge fest. 3 teams that have kind of soiled some monthly finals for them, taken away grand finals victories, what have you. Even last month, the team they're about to go against got the better of them. This could be really interesting. I think this rivalry has really heated up in the second half of the year, and Rival Esports have really come along here as the season's progressed.
Absolutely. Let's jump in. Let's not waste too much time here. Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports. You know them, you love them. Crazy Raccoon have been a mainstay of this region for quite some time. And in last month's semifinals, they went up against Rival Esports there as well. They started strong. It was a knockout match. They were pretty comfortably in the lead with a 2-0 showing. But this series ended up being much longer, much more drawn out. And it was Rival who found those last 2 sets to knock Crazy Raccoon out and set themselves up the grand final, showing against FA Nidug, by the way, because that was that very close game against Na'Vi. However, at the new month, it's a slightly new metagame as well. And for Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports, both ready set, the pressure's off. They're qualified for Worlds already.
So the thing to compete for is just seeding, okay? Who goes up against the lower seeding from the other regions that they're paired up against. That said, there's still money on the line. And who doesn't like money? I personally like money. I think Rival Esports like money. It's Milk, Rio, Melty, and Shu, the typical cast that we've seen so far, competing previous to being signed by Rival Esports and having some success. So thus they were signed to this roster. Now versus BMTM, this first set I had the pleasure of watching on the B stream, and it actually came quite close. It came down to the final round of the final game of Knockout. But from there on, Rival Esports looked very confident versus this BMTM roster.
Yeah, look, a lot of the picks you would expect to see on Brawl Ball, right? We saw the Meg still very, very powerful in the right hands. 8-bit being used here, of course, alongside that Byron to really secure things when it came to Bounty. Rival Esports definitely very clear that they had the measure of that particular matchup. And of course, we get Milkray on our screen this time around. He's always a lot of fun. He's always very emotive, and he's definitely going to be maybe letting his hair down a little bit for a game like this because, like you said, seeding does matter here, Kenny. I think seeding is really going to be important when we get onto the world stage because either of these teams would love to ease themselves into their world showing as opposed to having to go up against like a potential top seed or competitive team from another region.
Being a top seed, like you said, a huge deal when it comes to that final stage. You know, there's no easy victories out here in the World Finals. We've all seen it ourselves in person. Every single team brings their A game, but nonetheless, any inch you can give yourself just to try and take advantage is a big deal. Crazy Raccoon certainly benefited last year of being a top seed in this region, and Rival playing a spoiler might just be enough to prove to the world, hey, just because Crazy Raccoon have the big name doesn't mean we can't still be a threat.
That's right, Kenny. Great point. We'll let you step aside here and get warmed up at least for the grand final. One of these teams will be featuring in that match up against Na'Vi. It's going to be myself and Ready Set to take you in. Now, folks, you're at home voting on event.brawlstars.com for the team that you think is going to win, but don't be fooled by this number because this really feels like a 50-50, and it has been between these two rosters in the past. It has been a flip-flop. We're on center stage to start things off for you. Notice the pretty standard bands. Berry being taken away here. Buster also knocked out by Rival Esports. The Gale also being looked at. But one brawler who snuck through the bands, here's Chester.
Sneaky little Jester here as a first selection from Rival Esports. On center stage, it's the Bush map. on Brawl Ball. So you would expect that, hey, you're going to be playing into tanks. Hey, maybe we should go something that's good into tanks. That's the mentality behind Otis, but we almost never, ever, ever see this guy. And honestly, I feel like there are also better options for going into tanks. So I wonder why Crazy Raccoon are so apt to take this. I think in the past that they've had some inventive drafts on center stage. One that I'm still a critic of to this day is a moment where they lost a monthly final with a selection of Squeak on center stage. Maybe this is a map where they like to try things out. Maybe this is a map that they don't feel so good at.
counter? Like, again, you pick Otis because you feel like the super to shut down an individual brawler is just so important for you. So what is that individual brawler that would be so terrifying here? Because I don't see any great mute button targets here for Otis.
I could imagine that Frank is what they're targeting. Maybe they've found out that Otis is the way that you deal with Chester, and we simply haven't seen it yet, or they've been keeping it secret, perhaps a discovery on their end. Look out for the last selection of Barley also. That will be a good way to go toe-to-toe with this Larry over here on the right side. We also see the potential for breaking open walls from Chester, and not from anyone else on the Crazy Raccoon roster. But I am curious to see what this Otis actually accomplishes, given that it's such an infrequently seen brawler.
If that splatter they use straight away by Moya to zone that left side of those bushes off, and a healing tonic being picked up by Tensai just to make sure Moya and he are able to stay at full strength for as long as possible. So the Barley will outrange his Larry and Laurie, and in theory, the Otis should be able to tangle with the Chester, especially with that super available. That does put Crazy Raccoon in a conditionally powerful position. Already Tensai's being a bit of a bully here, forcing Milkrio to play back in the corner and Shu from behind his own barrier.
Well, now that Tensai and Moya stay on the same lane, it means that Shu's able to play into both of them at the same time. That has very quickly changed, however. Tensai gets enough hits to now get a super and open up this goal. A pass from Tensai up to Moya could get them the goal. Milkrio needs to fall really in order for that to happen. Some shots in from Tensai, clears the goal. Melty isn't there in time. That's one goal for Crazy Raccoon.
I feel like we're seeing some great fundamentals here in general for Crazy Raccoon. Moya and Tensai, pretty oppressive in that lane. One is going to threaten your thrower, the other is going to make it hard for Chester to be just a great stat brawler in general. Moya here looking to fight back, obviously playing inside that healing tonic here. So Tensai and Moya only having used that gadget twice. Definitely throw that in one more time, and here it is, unless obviously there is a gadget gear for Tensai, which might be the case. Doesn't matter. Moya runs it straight in. There was an EMS? I just noticed that. I feel like they were a complete non-factor being laned up against the Meg.
I agree, it felt like a stalemate over there. And on the left lane, we saw something much different. The Barley into the Larry proved to be an even matchup. We also saw him getting some taps onto Milkrio. Milkrio didn't seem to be able to do much over there. So Moya on this Otis, what is the Otis really here for? All I've seen Otis do is score goals, and it didn't exactly make use of his super to make any huge play. So perhaps it was here for something else. Maybe the mentality was, hey, we're going to go Otis so they don't go X. And then we're also going to have something that's quite versatile on our side.
Yeah, kind of a jack of all trades, king of none here, but so far, Moya is beginning the job done beautifully. Melty gets taken down there. And again, Crazy Raccoon looked to just have this covered really well. And hey, if you're just scoring goals, that's not too shabby at all. Moya, though, can threaten much more than that, of course, with that super. And yeah, look at the lane switch. They definitely think Otis kind of slaps this Chester around, and we're seeing it in real time. What a dominant first set.
They made it look easy, honestly. They just kind of walked forward, avoided damage, scored goals, won the set. In 2 games, by the way, not a single goal conceded, not even for a microsecond did they lose control of mid. I can guarantee you there is not a single footstep of an enemy brawler on their half of the map throughout the entire duration of that set.
That is untouched grass, which is pretty standard for gamers, right? But that is definitely pretty indicative of a very dominant showing there for Crazy Raccoon. I think you're dead right about this Otis pick. We saw it, very intentionally swapped into the Chester lane on multiple occasions there, ready set. And perhaps the idea is that Chester's power definitely comes from that first and fourth shot, right? Just him being able to shoot in general is where much of his strength comes from, but because his super's kind of unreliable, that's where Supercell have loaded most of the strength of that brawler. And that's exactly what you turn off with Otis Super. It feels niche, but very intentional.
So we've discussed this, though. What is the point of Chester? Where is Chester good? Chester's good into tanks. Okay, what if there are no tanks? I don't know what he really does. Apparently doesn't do well into Otis. That we have learned through watching it just seconds ago. Though I think a lot of that does, of course, rely on the Otis hitting the shots. And Moya has done that repeatedly. Look how effective this was. So literally everything that we observed in game is reflected directly in the stats. Moya has 6 kills here. We saw him being the difference maker. We see Citatampo on the right side basically making a difference for sure, but fighting a stalemate. Never got a kill, never needed to get a kill. He got Melty occupied the entire time. Tensai got some value as well. But Moya picked up the majority of the kills onto Milkrio and onto Shu. That's where they found the value. That's where they found the opening around the left side. It's where we saw 100% of the Gore Skull.
And honestly, when it comes to Otis, right, obviously it's a brawler that's pretty decent at mid-range, right? But, you know, it definitely has to be intentional. And honestly, Otis struggles against like a lot of the brawlers these days that have this like huge amount of mobility, right? Very easy for the Otis to sort of get juked out, many of those shots not counting, and you do need to hit the mute button. That is a skill shot, but Chester doesn't really have that mobility, right? He kind of ends up just walking into a lot of those abilities. Most of his strength obviously comes from, you know, just his shots in general. So I like it. We're raving a little bit about their pick because it's so unexpected, but Crazy Raccoon showing us that they've been cooking. Those drafts coming out piping hot from the oven, an absolutely dominating rival. Very one-sided. And that's a great way to start up against a team who's been a bit of your nemesis, you know, to not use the synonym of that word and put myself in a weird situation. Rival here, got to be picking up the Piper to start with, which makes perfect sense here. We're seeing brawlers that are very well tailored towards safe zone here. These are very common to see both of these come up on this map.
I will say, though, it's a little unusual to see Eve here these days, given how much she's fallen off. She's still going to be good into Piper pretty much all the time. Thing is, though, you have stuff like Angelo that can do something very similar to Eve, where, hey, I hover over water and I do damage. And also, he competes toe-to-toe with Piper. The thing is, though, that Eve is still going to be effective if Rival Esports selected something a little tankier. And perhaps that is a mentality here. Carl in for the final selection. So Carl can get up to mid easily if he needs. He can get great damage on the safe. It also takes an option away from Crazy Raccoon to deal with the sandbags from Colonel Ruffs. So Crazy Raccoon need to find something that can, or perhaps not, they're just going to go for Gale. So are they going to jump pad? I'm trying to find out what the idea is here. By and large, Gale is still going to be effective into this Carl, since you can throw down a Twister and you can push him away, get rid of that aggression. Maybe the idea is we don't want to get pushed back too far. This 8-bit needs to stay in a forward position, but it's very difficult for him to get there. So having the defensive capability could find some value.
Yeah, look, jump pad makes sense to get the Gale into the fight, but normally 8-bit just wants to operate in that middle lane, and Eve obviously is not affected by the choke. As far as she's concerned, there is no choke on this map at all. So a lot of teams really favoring Gale. I think he's very powerful. I think just the hypercharge is also a big selling point in terms of how it can really just turn the game on its head instantly. Citatampo here may have Twister. The fact that they've not deployed a jump pad yet means that Twister can be used to basically block off that middle lane and make it impossible for Rival to walk out.
I'm pretty impressed by how Tensai's doing in this Piper matchup, given how vulnerable 8-bit is in the early game. Excellent taps, though, from Milkrio. Did he get kills? No, but he got a super. And he broke open that wall that Tensai needs to put his turret behind. It's bound to happen at some point, but for it to happen before Tensai even has a chance to put a super back there is quite powerful for Milkrio. We saw that homemade recipe go right between Citatampo and Tensai. A bit of an indecisive gadget on the gadget end and not on Milkrio's end at all. We'll see Tensai, though, throw down the plugged-in turret on the right side. That's going to give them some control over here. It's going to make them difficult to push into.
Well, the move speed boost as well against the Piper shots is probably pretty desirable here as well, just to make sure you're not a sitting duck in general. But you're right. I mean, that pop-in to open up the map there means that Tensai has to play some far more passive damage boosted than he otherwise would like to. He wants to be in Rival's face right now, but has to play sort of from the middle of the map. Here comes Milkrio, hypercharge pop there. Looking for those raw stats to win the fight out against Tensai, but you've got to respect that upfront damage that 8-bit can do. Tensai is an absolute brick house and flattens the Piper.
Man's made of HP. Milkrio got so many shots on him in that hypercharge, but the last one only dropped him to about 200 HP. Thanks to the range, your damage falls off the closer you get to your enemy with Piper. That's why that hypercharge can sometimes not be that valuable. We'll see a takedown onto the Piper. Shu has to reposition a mid, trying to take down just nothing on a Tensai. Crazy Raccoon, I don't know what they ate for breakfast this morning, but it must have been made of dodges.
I love this. I mean, one of the slowest brawlers in the game, Tensai is able to dodge so much of that stuff. The mechanics of this guy continuously blows my mind. Milcreo coming forward here with a pop in. Tensai this time gets taken down and will get up a free tailspin here on the safe for Shu. But it's a 2v1 in terms of safe pressure. We do have a jump out for Chitampo here. He deploys it now. And he'll be able to play annoyingly around the corner. This is going to keep some rival players back towards that spawn direction. Chitampo is straight up trolling right now, but it doesn't matter. Milcreo got to come forward here. Moya trying to jump forward with that gadget, get some extra safe damage, and that'll be at. Crazy Raccoon find the DPS they're looking for, and they pick a tough matchup for their mid laner. Tensai kind of has to be an absolute mechanics god to find success against the Piper.
You're the slowest brawler in the game versus an opponent that does insane damage at range and can do it very consistently too, as long as they're hitting the shots. And hey, you're the slowest brawler in the game. It's pretty easy to hit you unless you're able to predict enemy shots. You're able to download the way that they anticipate your movements. Tensai is soaking up a bit of damage here, but that doesn't mean that Milcreo hasn't taken his fair share too. But I'll attribute that to Moyan Tampo over here for keeping him back so effectively. But Tensai still needs to get some damage onto Milcreo if he wants to get a super. That's where he's actually going to find his footing and anchor his team at mid.
Well, as we expect, Milcreo will open up the map a little bit here. Tensai actually takes some damage from that Piper super. Nothing to write home about here, but it does mean that he has to give some map control. Now, Milcreo gets a supply drop, so he's going to be hitting that much harder on these long-range shots. Chitampo wants to play aggressively here. Definitely wins out against Ruffs in the head-to-head, so more than happy to try and close the gap, but will eventually lose out. Melty able to use those sandbags really effectively to win the HP trades. Oh boy, has found some success here and might want to push up too.
Milcreo went crazy as soon as he got that Colonel Ruffs buff. He went nuts on Tensai. Tensai has over 10,000 HP, but he's still going to be treated just like any other brawler. 3-tap by Piper, as long as she has the supply drop from Melty. And Milcreo has his hypercharge too. So if they manage to punch through, and it looks convincing, then he can't pop that hypercharge for additional damage. If he finds an angle, then he could also get rid of that turret on the left side. The walls are aptly broken open by Melty. That's huge value right there with that wall break. Rival Esports remain in the lead as a result.
Chitampo trying to feign maybe a commitment here with the jump pad, but not actually standing on it. Just trying to keep Melty on their toes. Tensai a little bit lower. Remember, this supply drop damage boost of Milcreo doesn't go away if they don't die. So they will continue to be impressive, pushing up the map, and Rival Esports look far better this time around. They got that map control. No one really able to deal with the Colonel Ruffs in a 1 versus 1, which is maybe more concerning for Crazy Raccoon. They've given up all this map control, and at this point, the round is really hard to salvage.
Gosh, what went so well for Rival Esports this time is Milcreo was firing off these shots and hitting Tensai so consistently. And interestingly enough, that was what went so right for Crazy Raccoon. The converse of that was that Tensai was getting insane dodges. See Crazy Raccoon push up here towards the end, but Shu has damage on the safe and might as well just go for a complete destruction. The final tap in from Milcreo. It's a game win for Rival Esports. They fire back just as swiftly as they dropped one to Crazy Raccoon in game 1.
Far better showing here from Rival, right? Same composition, same circumstances, but the way they played it out was much better. Milcreo feeling some degree of pressure here, which is kind of wild. I guess that top seed definitely means something to Rival here. Remember, that's what's on the line in this game. We've got 2 teams that have already qualified for Worlds and will probably be 2 of the most terrifying rosters in the room, or any room that you sort of put them in. So great chance to see them showcase what they're made of outside of Worlds, because we won't see them for a little bit on the LCQ, which they won't need to compete in. Either way, Moya doesn't also want to contest Shu up close and personal to Carl, trying to close the gap on his left-hand side. Will force that Eve to play close by Tensai. And Chitampo caught out in the open with nowhere to go.
Milcreo still getting the taps. He's got the super once again, but the wall's already been broken open. That means it's number 2 for the guy. And also, Melty has broken open that wall and given the supply drop to the Piper. So this is going to make her ridiculously threatening to Tensai. maybe Milkrio is breathing heavy because he's just sweating that hard as he's hitting just every single shot, even if that means it's going onto a turret and taking it down. All the value that Tensai needed, gone in just a couple of shots from Milkrio. But they still push forward, shoot, punches in, getting one kill, looking for another. Moya could be a death man. Milkrio's going to use the hypercharge to get rid of it, but no value onto the Eve babies. They're still going to spawn out of here. It's still just as easy for Shu to take them down. But there's actually a massive push in, a potential push in from Rival Esports, denied by that distraction of an Eve.
Shu might look to go aggressive here with a flying hook now, especially with Shitampo. Yep, softened up as much as he is. Here we go. There it is, 2 for Rival. It's just Shitampo left standing, which means Milkrio can step up and take 3 shots at the safe. Rival back in the game in a big way here after Tensai got a bunch of free damage. It doesn't take long. 8-Bit has some time alone with the safe to really make it a dangerous situation. Rival have more than equalized now. Comfortable lead. They really are lapping up this map control.
Here come the extra credits in from Tensai. Nothing Melty can really do except take it. Ooh, nice one from Milkrio with the homemade recipe. Tensai just a moment too late on placing that super down, and now he's out of a super. He can no longer use it to defend. Now Rival Esports still have the upper hand in terms of percentage. Shu is getting whatever damage he can. He's going to be respawning now. Milkrio also has the hypercharge. Eve Baby's in. He's going to use a lot of shots on these. Tensai, Stetampo combine. This is going to be tough. What a super! 8%. Maybe the defense. Stetampo going for the defense. Final shots in from Tensai, but the offense from Milkrio gives them the win. Rival Esports. Wow.
Oh, that was close.
What a finish.
That Gale super was big. Did get 2 stuns, but the follow-up damage wasn't there. Maybe because Crazy Raccoon are looking at the safe, trying to win the round there and then. But if they're not standing at the end of the fight, once the smoke clears, you still have a Piper that is empowered by the Colonel Ruff super, the supply drop. She can step up and she taps the safe for huge amounts of damage. It was very, very close, but maybe, Freddy, a slight miscalculation on Crazy Raccoon as they threw the Hail Mary and went for the win.
Piper slips through. She's getting 4Ks on the safe with every single shot, thanks to the supply drop from Colonel Ruffs. So that was the strat, was, hey, we're going to break the walls. Also, you're going to break the walls, okay? This is the Piper and Ruffs talking to each other. And immediately, we see not only the wall break, but also the power-up to Piper in one fell swoop. This was a different Game 1, though, from the Game 2 and 3 that we saw from Rival Esports. Crazy Raccoon fired down with Tensai on this 8-Bit, dodging all of the shots from Milkrio, getting the super locked down, and then profiting, essentially. Now, Game 2 and 3, we saw the opposite happen. Milkrio just became an aimbot, essentially, hitting every shot, denying Tensai. Tensai's throwing down supers to try and block shots, then he respawns without it because, guess what? It was taken down by Milkrio. This guy is on fire. Not only is he getting ridiculous safe damage, but he's topping the scoreboard in terms of damage, in terms of kill. That's why the guy was breathing heavy, because I think he was possessed by a demon.
Can we talk about the Gale pick here, though, Ready Set? Because obviously it comes up, you know, in the draft, and it's virtually outranged by every sort of pick here. And if it doesn't have the super available, even Shu can sort of start clambering over the Gale in final elimination there. Obviously, I'm not bothered about the DPS, really, because Gale really wants to be reactive, wants to be defensive. But even with the jump pad, it seemed like Shitampo didn't really have like a real role in that game. Maybe just, you know, at some point, Crazy Raccoon had to be aggressive because Milkrio had a favorable matchup into every one of CR's brawlers.
I imagine the mentality was, dude, they got a Carl. We got to do something about that. Because if it slips past 8-Bit, if it slips past Eve, what are they really going to do about it? Pickaxe slices through the turret, through the Eve babies. We should just get some kind of CC because that's what counters Carl. The only thing that's what you'll find consistent across every brawler that's good into Carl is that they have a way of stunning him out of his super and having some way of defending him. We'll head into Shooting Star, where Carl is still going to be actually quite valuable because you get the blue star for free. Pop a gadget, you get the blue star, play defensive. We actually saw that attempted to be deployed earlier today. Yeah, now it's been banned by Rival.
They're banning Carl in the current year. That is crazy. Carl, I think on this map, has a 4% ban rate. And only a 14% pick rate, but Rival are adamant. They do not want to hand that pick over because they really wanted to lock in this very powerful Byron pick.
Tick selection Now, in response, note that Meg has not been selected yet. Byron Meg, I honestly think, can be a win condition for Rival Esports if they're permitted to pick this Bell. As an anti-tanky brawler measure, not just tanks in general, but like a Max, a Meg. What are they going to do into this kind of aggression? Tick is certainly not going to do that much. 8-bit is available for Crazy Raccoon. They've selected the Bell, so that provides them one way of removing a brawler that would be good into the 8-bit. But they're going to have this as a last pick, so I don't think they should be too worried about the preemptive counters. Now in here with the Gray, that's going to give them the aggression that will get them some kills onto that Tick. And now the Eve as well. This is unusual. Keep in mind we're on Shooting Star.
I mean, look at Crazy Raccoon's bans for just a second.
This is true. This is true.
They have just banned basically every sharpshooter with the exception of Nani. They do not want to deal with. And Nani would have been a great pick here. It's 64% win rate on this particular map. But instead, it's going to be Gus, which is an interesting one we really don't commonly see on this map.
Gus is an APAC favorite, however. And there's good combo ability with Gus. Keep in mind that while Gus has been off meta for a while, he actually has received a small buff where he's going to have some knockback in close range when he uses his super. So in the circumstance where Melty teleports onto him and Site Tampo has a super that he doesn't mind using, that might be useful. Aside from that though, I don't really see the value of the Gus, because you're just able to protect yourself. You're not exactly putting that on an aggro teammate and enabling some big pop-off play. Nonetheless, Moya has grabbed the blue star off the beginning, as is typical for any tick on this map.
The E for Milcreo here, a brawler that has a 32% win rate on this particular map. Definitely hasn't found great success in the past, but Rival wanted to snap it right up here. So interesting drafts for both sides. And you notice at Tensai, because they've taken the blue star, is setting those nest eggs up very defensively. Two of them thrown down on that left-hand side lane. Look what they are. This is pretty abnormal, you know, if you're on even footing on this map. But I think Crazy Raccoon really don't want to fight too much. They've got the Gus, they've got the Tick. This is very defensive from them.
These are anti-Gray measures, honestly, because I don't really expect anyone else on the side of Rival Esports to get the kind of aggression that he can. But Milcreo got a little close to those mines. Sort of snuck up in the bushes there. Rival Esports are keeping these guys in the back foot. Milcreo is looking vulnerable, but he can just jump away. So he can pretty effectively disarm these mines if he wants to, as long as he sacrifices a gadget. Gadget for a gadget isn't really that bad of a trade, but it is your get-out-of-jail-free card as Eve, so you got to be careful about that.
Yeah, we so often see without a gadget, that is a guaranteed kill for the belt, right? Clearing those nest eggs is going to be important because Rival do need to get aggressive. They have to come forward and make up this star deficit. So clearing the way in order to do that is important. You know, it's Tensai's mark there, whistled past Milcreo, so no damage amp on that single target now available. And the hatchlings are coming in. A lot of single-shot brawlers here, folks. A lot of pressure on Tensai. And eventually, they strike. Still, blue star in Crazy Raccoon's hands now, down to 6 seconds left. Excuse me. Melty now going to try and use the walking cane to hook Tensai in, but they get picked off here. Nicely done. Again, the defensive approach we expected from Crazy Raccoon. It's not a big, high-scoring game, but their strategy pays off.
I wonder why we didn't see Rival commit super, super hard there at the end. Because typically the way these bounty matches end is the enemy just throws everything they can at it. But instead we see Gray teleport away. Obviously he's going for the long hook, okay, the tech that you can use where you hit your gadget and then teleport backwards to get a longer pull. However, usually we see an enemy all in. Rival Esports were playing that one very controlled all the way to the end. So they're finishing exactly the way that they intend to begin game number one. Moya is creeping his way towards this blue star ever so slightly. They're apt to let him have it, but Milcreo's trying to take him down. Moya heals up, but there's a hook on Site Tampo. We have to see the kill, but misses a bound, and he stays alive.
Also, 4,000 health of shield definitely doesn't hurt for the Gus in order to walk away from that unscathed. Moya definitely the one to go for the blue star because last Terrara gives you some crucial shielding, damage reduction, of course, in those moments that you step up. So Tensai are also able to body block to some degree for Moya. And once again, we have the same situation. Crazy Raccoon with a star lead and the blue star playing defensive.
Same deal as last time. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Though, Now Crazy Raccoon actually find themselves in an offensive position. Mostly because they have done damage to Melty and Milkrio. They've almost all the way recovered now. Just nothing.
Look at that damage and great pressure on Melty. Again, Crazy Raccoon don't want to give up the map. They definitely do need to maintain control. So these taps being connected by Shitampo here, constant pressure mounting on Melty. Tensai with a guaranteed hit on his next mark with this hypercharge. These are all definitely going to dissuade Rival Esports from getting too aggressive. They need to be careful. Milkrio is now marked, and that mark remains in perpetuity. It's so oppressive here on this kind of map. And Tensai has one for Melty. That connects, and now, yep, the Grey just gets blown to smithereens. Milkrio can only jump away. With 16 seconds left, this is a big deficit to make up.
This is the ideal time, though, for these hatchlings to spawn in. Can take some of the damage for them. They're taken down, actually, by the tick mines. Now with 5 seconds left, have to see the commitment. Shu is on low health, looks for the kill on Tensai. Teleport from Melty. The shot's blocked by the tick super. And a set win for Crazy Raccoon.
And again, when you have the lead, right, when you have that star lead, generally, your kills are worth more to your opponent than theirs are to you. But Tensai says, I know I'm going to trade this. We are going to lose out on stars. I think Tensai gives away 4 stars, only gets 2 for his troubles. But still, it's enough to keep Crazy Raccoon in the lead. And we saw the plan very straightforward. Crazy Raccoon do not want to play aggressive on this map. They ban out Mandy, Piper, and Angelo. Okay? They pick the bell. Okay? They throw the nest eggs on their side of the map. We're like, okay, yeah, we know what the plan is here. You do not want to get any more than just a 1 star if you can help it. And their whole comp, Reddy, seems so geared towards that defensive play style, but they didn't give up the map for free. I feel like that's the most important part of their strategy.
I think we had moments, though, where Crazy Raccoon were quite vulnerable, and Rival Esports got them so close to a takedown. We saw moments where Melty hit a hook on the right side and then missed the follow-up shot, and then so did Shu. And then in other moments, we have like a low brawler on the left side, and it is not followed up properly. It's moments like those where it was possible for them to take the lead, but it would have taken perfection. And at sometimes, it seems like only that is able to take down Crazy Raccoon. They played this ridiculously effectively. And one thing that I do want to return to point out is that this Carl being banned totally came back to bite Rival Esports. If that Carl had been available, Tick would not have been an issue.
Absolutely, that's their ticket, right? That is their all-in, and also allows them to some degree to bypass a lot of that defensive utility that was getting set up by Crazy Raccoon. And looking at the composition from Rival, I guess I understand why they want to ban Carl, right? They are playing like, you know, Eve, someone who doesn't necessarily deal that well with being pushed on. You know, Gray does want to be aggressive, but doesn't usually want to be the subject of said aggression. I get it. It doesn't pay off, but here we go. We're going back to an old favorite. It's Undermine for Gem Grab.
This is an old school map, and we have not really seen it in competitive for a while. When was the last time we saw Undermine in competitive?
I haven't seen it
back to like 2020? No, actually, that was it's been a while since we've seen Undermine.
2 maybe? It's been a while, but the map is characterized by these long side lanes that are covered in bushes. I think those are probably the most important to keep in mind, which is why that, you know, Lily, Frank, and Sandy, all very powerful on this map. They are the most banned brawlers, and Crazy Raccoon don't want to deal with them. There are some really nasty picks, though, you can come up with here. I think, you know, the Byron makes sense, generally quite powerful. Brawlers, though, like Amber, very good, of course, to clear these bushes. Gale's quite popular here, and Meg has the highest win rate of any sort of non-top banned brawlers at 64%. So Crazy Raccoon, any team's going to want to go for her. It's them. This is a great map for her too, especially now that she's well suited to playing in that middle section with the wider, albeit shorter range shots.
Chester's back, but once again, it's going to have to be into some close range brawlers. However, when he just emerges from the bushes, that's a huge issue. You're popping out of the bushes with 5,000, 6,000 damage on a point-blank target. So is Shu going to be playing into this Chester is now what I wonder. He can get that pull on a Chester, and I believe he should be able to 3-shot him. Shield Gear may change that. Max now the selection here from Rival Esports. So this is a pick that can be played at mid or on lane. I honestly think that the Byron and Max could swap places if necessary. And much of it could come down to what this final selection from Crazy Raccoon is. Crow is going to be on a lane, so it'll be likely a Meg mid. And we'll see maybe the Max into that, given that she can juke the Byron pretty well and survive most of his damage.
All right, Karuk here for a number of reasons, but that slowing toxin can be pretty important here, especially if a safe mid walks up and think they're going to be able to snap up some gems. But this is a very mid-range team from Crazy Raccoon. They really they won't be able to do too much to Byron unless Byron exposes himself to them. So that might end up being the option here for mid, or, right, Shu and Milkrio play together here. Make the Buster virtually unkillable as he shoves immediately down this left side.
So this is the lane Byron looking for the pinch with Milkrio sort of at mid. This is a very asymmetrical composition from Rival Esports. So far, it's not really doing them any favors, though. Maybe they can gank an opponent that's unsuspecting, but so far, doesn't seem like Crazy Raccoon mind playing East versus West either. You see Tensai approach from the top side. Some damage onto Milkrio. But from the bottom, there's the pull onto Moya, but he still stays alive. The damage tanked by Tensai.
But Byron is so annoying. Shu eventually goes down, but Shatapa was to give up his life and Super in order to get rid of the Byron. Now, I guess the Buster is more vulnerable, but definitely feels strong against Tensai at that range. Nice little Super swing, and finally the menace that is Buster is brought down. Beltier also not getting out with the gems. This is dangerous. Shu basically has to throw himself in here, and oh, the timing on that Super from Tensai. The slow field, you're now up to 10 gems, and this comp is not very good, Rivals, at trying to catch up from behind.
Not just that, but with this game going to Crazy Raccoon, should it do that, we'll have to see Milkrio and Melty make the impossible happen. Versus Moya, they DMAC him, but no kill. Oh, if they'd finished that on a Tensai, they could have interrupted the countdown, maybe turn things around. That's why you can never call it too early. Even a 2v3 can go in favor of the two. With that established, though, Crazy Raccoon are now at match point. And with the dominance of that composition, it's looking grim for Rival.
Teetering on the edge here of being knocked out in the semi-finals. Crazy Raccoon with a fated rematch against Na'Vi in a little while since we've been able to see that, actually. Shu pushes up here, knows that gadget pop just to put the extra pressure down on Moya. Tensai can only really poke at Milkrio for the time being. Melty will be shoved out of mid by the oppressive force that is this mech.
He's picking up gym number 4 now. Milkrio down with the montage against no one, but at least he's getting heals from Shu from behind. Still, same position for Rival as they were in the last game, where they're behind on gems, and they're still playing the East versus West. Here comes the speed, though. Milkrio now can push in, but he kind of doesn't, just sort of hovering around these obstacles on the bottom side. Nothing versus Tensai, nothing versus Moya, just no pressure at all. I wonder what the objective was there. Nice kill for Stetampo in close range. And Tensai gets taken down by Milkrio, so maybe there's a chance that Moya gets eliminated.
Ooh. Moya has to be very careful about firing into that montage because you can't stop firing once you've started. Milkrio had to walk away, though, from this well-timed Chester Super now. As again, Moya has to turn away from this Buster pick. Yeah, frustrating because your primary fire goes for a heck of a long time. This has allowed Rival to pick up a couple of gems here. So even Shitapo's heroics bringing down the max earlier on hasn't really put a damper on things too much for Rival. But they need to make something happen here. Needs to be more than just staying in the game. They need to find the win.
Anything onto Moya would be so crucial, but they simply can't. Stetampo's damping that healing that Shu is able to offer. Moya is all the way safe, and Stetampo has the hypercharge ready. Melty's gonna have to go on a recon mission to take down Crow. Is Stetampo really baiting them back to spawn? Why is he doing that? The jump on a Shu, the kill! Just a couple seconds left and he's safe and sound. Crazy Raccoon take down Rival and pave their way to the grand finals.
They had to know that Stetampo was trying to build up that super there. He already had hyper available, so they, he was poking. He knew he could run away. And God, that's frustrating for Rival. That is, honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this at this point about a team that's being knocked out in the semis, but one of the weakest showings we've seen from Rival here in the, the later half of a monthly final. That is wild enough to say. This team obviously has secured themselves already a World Finals berth, but now Crazy Raccoon will be the undisputed #1 seed from the APAC region.
Such an unusual way to play Undermine. You have very well-defined lanes. You have a mid, you have a left lane, and you have a right lane, and yet we see it played so similarly to like a knockout map, for instance, where it's East versus West. Canal plays like this. And Canal is divided into left and right. This one, not exactly. That doesn't stop Moya, though, from acquiring this mid position. He refused to die this entire time. Man was sitting on high HP, didn't need a healer, didn't need nothing at all. Excellent reaction there on cam from Moya. This was an awesome one from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, look at the composition, right? Looking at it, it's evidently like really designed to fight in the middle part of the map and probably isn't great at fighting, you know, vertically in those side lanes. That's maybe why they actually tried to flip the map east to west, so that most of the engagements would be occurring within that small square and not on those, you know, bushed side lanes, so to speak. Sure, Milkrio, pretty scary prospect, right? Pairing that Byron up with the Buster, making Milkrio virtually unkillable, and also Montage being very effective against Meg because, again, the duration of one shot from Meg is quite long. So you take a lot of damage from your own shots if you fire that into a Montage. You can't play around it. Like, at some point, you've got to shoot the Buster. If he decides to pop his super at that moment, you're going to take some damage. You're going to have to give a little bit of ground there. Still, Crazy Raccoon and Meg go together like peanut butter and jelly. Very, very powerful combination. Shitapo here, your MVP is voted by you over at event.brawlstars.com. And for Crazy Raccoon here, finally making their way into another grand final. It's been a little while. This team has been tripped up frequently through the semis, but they've overcome a nemesis of the past. They've shaken them off their back, and now they have the chance to take a crack here at Na'Vi in another game in which the pressure's kind of off.
Pretty much. And also, I mean, what is there to gain for Crazy Raccoon at this point? They're number one seed. They have
currency.
Well, you know what? That's true. Acquire currency.
Wealth
may be the objective.
I mean, yeah, I want money. I'm sure they do too. That's definitely what's on the line, of course, but you make a great point. Seeding already secured here for Crazy Raccoon. Will be entering World Finals as the #1 seed from APAC. We'll be back after the break for your Grand Finals. It's going to be Na'Vi and Crazy Raccoon, two teams who haven't gone head-to-head since Check's notes. Our first monthly final in the Grand Final. It's been a hot minute, so we'll check you back up on that matchup and, of course, what the stakes are after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time in this APAC region for the year to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is time for our grand final in the APAC region. And in stark contrast to the entire rest of the year, there are actually no huge stakes on this match outside of some prize money. Crazy Raccoon have made it to Worlds, and Na'Vi will be competing at the last chance qualifier coming up soon for their shot to compete at Worlds. And looking at their form so far, they're in pretty darn good shape. Their run today, Kenny, was obviously a 3-0 against an Angelic who looked to have stumbled towards the end of the year, and then a bit of a barn burner against FA Nidug in those semis.
I was sweating a little bit in that semifinal #1. I mean, a close call. Nidug strike again with another set 5 banger, but Na'Vi remain on top. It's pretty good for business too, I'm not gonna lie. Having a big fan base like that making it to the postseason is pretty cool for Brawl, but definitely deserved, definitely earned. This has not been an easy region. On the other end though, Crazy Raccoon making light work of something like Rival Esports, which has been a phenomenal roster and an equal opponent in a world final stage.
Yeah, ready, Kenny, ready, set, excuse me. For me, that's probably the most stark sign for Crazy Raccoon here. Our predictions involve Crazy Raccoon, and that does mean that your boy Kenny is on deck for a potential perfect run in predictions here. Gotta feel pretty good, but I do want to talk to you about this, Reddy, because we're all locking in Crazy Raccoon. For me, it's that last game that really sealed it for me, especially Na'Vi struggled to get past Nidug. I don't know where you stand on that prediction.
Pretty much in the same camp, where we see them take it down quite confidently. And coming into this, all they had to play for was really seeding and some prize money. So going all the way doesn't it doesn't fall that far out of the question for me. I think also for the part of Na'Vi, when it comes to their preparation, have they prepared for the grand finals? I mean, sure, but consider it's a brand new set of maps that you have not played yet for the duration of the day. That's a lot of practice that takes away from the more impactful matches that have way more importance on whether you go to LCQ or not.
That is true. I will say though, Kenny, and I want to get your take on this, there was a world where Na'Vi had to win it all today in order to qualify if Coco Loco had managed to make it any further than those quarterfinals. So I feel like if you're Na'Vi, you have to be ready for the whole field today.
Absolutely. I think these guys probably put in overtime this month, maybe more than months in the past too. I mean, their postseason stakes were on the line. But like you said, we originally came today thinking, hey, these guys might have to win the whole darn thing. Now making grand finals is just barely good enough, but barely being the key word there. They are still gonna have to fight here in this finals. I'm sure they've done their homework. I'm sure they've done the research. But to Reddy's point, very different meta, very different set of maps. I mean, this is gonna make things difficult in preparation for all of our pro teams.
No doubt about it. And I think, yeah, if Na'Vi can win it all here, they might still have the chance to get better seeding for LCQ. I think there was pretty close points there at 3rd and 4th, but we'll need to confirm that. So, but you know, even that aside, plenty of reason for Na'Vi to put the work in here. And I tell you what, Achapi looked anything but comfortable in that last game. FA Nidug, I had predicted them to win because they've just been that team. In fact, they did it to Na'Vi just recently in a semi-final. So we always knew that was going to be a particularly close game. Already said it's time to bring him out one more time, mate. It's time to bring out Crazy Raccoon, who this month just look a little cleaner, a little sharper, and a little more deadly.
What changed? In previous months, they also had all their predictions on their sides, and yet weren't able to pull off some matches that we expected to be so dominant for themselves. They come in here, they shut down Coco Loco, they shut down their dreams of advancing forward to LCQ, and then versus Rival Esports, they shut down Rival's dreams, I suppose, of taking #1 seed and taking home a bit more cash. And so now they're playing for a bit more cash and also for the title, the return to form, the return to glory that they were able to achieve just barely at the beginning of the year. We need to see a repeat in terms of who wins a monthly final here in APAC.
Yeah, I feel like that might be how you would truly claim the undisputed King of APAC title, right? In such a, you know, mercurial and ever-changing region, being the only team to win multiple monthly finals. That is huge. Ready, we'll let you step aside. We'll catch up with you after this game. It's going to be myself and Kenny jumping into it here. It is going to be time for some heist. The map, well, it looks a little different in some ways. Hot Potato, one we're pretty familiar with. That features obviously that very interesting center part of the map. We can bounce a lot of shots. We've seen Rico be very strong here before. And 2 very long side lanes on either side.
This is a map of old, but a meta of a new Uber. There's a lot of different playmakers here that you're going to see. Buzz in the band stage. Cordelius even in the band stage. A little bit wild here. Again, we're going to continue to see Barry just be removed from the equation. But a brawler that
Do they want to play Chuck?
I think it's debatable. I think the Colette makes sense to me as grabbing a first overall pick, just being so good in Heist. And in this meta in particular, too, obviously with so many tanks being elevated in the recent balance changes, BB, of course, going to be a strong one for this map. Colette is going to be an excellent counter into that, so I can't really fault them for that. Chuck's an iffy one here. You know, it's going to take a little bit of thought process here with Cordelius removed. I think it gives you a little more leeway into going with that. I feel like a lot more than usual, though. We've been seeing players maybe elect not to go for check for much, but that's probably just due to his 72% ban rate. So most of the time, we're not even asking this question.
Right, but obviously this month where, you know, we're also on a map where Rico is an instant ban, and also everyone is trying to avoid having to play against Berry, makes it a little bit more interesting here. We do have the M's, though, very good for controlling that middle part of the map, and of course, you know, Colette very good at getting that free safe damage in general. It's going to be the Barley. So, you know, we're thinking, you know, the ban of a big Chuck counter might sort of allow him in, but Crazy Raccoon have never really gone for the Chuck. They've actually preferred to try and play against it and counter it when it's been relevant here. Na'Vi, though, do have a last pick, and it's going to be Edgar getting picked up. Oh, man, okay. This is a spicy pick.
I actually really like this pick when looking at the enemy brawlers, right? It takes some precision. It's not always the easiest brawler to pick your battles with. Obviously, hitting the shots, the easiest part. It's charging up that super, engaging properly that does so well. But on Hot Potato in particular, there's a lot of history here with Edgar on this map into Barley in a one-on-one. If he can dive in, great matchup. Ims, especially when exhausted from those gadgets, going to be a great matchup. And Colette, honestly, a good one on paper too. I think this could be a sneaky 6 pick for them.
Straight away, Suzuku obviously with a gadget to bring that super up a little bit earlier. Just dives on Shitampo and flattens him. Healing tonic or not, there is very little Barley's going to be able to do in that 1 versus 1. Still though, free super from Tensai gets some safe damage. It's decent, 12% in fact, but meanwhile, Suzuku went to work on Crazy Raccoon safe, and Tensai has to play hard defense here to get rid of Levy.
Big battle for Na'Vi is just going to be charging up that Crow hypercharge. It does a lethal amount of damage with a perfectly timed super hypercharge from him, around 50%. Tensai, of course, can put in some serious work too, though, with a hypercharge of his own. Not quite as much, but it's a little bit easier to get there. 61% to the 35-some-odd% trickling down on that Na'Vi safe. They have to play defense, and the best way to do that for Edgar is just diving in.
Tensai's done very well to turn that into a trade. That could have been ugly, and yes, well, time to collect with Hypercharge. It's even harder, and you're even safer in doing it. Great fundamentals there from Crazy Raccoon. They were happy to trade that safe damage, and you notice that Na'Vi didn't respect him. They sent that Edgar in. They sent that BB to the enemy safe. Crazy Raccoon said, hey, we've got better damage. We're going to pour it on thick, and we're going to beat you in the race.
They did a great job of just holding on. I mean, even though Suzuki won an early matchup into Barley, it was a little bit too easy for them as it progressed. The defense certainly strong enough for CR, but more importantly, that offense just kept on humming. Now Suzuki diving in for a different target this time. Tensai with a nicely timed gadget assistance from Moya. It's going to be a takedown there, but they might be overwhelmed with Levi and Achapi attacking the safe.
Yeah, Levi popping that gadget, getting very, very healthy, basically ignoring much of that damage. But again, Colette going to deal well with the tankier Bibi. Tensai pops out with a super straight away. Now Suzuki, yeah, it's got to respect the gas. Moya able to trade out pretty well. Meanwhile, Shitampo has just been going ham on this safe. Just chilling here behind this wall. Suzuki has to pop this super, and I think at that point, Shitampo knows his goose is cooked. Tensai matches up pretty favorably against Levi here, even with a gotcha gadget for the extra healing. Eventually those BB swings start to leave a mark.
Tensai held off on using that super and hypercharge combination for defense. It is going to do some serious work here on offense. Shreds that safe all the way down to sub 15%. Now Levi forced to multitask here. Gonna be difficult to swing that bat at 2 enemies. Tensai gets taken down though. A dive in from Crow. Pursuit's got spicy. It's gonna come down to the wire, but the damage trickling in from Shitampo is just enough for them to capitalize.
I love this from Crazy Raccoon. They will pick a comp from 2021 and beat you senseless with it. Doesn't matter what you have. You can have the Edgar, you can have the BB. Have a lot of aggression. Very powerful composition there from Na'Vi, but Crazy Raccoon kept a level head, and they had to pilot Barley in an extremely compromising situation there. That was fantastically played, and I think they disrespected the Barley at times, did Na'Vi, often looking to race against it. Forgetting that ticking damage really adds up.
Crow has the big boom of damage with that hypercharge, but it just felt like they were constantly able to put in work throughout both games, really. Barley lobbing up shots. We had Colette swoop in for 20-some-odd% there with a hypercharge. I mean, look at this right here. Tensai set up in position. Moya rushing in. Shitampo's just chilling, popping a gadget. Even if he goes down, they can only focus one of them, really, and he's still able to navigate this situation. His teammates set him up for even more. In this final moments here, 51%, 13. All they need is one good Tensai super or an angle here for Shitampo, and that does it. I just feel like there were so many good offensive moments from this team throughout both games to where they just never really let their foot off the gas pedal.
And there's so much damage spike available here for Na'Vi, right? The hypercharge super from Achapi. Also, if Edgar ever gets to dive on a safe with hypercharge, it also will very quickly melt down. And we know if Bibi can set up spitballs and just keep swinging, she's also a big problem. This is unreal DPS here from Tensai and Moya. Both, who for most of this map were playing defense. Tensai looking to really shut Levi down. Moya also a big problem for the BB. Again, that the ramping of damage when you're inside the M's gas is a big problem for those high health pool brawlers. And then Shitapo cheekily just throwing bottle after bottle at the safe. Really straightforward stuff here for Crazy Raccoon, but if you evaluate these comps on paper, Na'Vi have the flashier one, they have the more aggressive one. Crazy Raccoon aren't really swayed by that. They've never had to play that style. They come out on top there pretty convincingly in the end.
We haven't seen Crazy Raccoon really falter today. I mean, they've been very convincing, I would say, through most of their games. I mean, they've dropped, what, 1 set today, and that's against the team that won it all last month. I mean, these fellas are really showing what they can do here. I'm a little nervous for Navi. I think if another one gets away from them, CR are certainly set up to go for another run here and grab their second monthly finals victory of the year. Got to remind ourselves, though, this region has been a tough one all year long, despite how good Crazy Raccoon are, despite some months Navi showing up really well. Both these teams have only won 1 monthly finals grand finals. This is kind of to have a little pride to get the second monthly finals of the year for this region. And also the seeding for Navi, I would say somewhat important here, right? If they end up winning this match, they're third on that list instead of fourth. That's a little bit higher seeding going into LCQ, which in the past has mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. They are only, 6 points behind Angelic, I think, as it stands here.
Yep.
And that's assuming that they're getting at least 70, right? So again, yeah, if they win it all, they will leapfrog Angelic into a comfortable third place. I think that matters so much because have you seen the quality of LCQ teams being sent from EMEA and potentially NA? Like, I love my STMN boys. I don't want to curse them, but they might be fighting in that position if they can get there, right? So that's crazy. It is going to be serious. Higher seeding will matter so much when we get over to that tournament. That is going to be a wild one indeed. So, Crazy Raccoon lock up the Chester straight away. This is a map, as you can see, that lends itself to his optimum range. That middle square, really good for those mid-range brawls in general. Na'Vi this time decide on the Barley, but Crazy Raccoon will pick Mortis against you if you get too many throwers or look too vulnerable to that dive.
I wonder if we get another double thrower kind of combination here. It's a little early, I think, to make that call. I think you got to see what the other end does. I really like the Barley selection, considering that Larry Laurier banned, Barry is banned. I think this is the next best thing you can get in particular for this map, and Meg is just an excellent brawler in the game right now. I'll say it again. I feel like she's a top 3 brawler in the game overall. Just a mid-range menace. It's so good up close. You get a big baseball swipe of a swing with that super, a second life, and into so many assassins in the game right now. That star power where you can explode, push back the enemy, just gives a little extra survivability to something like Meg. So I think she's just such a good spot right now after this balance change.
She is really oppressive and actually now plays within a range that means she can potentially do more with her super, as opposed to it sitting unused for the entire game while you literally poke at people on long side lanes. Seen that a couple times today already. But we have that combo, the Byron and the Grey locked in. So there is all-in potential. Also, you know, you could moonlight as a thrower every now and then as Byron and potentially put some pressure down on that Barley. And the Stu comes up here. A pick that we have not seen much in APAC recently, but definitely one worth looking out for. Can be very powerful. I like the... Yeah, I like this composition here for Na'Vi. I feel like they've managed to load in some very powerful brawlers. They can kind of do it all with this setup.
The one complaint I kind of have about Stu in general is his damage output is not enough to rival that of a Frank, a Lily, just so many health points. But in this matchup, they don't really have to worry about that. 5,700 for something like Byron. Satampo not going to be with a ton of HP. Tensai probably the most on their team here, and he's in the 7,000. So I think this is much more manageable for a player especially that is more than capable of utilizing this brawler.
Crazy Raccoon have to play a little bit more conservatively here at the start of the round. Satampo is actually swapping into the Barley lane to be able to pressure him. Oh, okay. He's taking the Grand Piano gadget to break up the map a little bit more. There's the dive in. And Levy was picked off, so do you in a Stu? Yeah, Suzuki eventually going to be run down, and Charm is in deep trouble. Does not want to be the solo brawler standing. And there is that super from Tensai for some wall break. Again, another brawler moonlighting as a thrower, at least for a moment.
That is an ideal super for them too. Breaking down those goal side walls is going to make that right-hand opportunity so much greater. They're going for this guaranteed wall break too. They're not messing around with the hook. They're just going to go straight for the Grand Piano, and now they've got the numbers match up. The dive in from Satapo. Suzuki just trying to dribble, keep himself up a little bit longer, but the inevitable is here. It is going to be a CR goal here early in our game number 1.
Look at how much the map has opened up here. No walking cane for Shitampo means that, yeah, the map is basically going to get broken down, which is very hard for a Chappie. Great dive there. Dimensional door used by Shitampo in an instant confirm on that Barley elimination. And defensive, my God, Tensai's had the perfect super. Basically, the last 3 occasions. Before this, it was a gas on Stu, and before that, there was some wall break there. Able to zone Suzuki away, who is out of mech, but still strong enough to help a Chappie bring Shitampo down.
That's part of the luck factor with somebody like Chester. Sometimes it's going to be your game, sometimes it's not. And I think wall break is certainly going to cater towards them. They're going to be opening up this map even more. They don't want a Choppy to just be oppressive and to hide behind these walls. They want to be in a better spot to hit these long-range shots. But Levi with perfect positioning here. Moya's going to have to rush forward with low HP. They get the damage and, more importantly, get that ball in the back of the net.
You see what happens when Crazy Raccoon start to get forced back onto their side of the map. Shitampo breaking open the walls on his own side because Achapi is just such a nuisance. Hypercharge available here. Achapi about to make it rain, baby. Have a look at that. That last call looks absolutely terrifying. Suzuki going to be D-Mech, which only interrupts him for just a moment. And Na'Vi can close it out. Their team comp so well-rounded. Very effective to take this first round of Brawl Ball.
The final 30 seconds, just phenomenal for Na'Vi. They were able to walk their way across the map, despite the map being pretty opened up, I would say, at that point. I mean, Stu could start skating a little bit, but for Barley in particular, it's a little bit more difficult. I think that Hypercharge really showed what it could do there, though. Even in the wide open, it just has so much coverage on this map. So threatening, pushes CR back all the way, and of course, Meg can just start firing away once they're up that close.
Chopper getting poked down, though. Yep, eventually going to fall. This is a chance for Crazy Raccoon to take that map control here. And it's already manifested in huge mech damage on Suzuki. Tensai's able to finish the job on Levy. And that is going to be an absolute team wipe here for Crazy Raccoon, which lets them play forward. Shitampa now going to start to break some more of these boxes to continue to threaten the Chappie's existence.
And if they can get on that enemy side, Shitampa can start dropping gadgets, and with a little luck, Tensai can too, depending on the super roll he gets. Levi charging forward, though. Gonna be dueling against Tensai here. Shitampa teleports forward, gets a hand to the face, and he's slapped away. A little bounce shot, some trickery coming in from Levi here as it's just a lone Tensai. It's not enough. Suzuki with a bucket.
Meg is just so good. Suzuki there just runs it up on Crazy Raccoon, and there's nothing they can do. The speed zone again deployed by Levy here. Meaning that it's a little bit easier to dodge some of those sharpshooter shots and keep your Meg in mech for as long as you can. Try to say that 5 times fast, folks. Suzuki here, yeah, again, will be pressured down despite that. Falls very much in Crazy Raccoon's territory now, as Na'Vi definitely in a power trough.
Wild to see how much damage Chester does in this meta. I mean, you can see it from there, even with a shield on Meg. It was about a 2-tap with just the first and second shots in Chester's rotation. Levi without a super here, too. He's just going to be forced to kind of hope that somebody oversteps a little bit. This is where things can get tricky. Shitampo diving in. Once again, just a swipe away from Suzuki, and now barreling towards them. Going to be a little more HP with that herbal tonic. Achapi throwing down a big-time super as well to cover up the map. Tensai, though, relentless, diving in, looking for damage. It's still not enough, though, but Crazy Raccoon just keep on coming.
Feels like he maybe forgot that Suzuki is in a mech and just gets knocked out of it and then is still able to fight to some degree. Did have the stun super up, which was important. Chappie being harassed on the other side of the wall and eventually will fall to that ticking damage. And Crazy Raccoon, there's nothing subtle about this. It is a literal sledgehammer they've taken in the direction of Na'Vi to equalize this second round.
1-1, we'll have to see what the Mad Hatter has in the tank here. Tensai needs a good one. Na'Vi are charging their way, and it's just going to cover the ground a little bit. Moya with a boot over to the left hand in. Suzuki in the mid-range fighting against Tensai, a powered-up brawler. And Moya kind of getting creepy on this left-hand side, getting closer and closer to Levi, who doesn't have a super. Overtime inevitable, though. It's going to come down to the wide open here.
Oh, that is dirty. Tensai able to take a Chappie down there. Suzuki under extreme pressure, able to get into the mech, but is it too late? Oh, Levy blocks it with his life. Able to get there, but Chappie's hypercharge is actually going to allow him to get away. Tensai falls there. Shitampa left on his own. Can he outrace this Barley? Chappie can't score from here, and he knows it. There'll be time for Crazy Raccoon to respawn back in, but that's why Barley's getting picked right now, folks. Absolutely horrifying, that hypercharge. Suzuki to get desuited here would be very helpful for Crazy Raccoon, and already they look to pressure down, but Tensai's fallen. Levy is starting to make short work of the rest of Crazy Raccoon here, and Shitampa with no choice but to in down the left to keep this going. Levy's up here again. Tensai able to remove him. That huge damage from Buster. We've got 13 seconds left, and Crazy Raccoon are making a run for it. They've got super up on Moya.
Moya just trying to get to this ball. He has a super shot in hand, but it's 3 brawlers playing goalkeeper right now. Has 1 shot, fires. No such luck. Interception just in the nick of time. Tensai maybe could have grabbed that and walked that in, but they hold off the Titans on the other side. What a high-stakes game that ultimately resulted in a tie.
Honestly, we've kind of seen Crazy Raccoon lose out in draft and be able to claw a match back the longer it has gone. Saw that right at the start of the day against Coco Loco, and it was on Brawl Ball too. That second round looked like a great recovery here. They were fortunate, I think, to get the draw, but they could have won it a couple of points there. That Barley hypercharge kind of messed them up. So don't count them out here just yet. But they've lost Tensai already, and Suzuku could still be oppressive, even outside of mech.
Pistol power just enough to get a takedown there. Levi still in position.
Oh,
with
nice.
another TP forward, and now it's just a choppy standing. Tensai has enough pressure here to where they can march forward a little bit. They've got to teleport to get to that ball rather quickly, and Tensai again with a great roll of that super. It feels like they've gotten so many wall breaks.
Yeah, basically everything Tensai has needed has come up for him in that exact moment. Important here to break open the map to set up a future goal scoring opportunity. Tensai, though, forced back by Suzuku, who overextends here inside mech, and that might come back to bite Na'Vi here. Healing tonic, though, was important as Levy was getting his hands dirty there. Dash in from Moya, and eventually they're going to be able to collapse on that stew. Achapi just needs to run.
Moya's just feeding heals to Tensai. It's going to allow him to be a little more aggressive. Satampo there to back him up. Now they got to deal with 2 lives. Now a pistol form for Suzuki, who strikes back. Tensai's going to fall. All of a sudden, CR are forced to run for the hills and play defense.
Unreal damage there from Moya, though. Inside a healing tonic, is still about to find an elimination on a Na'Vi player. And Suzuku, while he was out of mech, the rest of his team got bullied down. Now Crazy Raccoon have a little bit more map control to work with again. We don't know what Tensai is working with in terms of super, but the map is continuing to get broken up. That entire left side now is open thanks to another Grey gadget.
Back and forth. This game going in waves of momentum here. Satapo just trying to hold them off a little bit longer. A trade. Tensai dives in. It's going to be a switch here. Tensai with low HP drops the super, not enough. And now Achapi has a hypercharged super ready to go. This one is going to be intense the whole way through. We've got 30 on the clock and neither team have a bucket.
As soon as Crazy Raccoon give up map control, that Barley super is going to be the end of them. Satapo finds 2. What a beautiful double down. Dives on in with a dimensional door and finds that second pick. If not for Suzuku, this might be over already. But the Meg is still a problem. Still a thorn in the side of Crazy Raccoon and has to be respected. So much so that the super from Moya is invested. But again, it's the dive from Shatapa with that shield gadget. It's quite tanky, this Grey coming forward. And that hypercharged super from Achapi really just zoned the map.
Na'Vi just buying time, but CR, their presence can be felt. 3 members of the red roster hurtled around this ball. Moya with a super available. Tensai, Satapo just trying to grab this ball. They need a couple takedowns, though. Levi finally falls. The TP through Satapo, catches his own pass and scores a touchdown.
So good. This is what I'm saying. Crazy Raccoon are like Goku. The longer they fight, the stronger they get. Even against the draft that we felt just coming out of it, looked very, very good for Na'Vi. The Meg, very powerful. They have the Barley. It feels like they have everything. And still, with the use of Dimensional Door, for example, taking these random engagements off the Grey super, Crazy Raccoon are able to find these important picks. And sometimes they're able to find even more than that. That is sick. Crazy Raccoon here, keeping it even now as we're running it back.
This has been a spectacle of a set, and right now it's looking like a speed run. Suzuku trying to get the earliest goal we've seen yet. It's already one claimed for Na'Vi with only 20 seconds. That is insane.
That is not where Crazy Raccoon want to start from. You remember, this is the decider round of this whole set. Crazy Raccoon have had to fight tooth and nail to even be in an equalizing position. Now they're going to go a step further. Okay, dive from Satapo is good, and he gets out scot-free, even demecking Suzuku. We now have a power play for Crazy Raccoon. They can't score, but they can probably set Satapo up to break these walls.
Love the patience from Achapi. He could have dropped a very scary super there and may have covered up the map, bought a little bit of time, but he's going to find more value with just waiting. I think just having that button available maybe scared Crazy Raccoon off just a smidge. It bought time for Levi and Suzuku to come back. Levi doesn't make much of his life there, but nonetheless, at least holds off the offense of Crazy Raccoon a little bit longer.
Levy tried to pressure there as much as he could with the stew. Eventually, though, just overextended. And yeah, he can't match the damage output of so many of these brawlers. That's something you alluded to earlier. Another dive from Satapo pays off. Again, you're dealing with Meg. That needs to be addressed. The Tensai brazenly walks it in.
Minute on the clock and a big set here for Na'Vi, who are looking for money and, more importantly, a little higher seeding as we approach the postseason. Crazy Raccoon have done all the work possible. Now they're just looking to make a statement here. Suzuku stunned. Levi dashes forward. They grab the first. Moya looking to play defense. Satampo with a little bit of an interception. A kick away. A choppy super pass off the wall. It's going to be right hand in. Tensai trying to juggle Tensai.
I can walk
Levi trying to walk it in. Can't quite do it. Successful defense.
Again, I guess we're forgetting just how much damage that Chester can put out. Tensai being able to play 1 versus 2 and defend there. Keep the set alive for Crazy Raccoon is huge. Now we're starting to tick down. 26 seconds left in the round. A champion with that hypercharge available, and Crazy Raccoon have to know it. Here it comes. Tensai Shitapo split away from it. It was used when Na'Vi weren't exactly in possession of the ball. So now they're going to do more. Suzuku's very, very low here, about to be desuited, but was able to find Moya at the very least. So a player advantage here now for Na'Vi as they want to come forward. Tensai a little bit low, but Suzuku might fall. One shot for Tensai was all it took. An attempted trick shot for a Chapi goes wrong, and they're overexposed. One more shot here from Tensai would claim them. It's Moya that finishes the job. We're into overtime, and Crazy Raccoon have the numbers.
Here we go again. CR with the presence. They've got the teleports. They've got the supers, and one of them just connected to Suzuku. Throws it top right-hand end as Tensai charges him against the wall. Grabs this ball. Super pass forward. Levi, the lone man there. Suzuku rushing in. Now Levi just trying to climb up this map. They need some positioning here to back Crazy Raccoon away.
Enough time at least for the spawners to come back for Crazy Raccoon. Levy finding some important eliminations there after being a little quiet on that brawler for much of this map so far. A little bit low as they step forward. Levy stunned up. They're going to get brought down. That is the antithesis to Stu's existence, being stopped dead in his tracks. And here come Crazy Raccoon again.
It's a game of swings to momentum, and right now it's all Crazy Raccoon. A good offense here, good in the set. Levi, interception, corner ball. A Choppy trying to cut this off.
Hypercharge.
Super pass over.
Unreal!
Just in the nick of time. Everybody falls. What a set! Another tie!
Oh yeah, we're doing it again. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock a.m., folks. That was ridiculous. And it came down to, what, less than 10 health there for a Chapi. Some ridiculously low number. Has to pop the hypercharge just for the raw stats here to stay alive. 420, I like it. Respect it so much, and eventually being able to defend that out. That's all that stood between Na'Vi and another map, a set loss, excuse me.
23 HP, and the final dagger was, I believe, the Stu Burn chipping in. They had barley damage, they had Stu Burn. It took all of that just to bring down one singular brawler that could have changed the entire course of this match. Still 1 set to 0, but this one feels very important for the momentum swing for either of these sides. This has been by far the toughest set of the day.
Oh, this is going to be a goal surely here for Na'Vi. Shitapa, the only one that can really stop them, but a Chapi walks straight on through, and he gets the meg pressure. Suzuku might get demech there, but they're able to find an elimination, and that's still a 3v2.
Two teams just making big plays right now. Na'Vi looking to strike once again here. Ball, top right-hand side. Levi dribbling, juking, dancing around his
Surely this is it.
Suzuku has a super available. Enough HP to try and walk it through, but Satampo has the ball. It's a Choppy with the interception, puts it right-hand side. A dive through from Satampo will end any semblance of offense from Na'Vi, but Crazy Raccoon need more.
Just as the barley committed, Shitapa goes in with that super. That is some classy stuff. Fancy footwork here from the Grey. We're going to need to see more of it if Crazy Raccoon are going to get themselves back in this round. Remember, already Na'Vi have scored a goal, just overwhelming the Crazy Raccoon setup, who has to play with such mechanical prowess in order just to mimic a fraction of Na'Vi's team comp's power.
Tough spot for Na'Vi right here. It's all defense. Thankfully, they have an Choppy super. Try and push CR away, force them back a little bit off of this ball. They have a teleport to get in and out at a moment's notice. They're hiding behind these walls, and Satampo dives in, all of his teammates there to try and rescue a Choppy. The heals go out from that herbal tonic, and the result's still the same. Na'Vi are just trying to take away time off this clock.
All right, this is going to create some space here for Na'Vi now. That hypercharged super from a Choppy allows Na'Vi to move up on this right-hand side. Levy pretty threatening to Moya here at this kind of range. I'm going to dodge away from that. That's some great Stu damage. Tensai, though, trying to ignore Levy studiously, sending the ball to the right-hand side of the map, but now it's getting a little dicey. Suzuki's playing awful close, and that ball is encroaching. An attempt there from Satampo to try and stave off Na'Vi, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And finally, Na'Vi secure themselves a set in this series.
Whew. Gotta breathe for a second. That was a barn burner. I mean, some of the best ties I've seen in a long time, to be honest with you. Several games that came down to the wire, but ultimately Na'Vi prevail. I think if that one is lost, they're down 2-0 in what took everything just to win 2 games. I think it would have been looking pretty bleak here going into a set number 3 or 4. I mean, Crazy Raccoon would have had momentum, a 2-0 lead. It is very difficult to reverse sweep anybody, and after some real gritty gameplay, it's going to be Na'Vi who come out on top and have tied things up in our grand final.
It's not often that we see ties like this, right? Sometimes we see like the nil-all ties where neither team is very good at sort of ending the game. But no, these ties happened after both teams had already sort of scored a goal. We had so many of these 1-1 overtimes that went down to the wire. Yeah, you can see this is the kind of game that's going to take its toll. And it's so funny for both of these teams because, again, there isn't it's not life or death for either of these teams to win this game. I think there's just a lot of pride on the line because both know this means that they've, you know, to win 2 monthly finals, be the only team to win 2 monthly finals in their region means a whole lot. Now, would it mean I'd crown Na'Vi Kings of APAC over Crazy Raccoon? Maybe not, but there's definitely some bragging rights attached to it, and Na'Vi are willing to fight tooth and claw for that honor.
Whew. I mean, we're not used to seeing this high of numbers. I think 5 games probably part of the reason for that. But yes, nonetheless, I mean, just the DPS numbers alone, right? You're looking at Tensai here with 22 kills and 351. You know, it felt like a little luck on his side from time to time, but there were definitely plenty of times where he was getting, you know, the Lou-esque super, maybe the less optimal one. Nonetheless, I think it goes to show what Chester can do. This region really has catered towards this brawler, especially since that balance change. It's a very solid one. I'll add to Moya rocking 18 kills and a Byron with 282 DPS. Byron not necessarily paired here with any tankier brawlers. Normally, that's kind of going to be the route they go with. Instead, they're just using Byron, I think, because they like Byron, because they know Byron is great. Just him being in that hybrid support option with the little offense, the long range, especially considering there's a Barley on the other end. I think this team did a great job at managing that for the most part, but obviously still enough for Na'Vi to get a win. Yeah, also the Byron, I think, to support the mid-range brawlers in like the Chester, for example, who, you know, does want to get in the face to some degree. Phoenix is going to be our 3rd set of this series, folks. We are tied 1 apiece here. We're headed now over to knockout. We've actually seen a little bit of Otis this evening, oddly enough. And it worked out really well. Crazy Raccoon made that pick to shut down Chester. But since then, I've been trying to maliciously abuse him for themselves. Let's jump into picks and bans here for this 3rd set. And I fully expected Kit not to be available. Tick has been one of the higher ban rates here as well, and Lily is so threatening. I think just the ability to pop that gadget at a moment's notice, get to the other outside, you know, get up in the face of enemies. When everybody only has 1 life in this game mode, just 1 quick kill from Lily can be really, really valuable. It's not going to be banned here, so curious to see if we see an appearance from either side. Once again, but teams really electing to go thrower early here. I just feel like in this meta in particular, after the balance change set that we just got, there's so many good options between Barry now joining the fray. That's just one more excellent one. Barley getting a big boost with that hypercharge. Larry and Lori still around. Tick really annoying on this map. Sprout really annoying on this map. Really makes you debate, and you want to make sure you claim one of those guys early. Crazy Raccoon, though, opting just for very strong all-purpose, all-round brawlers, right? There's a sense of I don't know, like there's a sense of determinism about an end round going up against an RT, because obviously he splits from the legs and becomes just an insane close-range brawler that is quite durable, really. And obviously the Gene will yield you plenty of opportunities to gain player advantages by the use of that magic hand there. So ton of options the Gene gives you. The Buster comps sometimes like to hide away until they're sort of ready to dive on in, right? Buster can build super by playing close to teammates and doesn't need to do damage in order to gain that. And we'll be able to sort of shut down RT's damage for the most part. It's a Dynamite. Okay. Well, Thrower's still being prioritized. Maybe not the one we expected to see, is Crazy Raccoon had to deal with the onslaught of a Dynamite in their first set of these monthly finals. Buster was the brawler on the left-hand side I fully anticipated seeing. He's very popular in this map, one of the most played and one of the most successful in terms of win rate overall. When you look at the other end, Barley, Tick, and Sprout all banned for Crazy Raccoon. They're kind of removing as many thrower options as possible. I'm sure they're counting on Barry getting banned to the other end, because obviously they're just going to scoop him up if they don't. As a result, they're kind of left with a couple thrower options, right? They get either Grom or Dynamite. Grom, I would say, is much more popular, and that's shown in monthly qualifiers too. Dynamite, somebody with a 45% win rate that they're counting on here for the big damage, maybe the stun capabilities. This is certainly going to take some good mechanics, though, from the CR side. Definitely, though, like you said, it's a thrower map in a big way. You can see just how it gets broken up. It's hard to find long sight lines.
But that's exactly what Chitapo is going to be spending a lot of this round looking for. And I think the Dynamite makes it a pretty scary prospect for Na'Vi to come forward. They have such a tanky comp, though. At some point, they are going to want to try and force an engagement here with Crazy Raccoon. And they'll need to do that before they get poked out. See, Moya, he's really wanting some info here. And he gets what he came for.
Just trying to spot out where the other brawlers are. Levi looking to make a rotation to the left-hand end. Choppy just kind of fighting against Tensai. The thrower duel going down, and Suzuku can't really do much. I mean, Meg used to be much longer range, and now it's a little bit different interaction, right? More that mid-range as Levi crawls his way up, gets a little tap here. Choppy doing work on that right-hand end. Suzuku claims one, looking for a second. The swipe goes through, and then the Fog will do the rest of the work. Round one going to the passive Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's really dominant showing from Na'Vi. Eventually, you just pop the montage and take space as the gas starts to converge. Crazy Raccoon need to find a way to force a fight. They do have a magic hand up here for Moya this round. Suffice to say, it has to hit, and it has to hit specifically onto the Larry and Laurie.
No real chance if you grab Suzuku, especially with a super. It's just going to be a ton of damage slapping you in the face. Levi can push them away once again. Ideally would have wanted to use that super to move up like we saw in that round number one, but they are forced to do it on defense here as Moya looking to press the issue. Levi with plenty of HP now recharging. They're going to try and keep Suzuku in this mech as long as possible. Choppy needs to be careful too, though. CR is certainly hitting some shots right now.
Okay, Levy low enough to guarantee an instant kill there. Moya just really working on poking the Buster down. Enough that it actually became a viable target for a magic hand. So now, you don't have the montage up. This means your RT really gets enabled on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Those shots can't be bounced back at you anymore, and you can just bully Suzuku like this.
He's just going to step away into the fog. I mean, it's not going to make too much of a difference considering Crazy Raccoon all have supers available coming into this round three. And on the other end with Na'Vi, all those resources exhausted. They're looking to charge up those supers, so definitely an advantage here for Crazy Raccoon.
Moya needs to be careful. Maybe don't hypercharge this super, because if you pull in the Buster and the Meg, you're giving Na'Vi exactly what they want here. It's one of those situations where it's actually disadvantageous to use that hypercharge. Don't want to catch anyone by accident here. No one wants to go fishing for dinner and catch Moby Dick.
Moya's been really quiet here too. I was debating if he was just going to kind of not shoot a shot, let the other team kind of guess where he is, and then go for a nasty pull. But you bring up a good point. You don't want to get too much more than you can chew. It's going to be just a lone man on the right-hand end. Tensai, Setapo making their presence felt in the mid. There's a takedown. That is huge. A 3v2 situation is looking bleak for Na'Vi.
Yeah, now there's no long-range pressure on Crazy Raccoon. They can actually give this ground without being afraid that the thrower will just ruin their day. Great stuff for Crazy Raccoon here, and a beautiful organic free-range USDA pick onto that Larry and Laurie towards the end of that round to set things up for Crazy Raccoon. You can't guarantee those, you can't rely on them, but when you find them, it's going to give you a round win.
I think just being aware of the positioning of the other team was big, because that opening round, it got away from him, I think, when Buster kind of flanked that left-hand side and just walked forward with a super outside of maybe a Dynamite lob. You can't really connect if you're RT. Oh, but this is catastrophic. A sneaky little pull there. That's what I was talking about. You got to know where the big man is. They had no clue and walked right into a trap.
What's dangerous here for Crazy Raccoon is that they've had no time to build up any supers as well. And I don't think that Dynamite is going to be allowed to do that either. Levy just steps up here and says, okay, maybe a Choppy can build super off this before I take Tensai down. He says, no, let's just get this over with anyway. Slow-mo replay, absolutely terrifying.
I think that's a fantastic point too, is that it went by so fast. Moya, Tensai, Setapo, no time to charge any resources, and Levi's already got another super in the tank. Not only are they walking into this round with an advantage, but they got a clean win where really all it took was one gadget from Levi to get this win.
This time, though, Crazy Raccoon are ready for it. They are much more invested in pressuring this bush area at the bottom of your screen that Levy is occupying. And Tensai does have super, which accounts for a huge amount of burst damage and potentially some wall break to give Shintapo better sidelines in general. Levy has a crack at it there. I think he popped his super. No connection, though. And now Moya has that magic hand. The supers are online for CR.
Suzuku's going to really have to nail some shots here to get back in mech form in the nick of time. Super's available now, a sun going down. Levi reflecting everything right now, though. Dynamite just trying to keep the distance, and Levi's sheer amount of HP forcing them away. This is an interesting matchup, though. Setapo low HP. They do take down Laurie. Tensai working the tank on the other end, though, and now it's just the big mech. Now dwindled down to just a pea shooter. She's just going to run it back into the fog. Now CR all of a sudden have some supers walking into this next first round, what looked like a very difficult one, they make look easy. This one might even be going their way in terms of walking into this one with an advantage.
I mean, that's exactly what Moya did. He walked up on a Chapi. He just fought the Larry. Just disrespected the damage and eventually got in his face. And remember, you're doing like 2,800 per shot as Gene at that range. That's quite significant. You know, he's no longer just a slightly annoying support brawler. All of a sudden, he's three-shotting you consistently. So Chapi not respecting it in that moment. Moya now has built that hypercharge. We talked about the potential pitfalls of using that, but hey, any pick is a good pick here where the rest of your team has their hypers up as well.
2 purple buttons available, a super for Satampo as well. And Levi, once again, just kind of forced to use this on defense. Typically, you want to see Buster use that super to move your team forward. Instead, though, it's kind of just to remain pleasant, to stay afloat. It's definitely not what you want to see with Na'Vi going into this foggy situation where the storm's going to start to close in and they don't have a super to show for it.
Eventually, Crazy Raccoon going to have to make the play here. Try and whittle Na'Vi down to 2. Okay, big old magic hand, empowered by the hypercharge. Levy, blow to smithereens instantly. Moya's got to be a little bit careful, though. The magic puffs need to go to work, but Shatampo steps up with that super and gets the job done. Crazy Raccoon again, after a slow start, slowly begin to impose themselves on Na'Vi and take control of the set.
Chapi with another straight face here. All business for both of these sides. CR getting a nice pickup there, though. I think that was a somewhat convincing set win. I mean, I know multiple round 1s didn't go their way, but once it got to rounds 2 and 3, it really just felt like they were shining. It didn't feel like they were ever going to kind of lose that. Every time it felt like they were going into a round 3 with an advantage, which I think is so big considering there were multiple times there where they lose that round 1, especially in that game number 2, right? They didn't have any supers. They lost the round immediately and still claw their way back, get this poke damage with Gene, Satampo landing these long-range shots. And Tinsai, fantastic job here. Going into a Buster, especially as the low HP Dynamite, is not an easy task.
Again, the mechanics for Tensai always impress us. See, that was the engagement there to sort of hook Levy in. And again, remember, like, Crazy Raccoon have good options when the gas starts to close in. You see what Satampo was doing there as that RT. Great showing here. Na'Vi really had to play around their Buster. And in that last round, they didn't really have access to Levy at all. He was the one that ended up eating the magic hand, and the focus fire was good. So even though in theory, Na'Vi do want to get up in Crazy Raccoon's face, they want to do it as 3, not as 1. It could be Buster, it could be Frank, it could be anybody. If you hook them in and focus fire them down, especially with, like, a, God forbid, a Dynamite Super, you are going to get a player advantage.
Pretty wild to see Dynamite pick up a win on this map in particular, especially considering all the throwers in the meta right now. But I think it goes to show just how valuable that role can be in Brawl Stars right now. There are just so many good options. They banned 3 of them themselves. Barry, of course, arguably one of the strongest brawlers in the game right now. That's why we've seen him banned so much. And still, brawlers like Dynamite down the pedestal a little bit for throwers are still popping off. I just think it's so important right now. It's kind of understanding the meta shifting a little bit. You know, it's a brand new month where typically in the past, if you pick a thrower early, you're going to be punished for it. They're just going to go some assassin type route that's going to counter those brawlers really well. Instead, though, they're kind of the MVPs today.
Yeah, I think like those high mobility brawlers definitely coveted in the past, but maps like Flare and Phoenix, for example, it's a little cluttered, really. Like, throwers definitely are favored there. You can also say the same for Hot Zone, right? There are definitely safe havens to play from, but this is the kind of map where if you see a thrower, you can pick Mortis or Buzz and just run at them with impunity. We've seen both of those brawlers be really, really good here. That being said, Meg is still amazing on this map. You know, Sandy has definitely been highly prioritized because the way that these barriers work allows you to get really close up to the Hot Zone, even if you're not actually contesting it. Also, we see Nitra a ton on this in this map in this region, so keep an eye out for that one. Stu also, by the way, has almost a 70% win rate on this map.
That's definitely really interesting. Very high for him as well. I don't know if it's a top pick necessarily, but that's something, depending on how the draft goes, that I could totally see being on that 4 or 5 turn, or maybe a 6 pick overall, depending on what they want here. Gale, just as a first pick on this map in particular, I feel like makes a lot of sense if you're this team. You have multiple throwers banned. There's still a few left that if you really want to go for it, you can, but without Barry, Barley, Larry, Laurie, I would say those are the more popular ones on this map in particular. I don't really foresee Sprout or Grom showing up here. You might get something like a Dynamite later down the road, but this is going to prevent any ideas of tanks coming running at you, especially ones like Frank that are really good, Lily that are really good in the meta right now. I just feel like that's the safe option right now.
Yeah, even like tanks like Buster still pretty relevant on this kind of map here. So Frank gets picked up for Na'Vi. It's going to be the second time we've seen it on stream tonight, and the first time we saw just how exploitable it was. But that was a different game. This is Na'Vi versus Crazy Raccoon, and now the latter probably have to discuss how they plan to counter this. Sandy too. This is a very good draft.
Yeah, this is a solid setup, I would say, for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, they have Chester, who's traditionally an anti-tank brawler, but it's going to take a lot to bring 15,000 plus HP down with the Frank. I think Sandy is a very coveted brawler in this region on this particular map as well. Gale going to be a good one here. Just in general, I think as a control brawler for just the hot zone alone, Ims is going to be the selection here. They're going to have to keep the distance. They're going to have to play this one right. They can't get overrun by Frank. If they can do that, it's going to be all right. I feel like once this team kind of loses control, though, it might be really difficult for CR to retake.
Yeah, a couple of important things, I guess, to point out is that, like, Tensai's stun super is going to be very impactful against the Frank if you're able to, you know, if you can't shrug that off with a gadget or something. And, of course, you know, the indestructible box is very important for avoiding that Frank hypercharged super. Nice friend zone there for Shitampo. They made short work of that Frank.
Wow, they shut down the entire roster of Na'Vi in a moment's notice. They've got the launch pad if they want to get there a little more quickly too, but they've certainly been taking some hits here. I love the coordination from CR, just focusing one brawler at a time. And I mean, goodness, they're not missing a shot right now. This is looking chaos. Goodness gracious.
I mean, he triple hit Achapi on the way in. Achapi was dead man walking there with all that tick damage that was bound to come in. Chitampo also has super available in just a moment. It's going to be a huge nuisance for the Frank, who will look to clear the map a little bit now. Levy steps up. You only get a glimpse of that ridiculous fire rate from the Frank before he gets blown to smithereens, and now Achapi will also fall. Crazy Raccoon, man, such an impressive composition playing at mid-range here. Nothing even Levy can do about there.
Oof, I mean, it's just a yikes. There's no other way around it. CR have not wavered. At this point, I think Na'Vi are just going to let this one go. It's on to the next game. They're going to cycle in one brawler at a time, and it's not going to matter too much here. CR, kings of old, looking to make sure that they remind the world that they are sitting atop this region, and they're now one game away from claiming their second monthly finals of the year.
What a way to do it as well. You would have bookended the monthly finals run, winning in March and now winning in July. In the middle, we don't talk about that too much. There were ups, there were downs, there were tears, there were laughter. Either way, this team has secured themselves that #1 seed heading into Worlds now. Okay. Na'Vi definitely need to be grouped up here. Going in 1s and 2s definitely didn't help them that last round, but even then it might not be enough. His comp is so oppressive from Crazy Raccoon. Shitapo, King Suzuku under the thumb, and Tensai just playing with his food here against this Frank.
It does not help that Moya has, I think, only missed one shot this entire game. Levi taking a swipe at him, not enough, though. Tensai just going to keep the distance. A great roll for Chester. A perfect one to pull from that bag of tricks.
Tensai was trolling. He was playing within the exact radius of that Frank super, knowing that one step he'd be out of it. And he managed to get Levy to throw it down. This guy is living rent-free in this guy's head. Look at the spacing, sorry, that Tensai is leaving. Like, Levy cannot touch him, won't touch him.
And Satapo playing a perfect lane matchup here, too. It's awesome to see Ims into a Sandy. It's really difficult to deal with. That's a good silence, though. Achapi definitely getting a kill necessary there. Levi doing his best. I feel like he's just kind of a body bag right now. He's wasting resources from the enemy side, but he hasn't really been able to pick up a ton.
Okay, but so, as that was all happening, though, Na'Vi winning the fights on the left-hand side of the map and even keeping their Sandy in the running for so long has given them a lead. Crazy Raccoon, though, I don't think we're about to give that up now, but their supers available. Have the Sandstorm thrown down. But Navi's ability to capitalize on this is really limited because Crazy Raccoon have so many ways of getting info with these shots. Tensai, though, is going to get caught by this hypercharged super. Shitapa was able to get away just in time, but Crazy Raccoon have a slim lead, and Levy is not going anywhere. Caustic Charisma going to hold the Frank in place, and Moya does not miss. Crazy Raccoon get off the point briefly. Achapi hoping to cycle himself onto it, but this will give CR the lead they need to take us into the last phase of this round.
It's a wide open map and 10% to go for Crazy Raccoon. They're holding on to this hot zone. The pushback from Achapi, though, 3% remain. Tensai rushes forward, and CR start and end the year with a title. The Titans are back on top for another season.
Thumbs up from Moya there, and there's no better way to send yourself off to Worlds from this region. by re-establishing dominance, reminding everybody who the originals are. The Titans of this region return to claim their throne one more time before heading off and taking on the rest of the world. And this will be a team, by the way, laden with expectations, just as they were last year and the year before that and the year before that. There is a dynasty here in this APAC region, and it has not soured. It has not even begun to rust. Crazy Raccoon are still the absolute world beaters out of APAC.
I think this is a good reminder for not just the audience, not just for Brawl Nation, for Crazy Raccoon too. Again, they are lifted to a high standard based on what they've done in the past, but it's always a brand new year, and this one has certainly challenged them, right? It hasn't necessarily gone the way I think they would have anticipated. I'm sure they walked into this one thinking they'd win more monthly finals. I think ending the year with a massive win, dropping, I believe, 2 sets this entire tournament run in today's game, that's a big deal. I mean, just reminding themselves, hey, we have done what we've done in the past for a reason. We are still that team. I think if they'd lost this month, if they'd had some question marks going into the postseason, I don't know. I think the name value maybe would have dropped a little bit. And I think it's still going to be the same scary CR team that we're used to seeing from years past.
Absolutely. They also have adopted what I would say is that some of the strong meta brawlers pretty comfortably, right? They brought Meg back into the fold. They're getting a lot of value here out of this Chester. You can see how hard that was for Levy, right? Time and time again, this Frank was being exploited. Tensai has incredible mechanics. He shows them off frequently. And there's really nothing that Levy could do to start to put pressure on that Chester. Really impressive to see that go down. Moya, though, going to be your MVP for that series. And, of course, a massive component on that Byron of what got Crazy Raccoon over the line. What a team, man. And again, it's going to be hard not to be a little biased, I think, towards the APAC region as we see them at Worlds, having had the pleasure to preside over them all throughout this year. The 3 of us, of course, have been with you almost every step of the way. Ready, set, what a day it's been. And honestly, what a region it's been to cover this year. We are fortunate to see some of the very best in Brawl Stars just throw it down every month.
Such an epic climax as well. Seeing the moments in Brawl Ball that had me almost falling out of my seat there. I was like, there's actually no way this is happening. But it all culminates with a victory for Crazy Raccoon, taking down Navi 3-1. It's a good thing that Crazy Raccoon eliminated Coco Loco. It's a good thing for Navi, at least, because the only way for Navi to qualify for LCQ then would be to do what we now know is the unthinkable.
Yeah, and that is absurd, right? Navi have missed. They have missed 2 whole monthly finals. Let's not miss this, though. Let's circle back here and talk with Kenny, who is perfect on the day with predictions here. And you held your nerve picking Navi in that first semi-final here, but all the way through you've managed to call them, mate. Must feel pretty good.
It always feels good. You know, Trav's always been the self-proclaimed prediction master. I just prefer to let my game do the talking a little bit. So maybe 2025 will be my year to claim that title.
I like that, honestly. And if Trav did less talking, I wouldn't complain. Maybe you could take a leaf out of your book there, mate. But nice to see that, obviously, continuing to believe in Crazy Raccoon and Navi, respectively. But as the dust settles from an entire year, entire season here of Asia Pacific play, this is your final leaderboard. Crazy Raccoon have done it, qualifying to Worlds comfortably in first place. Then Rival Esports will be there as well with that second seed. Navi have snuck in to LCQ by 1 solitary single point over Coco Loco. That is absolutely bloody absurd, Ready, Set.
It's a little tragic as well. Consider that Coco Loco had to win a monthly final to get up there in the standings. But to be fair, Navi had to do the same. They had a tremendously difficult time getting here as well. All the hype coming into the year. They didn't make the first monthly final. That's so it's challenging to make it to this stage.
That means 2 of them. That means 2.
That's 35 points multiplied by 2. That's 75. To put things in perspective, 35 points is the difference between losing in quarters and making it to grand finals. So they made that up doubly so.
Absolutely absurd stuff. Great point, of course, there as well. It is such a tight margin for Navi to sneak through. And let's talk about the race for World Finals around the world, though. Of course, in APAC, we know Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports are locked in. Humble and SK Gaming, as far as we understand, are locked in as well. Over in the North American region, Pioneers and Elevate have shown us pretty incredible play over the course of the year. Don't forget about Zeta Division, by the way, last year's world champions. Unchanged is cool, as well as those Poles, man, they don't know when to quit. They are locked in. They will be ready for more. And Space Station Gaming from South America are already locked in here for World Finals. But let's have a look at the arguably more spicy graphic. We need to start talking about now the LCQ. So a lot of these spots haven't been taken up. But you'll notice here, right now, it's Angelic and Na'Vi are confirmed. Ogachiki, Eclipsar, and Reply Totem from EMEA, alongside Foot Esports from South America and Team Kaizo from that region as well. Right now, it's Tribe Gaming and Luminosity in the LCQ race from North America. That is absurd, considering these are two teams, by the way, that straight up qualified directly to Worlds last year, Kenny. NA is pretty out there. In fact, all over the world. I mean, we're seeing Eclipsar, Ogachiki here as well. So many names that, new names or maybe names we don't expect to be fighting for LCQ. We expect some of these rosters to have been automatically into Worlds. Brawl has never been more competitive.
I feel really bad for whatever team ends up playing Tribe Gaming, Luminosity, any team from North America, STMN at this LCQ. And not to mention, too, an underrated factor here is the order of this seeding as well. I mean, we're going to have EMEA in just a little bit, where the order matters. When you're going into World Finals, you want to be that one seed. If you're going to LCQ, heck, be the highest of that LCQ to get yourself a little bit better of a draw. Because, again, you might find yourself on the other end with maybe an STMN who got second place in the World Finals, an LG who nearly beat the World Finals last year, Tribe Gaming who have always been around. There are no easy battles here in 2024.
No doubt about it. Of course, we've got plenty more monthly finals action coming up for you at 1:30 p.m. CEST. It's time for the EMEA monthly finals. It's always a good time, so don't miss that. But in the meantime, everybody, take a load off, relax, enjoy yourselves, and keep brawling.
The 3v2. FA9 continue to push forward. Massive damage on the right. A full team wipe. No, but the ball's been fumbled over to the left side. Can Levi defend this? Massive damage. Ryohi slips it through.
Another one goes through as well. Suzuku swinging in. 85, just trying to hold on for dear life as Barley covers the map.
Why is he doing that? Jump on a shoe. The kill. Just a couple seconds left and he's safe and sound. Crazy Raccoon take down Rival and pave their way to the grand finals.
Tensai gets taken down, though. A dive in from Crow. Corsu's got spicy. It's going to come down to the wire. And right now, it's all Crazy Raccoon. A good offense here, good in the set. Levi, interception, corner ball. A Choppy trying to cut this off. A charge. Super pass over. Unreal. Just in the nick of time. Everybody falls. 10% to go for Crazy Raccoon. They're holding on to this hot zone. The pushback from a Choppy, though. 3% remain. Tensai rushes forward. And CR start and end the year with a title. The Titans are back on top.